Offprints, plural of offprint. Offset, a postponement, the act of putting something off for later. Offputs, plural of offput. Offputting, alternative form of off-putting. Off-puttingly, in an off-putting manner. Off-ramp, alternative spelling of off-ramp. Off-ramps, plural of off-ramp, alternative spelling of off-ramps. Our, obsolete form of offer. Over, simple past and past participle of offer. Ours, plural of offer. Off-rest, second person singular simple present indicative of offer. Offer, third person singular simple present indicative of offer. Offratite, a hexagonal prismatic form of zeolite. Offratites, plural of offratite. Offering, present participle and gerund of offer. Offering a surname. Offroad, alternative spelling of off-road. Off-roader, alternative spelling of off-roader. Off-roaders, plural of off-roader. Off-roading, alternative spelling of off-roading. Us, third person singular simple present indicative of off. Off-saddle, to unsaddle, remove the saddle from. Off settled, simple past and past participle of off-settle. Off-settles, third person singular simple present indicative of off-settle. Off-saddling, present participle and gerund of off-settle. Offscape, the distant part of a view, garden etc. the background. Offscapes, plural of offscape. Offscour, to remove by or as if by scouring to scrub away. Offscour, simple past and past participle of offscour. Offscouring, refuse removed from something by scouring. Offscourings, plural of offscouring. Offscours, third person singular simple present indicative of offscour. Off-scraping, the detachment and accumulation of sediments from the subducting oceanic plate and to the overriding plate. Off-screen, existing or happening outside the frame of the cinema or television screen. Off-scum, refuse, scum. Off-scums, plural of off-scum. Off-season, alternative form of off-season. Off-seasons, plural of off-season. Off-send, a dismissal, the act of sending away. Off-sending, present participle and gerund of off-send. Off-sends, third person singular simple present indicative of off-send. Off-sent, simple past and past participle of off-send. Offset, anything that acts as counterbalance, a compensating equivalent. Offset lithography, synonym of offset printing. Offset overhand bend, a knot used to join two ropes together. Offset overhand bends, plural of offset overhand bend. Offset printing, printing by the offset process in which ink is carried from a metal plate to a rubber blanket offset cylinder and from there to the printing surface. Offset staff, a surveyor's rod, usually 10 links long, used in measuring offsets. Offset staffs, plural of offset staff. Offset staves, plural of offset staff. Offset time. In optical burst switching, the amount of time between the burst header and the control packet. Offset times, plural of offset time. Offsetable, alternative form of offsetable. Offsets, plural of offset. Offsetable, capable of being offset. Offsetted, simple past and past participle of offset. Offsetter, one who or that which offsets. Offsetters, plural of offsetter. Offsetting, present participle and gerund of offset. Offsettings, plural of offsetting. Offshell, that does not conform to classical physics. Offshoot, something which shoots off or separates from a main stem or branch of a plant. Offshooting, an offshoot, a diversion or branching off. Offshootings, plural of offshooting. Offshoots, plural of offshoot. Offshoreable, capable of being offshored. Offshore, moving away from the shore. Offshore seahorse, a species of seahorse, Hippocampus kelloggii. Offshore seahorses, plural of offshore seahorse. Offshoreable, alternative form of offshoreable. Offshore, simple past and past participle of offshore. Offshore, an organization that sends work abroad, hiring foreign labor as a substitute for local labor. Offshorers, plural of offshore. Offshores, plural of offshore. Offshoring, the location of a business in another country for tax purposes or lowering production costs as the labor. Offshorings, plural of offshoring. Offshorization, the act of moving capital to offshore accounts or relocating business to a foreign country with a more lenient tax regime. Offside, in an illegal position ahead of the ball, puck, etc. Offside rule, the rule determining whether a player is in an offside position, that is, an illegal position ahead of the ball. Puck, etc. Offside trap, a defensive play intended to catch the attacking team offside, generally in such a way that the defense line suddenly and simultaneously moves forward. Offside traps, plural of offside trap. Offsider, a partner, assistant, or deputy. Offsiders, plural of offsider. Offsides, plural of offside. Offsite, away from a main location in a place not owned by a particular organization. Offsites, plural of offsite. Off-eat, away, not here, off. Offskip, obsolete form of offskate. Offskips, plural of offskip. Offslip, alternative form of offslip. Offslips, plural of offslip. Offsmite, to strike off, cut off. Offspeed, alternative spelling of offspeed. Offspin, alternative form of offspin. Offspinner, alternative form of offspinner. Offspinners, plural of offspinner. Offsput, To split off, secede. Offsplits. Third person singular simple present indicative of offsplit. Offsplitting. Present participle and gerund of offsplit. Offspring. A person's daughter or son, a person's child. Offspringing. Springing off or outward, developing from something else. Offspringless. Without offspring. Offsprings. Plural of offspring. Offstage. Of or relating to that part of a stage not visible to the audience. Offstage. Simple past and past participle of offstage. Offstages. Third person singular simple present indicative of offstage. Offstage. Present participle and gerund of offstage. Offstand. To endure against, stand or ward off, defend against, withstand, resist. Offstanding. Standing off, standing or situated at a distance, distant, far removed, remote. Offstands. Third person singular simple present indicative of offstand. Offsted. Simple past and past participle of offstand. Offstream. Not located on a stream bed. Offsuit. Of two or more cards, not of the same suit. Off day. To take off, take away. Offtakes. Plural of offtake. Offtaking. Present participle and gerund of offtake. Offthrow. Simple past of offthrow. Offthrow. The act of throwing off, by extension liberation. Off-throwing. Present participle and gerund of off-throw. Off-roam. Past participle of off-throw. Off-throws. Third person singular simple present indicative of off-throw. Off-time. Alternative form of off-time. Off-times. Plural of off-time. Off-topic. Alternative form of off-topic. Off-track. Alternative spelling of off-track. Obfuscate. Obsolete form of obfuscate. Obfuscated. Simple past and past participle of obfuscate. Obfuscates. Third person singular simple present indicative of obfuscate. Obfuscating. Present participle and gerund of obfuscate. Obfuscation. Obsolete form of obfuscation. Obfuscations. Plural of obfuscation. Off-white. Alternative form of off-white. Off-wiki. Alternative form of off-wiki. Off-way. Occurring with the engines removed from the aircraft. Off-ways. Plural of off-wing. Off-world. Not on Earth. Off-worlder. Alternative form of off-worlder. Off-worlders. Plural of off-worlder. An off-license. OFDM. Abbreviation of Office of Gas and Electricity Markets. Oficina. A nitrate-producing factory in a Spanish-speaking country. Oficinas. Plural of officina. Olfactometer. Misspelling of olfactometer. Ofli. A German prisoner of war camp for officers only. Offlides. Plural of offli. Off. Initialism of Office of Film and Literature Classification. ALI. Acronym of Office of the National Lottery. Ofloxacin, a fluoroquinolone antibiotic CHFN304 composed of equal quantities of levofloxacin and dextrofloxacin, that is a broad-spectrum antibacterial agent that is used in topical solution for otic or ophthalmic use or is administered orally or intravenously for other uses. AVA. Initialism of Orthodox File Manager. AVA. Plural of OFM. Often. Initialism of Old Fucking News. Other. Synonym of Mosoplea and Native American people. Oh, those. Plural of Ofo. Afloden. A district of Nordland, Norway. Afbwal. Initialism of Office of Qualifications and Examinations Regulation. Aver. Initialism of Office of the Federal Register. Ofrenda. A shrine of offerings to one's ancestors set up on the Day of the Dead. Ofrendas. Plural of ofrenda. O fries. Abbreviation of Old Frisian. O fris. Old Frisian. Plural of O. Office. Abbreviation of Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation. Obsp. Initialism of orange-fleshed sweet potato. Offspring. Obsolete spelling of offspring. Ovip. Plural of offsp. Ofsted. Acronym of Office for Standards in Education, Children's Services and Skills, the non-ministerial government department of His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Schools in England H. Mackay. Ot. Initialism of Office of Fair Trading. Ot. Often, frequently, not rarely. Oft mentioned. Alternative spelling of oft mentioned. Oft times. Alternative form of oft times. Oft used. Alternative spelling of oft used. Oft mentioned. Often mentioned. Oft repeated. Repeated often or frequently. Oft time. Alternative form of oft times. Oft times. Elsewhere. Archaic alternative form of oft times. Oft used. Frequently used. Oft. Abbreviation of often. Often. Frequently. Many times on different occasions. Oftentimes. Misspelling of oftentimes. Often wrong. Never in doubt. Having overconfidence in one's opinions that is impervious to failure. Oftener. Comparative form of often, more often. Ofteness. Superlative form of often, most often. Oftenly. Often. Oddness. The quality of happening often, frequency. Othens. Synonym of often. Oftentide. Often, frequently. Oftentime. Elsewhere. Archaic synonym of oftentimes. Oftentimes. Frequently, often. Often whiles. Often, frequently. Utter. Comparative form of oft, more often. Offersheim. A municipality of Rhein-Neckar-Kreis district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Oftest. Most often superlative form of oft, most oft. Ofttimes. Elsewhere. Archaic alternative form of ofttimes. Oft mentioned. Alternative spelling of oft mentioned. Oftness, the quality of happening often, frequency. Osttime, other. Ofttimes, elsewhere, archaic often, frequently. Oftest, alternative spelling of oft used. Oftwhiles, often, oftentimes. Afeuda, a type of talisman or amulet issued by a Shinto shrine. Afeudas, plural of Afeuda. Afudasaki, the main scripture in Tenrikayo. Aferes, a particular fungicide. Afero, alternative form of Furo Japanese bath. Aferos, plural of Afero. Afwa, Afwa, initialism of overseas Filipino worker. Avway, acronym of Office of Water Services, a regulatory body responsible for the water industry in England and Wales. Av, initialism of open feed water heater. Av, plural of Afu. Avwa, plural of OFW. Avst, initialism of older father's sister's daughter, father's sister's daughter older than oneself. Avst, plural of OFCD. Adas, initialism of older father's sister's son, father's sister's son older than oneself. Initialism of original gangsta, a person associated with the earliest era of gangster rap. A male given name from Hebrew. Initialism of other government agency. I Frizzini in Valdesette Osendio, Lombardy, Italy. Synonym of Greenland cod. Ahedin, a region in eastern Ethiopia. Anadinia, a proposed state seeking secession from Ethiopia. Amer, a young Celtic lord. Amers, plural of Ager. Hivelala. Alternative form of Oblala Lakota subtribe. Ugalala, a city, the county seat of Keith County, Nebraska, United States. Ava, alternative spelling of Ogam. Ogyamic, alternative form of Oghamic. Odams, plural of Ogam. Oganishan, a surname from Armenian. Oganesium, a rejected name for Oganesin. Oganesin, the chemical element symbol Og with atomic number 118. It is the heaviest known element, highly radioactive. It does not occur naturally. Originally expected to be a noble gas, it is now predicted to be a reactive metallic solid and a semiconductor or a post-transition metal. Odvith, a surname from Spanish. Ayasowara, a village and subprefecture of Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Ageses, plural of Obes. Amada, a surname from Japanese. Anatas, plural of Agata. Amawa, a surname from Japanese. Ad, initialism of Old God Baby, a conditional character conceived through the Dark Ritual and Dragon Age, Origins, or any character theorized by fans to have had a similar conception. Advench, in Igbo folklore, an evil spirit that is born into a family to bring them misfortune. Agbench, plural of Agbench. Ad, initialism of old German Baptist Brethren. Agremosho, a city in Oyo State in Nigeria. Ogboni, a fraternal institution indigenous to the Yoruba-speaking polities of Nigeria, Benin, and Togo, as well as among the Edo people. It performs a range of political, religious, and judicial functions. Ogbonna, a surname from Igbo. Ogbonas, plural of Ogbonna. Ogbono, the almond-like seeds of Ervingia gabonensis, used to thicken soup, etc. Ogborn, a surname from Old English. Ogborns, plural of Ogborn. Ogrer, a surname. Ogburns, plural of Ogburn. Og, initialism of office of the General Council. Ogcosphalid, any member of the family Ogcosphalidie. Ogcosphallids, plural of Ogcosphalid. Od, plural of OGC. Od, initialism of esophagogastroduodenoscopy. Odde, dog, insult. Ogden, a habitational surname from Old English. Ogden syndrome, an X-linked disorder of infancy with distinctive craniofacial features producing an aged appearance, growth failure, hypotonia, global developmental delays, cryptorchidism, and spontaneous cardiac arrhythmias. Ogden-Roxburgh model, an approach which extends hyperelastic material models to allow for the Mullins effect. Ogdensburgite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and zinc. Ogdo, synonym of octo. Ogdod, the group of 8 primordial deities worshipped at Hermopolis in ancient Egyptian times, Nonnet and Nu, Amunet and Amun, Kokit and Kuk, and Hahit and Ha. Ogdodes, plural of Ogdod. Ogdoes, alternative form of Ogdod, a thing made up of 8 parts. Ogdostich, a poem of 8 lines. Ogdostich, plural of Ogdostich. Ogdohedral, having hemimorphic trigonal pyramidal symmetry. Ogdohedry, the condition of being octohedral. Od, plural of OGD. Ode, a surname. OG, a double curve in the shape of an elongated S, an object of that shape. Ojid, alternative spelling of Ojid. Ojichi, a Blackwater river in Georgia, United States. Ojichi lime, a species of Tupelo nissa ojich which grows in swamps in Georgia and Florida. Ojichi limes, plural of Ojichi lime. Oji, having an oji. Oji is, plural of oji. Otama, a town in Saskatchewan, Canada. Ojima County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, West Branch. Alternative letter case form of OGG file format. An open bitstream container file format for audio, video, and other multimedia content. Adonition, a snarling or grumbling. Agarino, a surname from Italian. Ayayay, alternative form of aviari. Ades, plural of augi. Avin, alternative spelling of Aj. Avins, plural of Ogin. Adal, alternative form of Ogle. Adol, simple past and past participle of ogle. Ayals. Third person singular simple present indicative of ogle. Ogle. Some. Awesome, dreadful. Oveling. Present participle and gerund of ogle. Avi. A Cornish pasty. A simple chant to rouse a crowd. Ada. An ancient Celtic alphabet historically used to write primitive Irish. Adhamich. In, of, or pertaining to Agam. Adams. Someone who specializes in the academic study of Agam inscriptions. Adamis. Plural of Agamis. Adams. Plural of Agam. Ahai. An Armenian spirit distilled from fruits or berries. Adar. A language family, a subfamily of Turkic, of which Chuash is the only surviving member. Aghurik. Synonym of Agar language family. Adaz. A group of southwestern Turkic people, including the Turks and Turkmens. Adaz. Alternative form of Aghaz. Ovi. A fermented cereal porridge from West Africa, typically made from maize, sorghum, or millet. Alve. A surname from French. Achikyubo. A neighborhood of Tsujanami, Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Aioi. A surname from Scottish Gaelic. Ogilvy syndrome. A form of acute megacolon. Aiolis. Plural of Ogilvy. Aioi. A surname from Scottish Gaelic. Adiois. Plural of Ogilvy. Adju. A large body of water including the sea or the ocean. Ido. Having the curved, pointed shape of an ogive. Avio. The curve of a cumulative distribution function. Audio. Having an ogive. Audios. Plural of ago. Amilale. One of the 7 subtribes of the Lakota people living mainly on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Oglala, Lakota County, an unorganized county in South Dakota, United States, without a county seat. It was renamed from Cheyenne County in 2015. It is one of 66 counties in South Dakota. Aglaza, a surname. Adal, a surname. Ogle County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Oregon. Ogle fake, a false eyelash. Ogle fake raya, alternative form of ogle fake false eyelash. Ogle fake rayas, plural of ogle fake raya. Ogle fakes, plural of ogle fake. Ogle raya fake, alternative form of ogle fake false eyelash. Ogle raya fakes, plural of ogle raya fake. Agalen, a feminist form of protest in which a crowd of women would jeer at men seen as looking lecherously at women in public. Agalens, plural of agalen. Ayo, simple past and past participle of ogle. Awa, one who ogles. Odlers, plural of ogler. Odels, plural of ogle. Ogle shield, a wash-rind cow's milk cheese from Somerset. Ogle sum, Alternative form of Oglesome. Oglethorpe, a surname from Old Norse. Oglethorpe County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Lexington. Oglethorpes, plural of Oglethorpe. Obliastra, of or related to Obliastra. Obliastrian, of or related to Obliastra. Obling, action of the verb to ogle. Oblings, plural of obling. Obwell, archaic form of olio. Obwells, plural of oblio. Ame, written in or relating to ogam. Audros, a Celtic god of eloquence. Amor, a river in Bridgeon County Borough, southern Wales, which flows into the Bristol Channel at Ogmore by Sea. Ogmore Vale, a village in Ogmore Valley Community, Bridgeon County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SS 9390. Ogmore Valley, the valley of the River Ogmore cum Ogre in Welsh in Bridgeon County Borough, Wales. Ogden, a transliteration of the Macedonian male given name Oge and Ye and Ognan. Ognibene, a surname from Italian. Ognibians, plural of Ognibene. Ogden, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Ognjojo, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Ognjamir, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Ognjislav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Odno, initialism of object. Graph navigation language. Otho, Agen Ori. Anai, a barangay of Donsol, Sorsogon, Philippines. Ayagaro, a strong alcoholic drink of West Africa. Distilled from the juice of raffia palm trees. Adak bat, a Korean dish of boiled glutinous rice, prosa millet, sorghum, black beans, and red beans traditionally eaten at Diborium, the first full moon of the lunar year. Aganek, a hook-shaped diacritical mark symbol 328 attached underneath a vowel, typically to indicate nasalization, as in a, e, ei, u or u. Aganex, plural of Aganek. Agoni, a member of an ethnic group from southeastern Nigeria famous for their fight against oil industry exploitation. Agoniwan, the region of southeastern Nigeria inhabited by the Ogoni people. Agones, plural of Ogoni. Agon Ori, an edible seaweed Gracilaria spp. Odoe, the principal river of Gabon in west-central Africa. Agapogo, a large serpent-like aquatic creature, similar to the Loch Ness Monster, which is said to live in Lake Okanagan, British Columbia, Canada. Adisadu, a village in Mopti, Mali. Now, alternative form of Odwe River of Gabon. Atu, the Joint State Political Directorate Russian. Obeya ya da ununnn uyega os uda rs tv ya nn uya pe ol ite iche ya ska uya if pe ava el ya ne ya, ye Intelligence and State Security Service and secret police of the Soviet Union from 1923 to 1934. Ogre, a city in Central Latvia. Ogreish, resembling an ogre, cruel and wicked. Ogreshly, like an ogre. Ogreism, the character or manners of an ogre. Ogreisms, plural of ogreism. Ogroi, resembling or characteristic of an ogre. Ogre, a surname from Swedish. Ogrens, plural of ogren. Ogres, plural of ogre. Ogress, a female ogre. Ogresses, plural of ogress. Ogrish, alternative spelling of ogreish. Ogrishly, in an ogrish manner. Ogron, a surname. Plural of og. Obt, plural of Ogtir, the person who is fourth in the line of descent from a thane. Ogterms, plural of ogtern. Ot, initialism of oral glucose tolerance test. Ot, plural of ot. Ogulin, a city in Croatia. Arvonian, or relating to Agonius. Adon, a male given name from Yoruba. Abun, a river, lake, and valley in Gwynedd, Wales. Adida, the island home of the nymph Calypso where she entertained Odysseus for 7 years. Ajadum, of, pertaining to, or during the reign of Ogyges, a mythical king of Attica. Abbreviation of Ohio, a state of the United States. Expression of surprise. Used to indicate agreement. Oh boy, an expression of delight or joy. Oh dark hundred, some unspecified hour in the early morning implies an unpleasant time to be awake. Oh dark 30. Some unspecified hour in the early morning implies an unpleasant time to be awake. Oh dear, an expression of dismay, concern, worry, or disapproval. OMG, alternative letter case form of OMG. OMG. An exclamation of excitement, surprise, amazement, or shock. For a game or time period in which a player did not manage to sustain a particular attainment. First, plural of for. Oh girl, an expression of delight and joy, or sarcastically, dismay, resignation, frustration, or annoyance. Oh God, alternative form of oh my God. Oh hell, a trick-taking card game of British origin in which the object is to take exactly the number of tricks bid. Oh joy, a sarcastic exclamation of displeasure. Oh man, used to express disappointment or annoyance. Oh me of little faith, alternative spelling of oh me of little faith. Oh my, an expression of amazement. Oh my God. Oh my Allah. Oh my God. Oh my days, an exclamation of astonishment or gleeful disapproval. Oh my fuck, expression of shock or dismay. Oh my fucking God, an expression of anger, frustration, excitement, shock, dismay, etc. Oh my glob. Oh my God. Oh my God, said in supplication. Oh my God. Alternative form of oh my God. Oh my God particle. Alternative form of oh my God particle. Oh my God particle. Alternative form of oh my God particle. Oh my God particle. Alternative form of oh my God particle. Oh my God particles. Plural of oh my God particle. Oh my God particles. Plural of oh my God particle. Oh my God particles. Plural of oh my God particle. Oh my goddess. Said in excitement, shock, awe, dismay, or supplication. Oh my gods. Said during shock or surprise. Oh my goodness. Alternative form of my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Oh my heck. For hell from oh my hell or oh hell. Oh my hell. Expression of shock, frustration, or dismay. Oh my Lanta. An exclamation of surprise, excitement, or astonishment. Oh my God. Oh my life. Synonym of oh my days. Oh my Lord. An expression of surprise, astonishment, shock, dismay, supplication, or consternation. Oh my stars. An expression of surprise or astonishment. Oh my word. An expression of surprise or astonishment. Oh my Zeus. Synonym of oh my God. Oh no. An exclamation or expression of alarm about a problem or error. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Alternative form of oh. Oh, really? An exclamation of surprise or amazement. Oh, snap. Alternative form of oh, snap. Oh, so very, extremely often ironic. Oh, well. An expression of mild disappointment or resignation. Too bad. It's a pity. What can you do? It is what it is. Oh, were. Exclamation of surprise or disbelief. Oh, ye of little faith. Alternative spelling of oh ye of little faith. Oda. Used to indicate agreement, often sarcastically. Oh, brother. Used as an expression of frustration, disgust, disbelief, or incredulity. Oh, Dep. An expression of mild surprise or annoyance. Oh, God. Alternative form of oh God. Oh, I of little faith. Alternative form of oh me of little faith. Oh, my God. Alternative form of oh my God. Oh, my gosh. Alternative form of oh my gosh. Oh, my stars and garters. Expression of astonishment. Oh, snap. An expression of surprise or dismay. Oh, the humanity. Said in dismay, often sarcastically. Oh, well. Dated form of oh well. Oh, you. Indicates that the speaker is flattered because of something that the interlocutor said. Oh, dark 30. Alternative spelling of oh, dark 30. OMG. Alternative form of OMG. Oh my God particle. Alternative form form of oh my god particle. Oh my god particle, an ultra-high energy cosmic ray detected in 1991 of uncertain nature which exceeds the GZK limit, the highest energy particle ever discovered. Oh my god particle, alternative form of oh my god particle. Oh my god particles, plural of oh my god particle. Oh my god particles, plural of oh my god particle. Oh my god particles, plural of oh my god particle. Alternative form of o. Ozo. Alternative form of oso. Ozy. Alternative form of oz ounce. Oz's. Plural of oz. Abbreviation of Ohio. Initialism of Office of Hearings and Appeals USSSA. Alhava, a commune of Alba County, Romania. Alhivia. A local government area of Avia State, Nigeria. Awaguro, the Japanese custom of blackening the teeth with a solution of iron filings and vinegar, especially popular between the Heian and Edo periods from the 10th century until the late 19th century. Ohai, the deliberate misspelling of Ohai. Ohakyun, a small town in Ruapu District, Manawatu Wanganui, New Zealand. Ohana, an extended Hawaiian family unit. Ohanas, plural of Ohana. Oangua, a genre of music and dance among the Liuo people having sexually suggestive themes. Ohinian, a surname from Armenian. Ohara's fever. Shalermia. Ohali, a surname from Japanese. Ohajis, plural of Ohashi. Elha, a village and semi-rural community in Horohanu District, Manawatu Wanganui, New Zealand. Ohin, a surname. Initialism of overhead cam. Ochinalai, any of a group of liminoids found in Azadirachia indica. Over. Initialism of Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Plural of OHC. Initialism of Old High Dutch. Simple past and past participle of O. Alpha. A structure erected over the grave of a great and righteous person. Ohilo. A small red or yellow berry growing on the shrub Vaccinium reticulatum of volcanic parts of the Hawaiian Islands of Hawaii and Maui, or the shrub itself. Ohilloberries, plural of ohilloberry. Ohilloberry, the berry of Vaccinium reticulatum native to Hawaii, similar in taste to the cranberry. Ohilos, plural of ohilo. Initialism of Old High German. Alternative form of OHG. Old High German. High, a surname from Bengali. Ovia, either of two flowering trees of the myrtle family, especially. Ohio. Ohio. Ohin, alternative form of Ohioan. Ohans, plural of Ohian. Oh, yes. Plural of Alphia. The acronym of Office for Harmonization in the Internal Market. Present participle and gerundivo. Ohio. A state of the United States. Capital and largest city, Columbus. Ohio Burgee. The Ohioan flag, the only U.S. state flag in the shape of a Pittsburgh. Ohio City, a village in Van Wert County, Ohio, United States. Ohio County, one of 92 counties in Indiana, United States. County seat, Rising Sun. Ohio River, a major river in the United States, flowing 981 miles from the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela at Pittsburgh into the Mississippi at Cairo, Illinois. Ohio State, ellipsis of Ohio State University. Ohio Valley disease, histoplasmosis, a disease caused by the fungus species Histoplasma capsulatum. Ohioan, a native or resident of the state of Ohio in the United States of America. Ohioans, plural of Ohioan. Ohio's, the dialect of American English spoken in Ohio. Acronym of Ontario Health Insurance Plan. Ohira, a surname from Japanese. Ohais, plural of Ojai. Initialism of one-hit kill. Okonjo, a pueblo and census-designated place in Rio Arriba County, New Mexico, United States. Okay, simple past and past participle of OHK. O king, present participle and gerund of OHK. An instance of defeating an opponent with a single attack. A one-hit knockout. Okostone, a jagged rock with many crevices, popularly used in aquascaping, dragonstone. Plural of Oko. Plural of OHK. Initialism of Ontario Hockey League. A surname from German. Initialism of overhead line equipment, overhead lines, and supporting infrastructure that provide power to electric trains. Ohlendorf, a surname from German. Ohlendorfs, plural of Ohlendorf. A surname from German. Ohlers, plural of Ohler. Ohinger, a surname from German. Ohingers, plural of Ohlinger. Olin, a member of an indigenous population native to the San Francisco and Monterey Bay areas, California. Olones, plural of Olon. Os, plural of Ol. Ohlsdorf, a municipality in Gemünden District, Upper Austria, Austria. In the international system of units, the derived unit of electrical resistance, the electrical resistance of a device across which a potential difference of 1 volt causes a current of 1 ampere. Symbol, omega. Ohm's law. Ohm's observation that the direct current flowing in an electrical circuit consisting only of resistances is directly proportional to the voltage applied. Ohmed, an amount of electrical resistance measured in ohms. Ohmages, plural of ohmage. Omen, a surname from Swedish. Omens, plural of omen. Omefentanyl, a particular narcotic painkiller. Of or relating to or measured in ohms. Ohmic resistance, that portion of the apparent resistance or impedance of a circuit which depends only upon the dimensions of the conductors, their temperature, and the materials of which they are composed. Ohmic resistances, plural of ohmic resistance. Ohmically, by means of ohmic heating, the process by which the passage of an electric current through a conductor releases heat. Oh my god. I dialect spelling of oh my god. Oh my gosh. I dialect spelling of oh my gosh. Omalite, a monoclinic prismatic light pink mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, silicon, strontium, and titanium. Ohmmeter, a portable device for measuring relatively small values of electrical resistance. Ohmmeters, plural of ohmmeter. Ohms, initialism of on Her Majesty's / His Majesty's service. Ohms, plural of ohm. Oh my god. Alternative spelling of oh my god. Oh my god. I dialect spelling of oh my god. Oh my gosh. I dialect spelling of oh my gosh. Oh. Alternative form of on without. Analog. Alternative form of analog. Homologous. Relating to analogs. Analog. Plural of analog. Analog. One of a pair of paralogous sequences that result from complete genome duplication. Analogs, plural of analog. Onoscond, the fraction of time between making a mistake and realizing it. Onoscond, plural of onoscond. Of expressing surprise or gloating realization, aha. Ahamo. Barack Obama. Ilve, alternative form of ahoy. Ohoyamatsumi, alternative spelling of oematsumi. Oh, initialism of overhead projector. Of, plural of OHB. Oru, a city in southwestern North Macedonia. Urge, a town in Hohenlohe district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Olenast, alternative form of Ahura Mazda. Uz, initialism of occupational health and safety. Plural of OH. Uz, plural of O. Of, a surname from Japanese. Odahara syndrome, a progressive condition with a combination of severe epilepsy and cerebral palsy. It is characterized by severe physical and mental retardation and partial seizures. Odahara syndromes, plural of Odahara syndrome. Otami, a surname from Japanese. Ovu, a kind of rural in New Zealand under a government scheme of the mid-1970s. Ungakan, traditional Sioux evening stories. Alas, plural of Ohu. Of, initialism of off-highway vehicle. Of, plural of OHV. The alternative form of OZ ounce. Opportunistic infection. Pronunciation spelling of I. An orthographic oi with a diacritic that marks it as being the choice vowel, as in the word oil. Oi. Hey, look, drawing attention to something. Oive. Alternative spelling of oive. Oive. Alternative spelling of oive. Synonym of oi, a genre of British punk rock. Oil. Pronunciation spelling of isle. Pronunciation spelling of ive. Initialism of Old Indo-Aryan. Ayapo. Alternative form of oipak. Vibara, seppuku of a retainer at the time of his master's death. Oivete, initialism of operating income before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Alternative form of OICO, I see. Oh, I see. Abbreviation of Old Icelandic. Os, a short river in the Great Glen between Lough Owich and Lough Ness, Highland Council area, Scotland. Oishopabu, a traditional Japanese gambling game similar to Baccarat and the Korean game Seada, played with kabufuda or hanafuda cards, where the goal is to achieve a hand scoring as close to 9 points as possible. Oichakabu, alternative form of Oichokabu. Ovachamage, the elaborate hairstyle resembling a ginkgo leaf worn by secretary during bouts and on ceremonial occasions. OIC is plural of OIC. Oi. Initialism of office ID. Oi. Initialism of Open ID Connect. Ade. Plural of oidium. Adeo. Relating to or infected with oidium. Adeo. Of or relating to the fungus genus Oidium. Oidiomycosis. Infection with Oidium species, blastomycosis. Oidiomycete. Of or relating to oidiomycosis. Oidium. A fragile spore produced by some fungi. Oid. Plural of OID. Oid. Initialism of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Oid. Initialism of Office of the Inspector General. Oignonvert. Mid or May. Oignonsverts. Plural of Oignonvert. Oid. Plural of OIG. Oid. A member of the lower classes. Oidba. Association football. Oikiosis. The perception of something as being one's own or belonging to oneself. Oish, like an oik, yabish. I guess. Alternative form of osist. I guessed. Plural of oikis. Oikoclitic. Having an inflection and stress pattern characteristic of pre-European vocabulary. Icocris, an enclosing crystal in an poicolytic fabric. Icocrysts. Plural of oikocrysts. Oife. Plural of oikos. Oikology. The science of houses and homes considered especially in respect of their sanitary conditions. Oikonym, a type of toponym denoting a settlement or its part. Oikonyms, plural of oikonym. Oikophobe, one who suffers from oikophobia, especially one who identifies with a global group rather than feelings of patriotism or chauvinism. Oikophobes, plural of oikophobe. Oikophobia, ecophobia, fear of a home environment. Oikos, a basic societal unit in ancient Greece, a household or family line. Ois, plural of oik. What you mean? The civilized world or inhabited world, referring to the location and time in the known world where human civilization exists. Oikumens, plural of oikumen. Ah. Abbreviation of oxygenation laser. Oil, a surname from Indonesian. Oil and water, Two things which are incapable of mixing or coexisting harmoniously with each other. Oil and water don't mix. Black people and white people should not form relationships. An admonition against interracial relationships. Oil baron. A magnate or powerful individual in the oil business. Oil barons. Plural of oil baron. Oil beetle. Any of the genus Milo of blister beetles, which release oily droplets of toxic hemolymph from their joints when disturbed. Oil beetles. Plural of oil beetle. Oil bar. A microfossil, particularly a foraminiferan. Oil buds. Plural of oil bar. Oil burner. A heating device which burns fuel oil. An oil furnace. Oil burner route. A region of airspace in which military jets are authorized to carry out low-altitude training. Oil burner routes. Plural of oil burner route. Oil burners. Plural of oil burner. Oil cake. The solid residue remaining after any oilseed has been pressed to remove the vegetable oil. It is used with other ingredients as animal food. Oil cakes. Plural of oil cake. Oil can. Alternative form of oil can. Oil cans. Plural of oil can. Oil change. The process of draining old oil from an engine or gearbox and refilling it with fresh oil, often done at recommended intervals. Oil changes. Plural of oil change. Oil companies. Plural of oil company. Oil company. A company that is dedicated to trade or exploitation of petroleum/oil. This entity is a translation hub. Oil down. Alternative form of oil down. Oil downs. Exploitation of petroleum/oil. This entity is a translation hub. Oil down. Alternative form of oil down. Oil downs. Plural of oil down. Oil drum. A drum container used to transport oil. Oil drums. Plural of oil drum. Oil field. An area under which are reserves of petroleum, especially one with productive oil wells. Oil fields. Plural of oil field. Oil filter. A filter designed to remove contaminants from engine oil, transmission oil, lubricating oil, or hydraulic oil. Oil filters. Plural of oil filter. Oil firing. The burning of oil in a furnace to provide heat, or in a firebox to generate steam in a boiler. Oil gas. Gas for lighting or heating, made by distilling oil in closed retorts. Oil green. A pale yellowish green color. Oil lamp. A simple vessel used to produce light continuously for a period of time from a liquid fuel source, especially lamp oil. Oil lamps. Plural of oil lamp. Isle language. Synonym of lang dial. Isle languages. Plural of isle language. Oil mill. A factory in which vegetable oil is extracted from seeds or beans by milling. Oil nails. Plural of oil mill. Oil of brick. An empyreumatic oil obtained by subjecting a brick soaked in oil to distillation at a high temperature, formerly used in medicine and by lapidaries. Oil of bricks. Alternative form of oil of brick. Oil of lemon eucalyptus. an active insecticide ingredient based on oil produced from the lemon Eucalyptus corymbia citriodora containing 64% or more of pimentine 3-8-diol. Oil of merbane. Nitrobenzene. Oil of merbane. Alternative spelling of oil of merbane. Oil of olives. Olive oil. Oil of palm. Synonym of palm oil, edible plant oil. Oil of pedar. Pfefferwida. Oil of spike. An aromatic oil extracted from the European broadleaved lavender or aspic Lavandula latifolia, used in varnish and in veterinary medicine. Oil of talc. A nostrum made of calcine talc, famous in the 17th century as a cosmetic. Oil of turpentine. The liquid distillate of turpentine olorosin, principally of trees, especially pines. Oil of vitriol. Sulfuric acid. Oil of wine. Nanthic ether. Oil of wintergreen. The aromatic oil obtained from the berries of the wintergreen plant. Mostly methyl salicylate, used medicinally and in perfumes. Oil opera. An amoral drama focusing on corporate and domestic struggles, the lead character being a businessman or businesswoman fixated on pursuing a resource by any means necessary. Oil operas. Plural of oil opera. Oil paint. A paint in which the colors or pigments are suspended in an oil-based carrier such as linseed oil, which hardens on exposure to the air. Oil painting. A painting done with oil paints. Oil paintings. Plural of oil painting. Oil paints. Plural of oil paint. Oil palm. A plant of species Aloes guineensis, principal source of palm oil and palm kernel oil. Oil palms. Plural of oil palm. Oil pan. Soap. Oil pans. Plural of oil pan. Oil patch. Alternative form of oil patch. Oil patches. Plural of oil patch. Oil pipeline. A pipeline that carries crude oil. This entity is a translation hub. Oil platform. A large structure used to house workers and machinery needed to drill and then produce oil and natural gas in the ocean. Oil platforms. Plural of oil platform. Oil pull. To swish vegetable oil in one's mouth for the purpose of detoxing the body and healing the teeth and gums. Oil pulling. A traditional Ayurvedic folk remedy where vegetable oil is swished or held in the mouth, thereby supposedly pulling out toxins. Oil pose. Third person singular simple present indicative of oil pull. Oil radish. Synonym of oilseed radish. Oil radishes. Plural of oil radish. Oil rain lamp. Alternative form of rain lamp. Oil rain lamps. Plural of oil rain lamp. Oil refineries. Plural of oil refinery. Oil refinery. An industrial process plant where crude oil is processed and refined into useful petroleum products. Oil refining. The industrial process of converting crude oil into petroleum and other useful products. Oil reservoir. Synonym of petroleum reservoir. Oil reservoirs. Plural of oil reservoirs. Reservoir. Oil rig. A rig consisting of platform and machinery used to drill for oil and other petroleum products like natural gas. Oil rigs. Plural of oil rig. Oil rivers. The Niger Delta, once a major producer of palm oil, established as a British protectorate in 1884. Oil sand. A relatively loose sandstone or porous carbonate rock impregnated with bitumen. Oil sands. Plural of oil sand. Oil shale. A sedimentary rock containing kerogen from which petroleum-like shale oil can be produced by pyrolysis, hydrogenation, or thermal dissolution. Oil shales. Plural of oil shale. Oil slick. A thin film of oil floating on the surface of water, especially one that has leaked or been discharged from a ship. Oil slicks. Plural of oil slick. Oil spill. An escape or accidental discharge of oil, usually into the sea. Oil spills. Plural of oil spill. Oil spot. A spot consisting of oil. Oil spots. Plural of oil spot. Oil spotting. Synonym of oilosolosis. Oil stove. A stove for heating or cooking, powered by paraffin or kerosene. Oil stoves. Plural of oil stove. Oil swishing. Synonym of oil pulling. Oil tanker. A ship that transports oil petroleum, such as crude oil or bunker oil. Oil tankers. Plural of oil tanker. Oil terminal. An industrial facility for the storage of oil, petroleum, and petrochemical products. Oil terminals. Plural of oil terminal. Oil tests. A test for determining the temperature at which petroleum oils give off vapor which is liable to explode. Oil tests. Plural of oil tests. Oil trash. An uncultured, rowdy roughneck employed in the petroleum industry, especially a white trash person if used negatively. Oil tycoon. Synonym of oil baron. Oil tycoons. Plural of oil tycoon. Oilette. To lubricate with oil, to cover or smear with oil. Oil well. A hole drilled into the earth from which petroleum is pumped. Oil wells. Plural of oil well. Oil burning. Synonym of oil fired. Oil canning. A moderate deformation or buckling of sheet material, particularly common with flat sheet metal surfaces. Oil ditter. A bee of the genus Centvis native to the Americas. Oil down. The application of oil to the body in order to soothe and slash or prevent drying. Oil downs. Plural of oil down. Oil fire. Of a boiler or heating system, burning oil as a fuel to provide heat. Oil lit. Illuminated by burning oil. Oil patch. Alternative form of oil patch. Oil patches. Plural of oil patch. Oil rich. Having an abundance of petroleum. Oil seed camellia. A kind of camellia from which most tea oil is manufactured, Camellia oleifera. Oil seed camellias. Plural of oil seed camellia. Oil level. Able to the oil. Oil bath. A bath of Oil. Oilbes, plural of oil bath. Oilbean, an African tree, Pentaclethra macrophylla. Oilbeans, plural of oil bean. Oilbur, a super tanker that transports oil. Oilburs, plural of oil. Oilbur, a nocturnal South American bird of the species Stetornis caripensis of the order Stetornithiformes, related to the nichurs that feeds on the fruit of the oil palm and tropical laurels. Oilbirds, plural of oilbur. Oilbox, a container or reservoir for lubricating oil. Oilboxes, plural of oilbox. Oilcake, alternative spelling of oil cake. Oilcakes, plural of oil cake. Oil hair, a container with a long spout for holding oil and delivering it in drops or small quantities for lubrication. Oil pinning, alternative form of oil canning. Oil pen, plural of oil can. Oilcloth, a fabric or cloth treated on one side with a waterproof covering, especially one made from linseed oil, etc., used for flooring, tablecloths, kitchen shelves, and sometimes furniture covering. Oilcloth, dressed or covered in oilcloth. Oilcloths, plural of oilcloth. Oilcoat, an oilskin coat. Oilcoats, plural of oilcoat. Oilcrop, any plant or plant product harvested for oil. Oilcrops, plural of oilcrop. Oilcar, a device that dispenses oil for lubrication in an engine, etc., without the need for a human operator. Oil cups, plural of oil cow. Oiled out, a census-designated place in Kern County, California, United States. Oil them, the oil industry. Oil down, the national dish of Grenada, consisting of meat, breadfruit, and other vegetables, slow cooked in coconut milk, and plural of oil down. Oil, simple past and past participle of oil. Oiled silk, silk made waterproof by saturation with boiled oil. Oiled silks, plural of oiled silk. Oiled up, simple past and past participle of oil up. Oiler, one who or that which oils. Oileries, plural of oilery. Oilers, plural of oiler. Oilery, the business of producing oil from plants or animals. Oilfield, alternative spelling of oil field. Oilfielder, one who works on an oil field. Oilfielders, plural of oilfielder. Oilfields, plural of oilfield. Oilish, a snake mackerel Ruvidus proteaceus, having a high content of wax esters instead of glyceride oils. Oilfish, plural of oilfish. Oilbee, oil-based algal biofuel. Oilbit, a South African political scandal in which the petrol company Imvume Holdings was accused of paying millions of state money to the ruling African National Congress shortly before elections. Oil house, a building for storing and dispensing fuel oil. Oil house, plural of oil house. Awe, comparative form of oily, more oily. Oilies, plural of oily. Oilies, superlative form of oily, most oily. Oligarch, a member of the ruling class that obtains their power from control of the oil industry. Oligarchies, plural of oligarchy. Oligarchy, an elite group that obtains its power from control of the oil industry. Oilily, flatteringly, obsequiously. Oiliness, the quality of oily. Oiliness is, plural of oiliness. Oiling, present participle and gerund of oil. Oiling up, present participle and gerund of oil up. Oilings, plural of oiling. Owen, one who has made a large amount of money in the oil business. Owen, as, plural of oily and air. Oilish, characteristic of or resembling oil. Oilless, lacking or not using. Oil. Oillessness, absence of oil. Oilet, a round hole or circle with which an opening for an arrow slit terminates. Oilets, plural of oilet. Oil-like, resembling or characteristic of oil. Oilmer, somebody involved in the production, refinement or delivery of oil, such as an oil field worker or executive, or the owner of an oil well. Oilman, plural of oilman. Oilmonger, one who sells oil. Oilmongers, plural of oilmonger. Oila, any nut from which oil may be commercially extracted. Oilets, plural of oilnet. Oilocracies, plural of oilocracy. Oilocracy, a country whose capital comes mostly or largely from petroleum reserves. Oilometer, synonym of oilometer, instrument for determining the weight and purity of oil. Oilometers, plural of oilometer. Oiltar, alternative form of oil palm. Oildomes, plural of oil palm. Open, alternative form of oil pan. Oilthins, plural of oilpen. Oil paper, a translucent, waterproof paper made by soaking in oil. Oil papers, plural of oil paper. Oilfetch, a patch or puddle of oil. Oil patches, plural of oil patch. Oil presser, one whose occupation is pressing the oil from seeds, olives, etc. Oil pressers, plural of oil presser. Oil pressing, the occupation of pressing the oil from seeds, olives, etc. Oilproof, resistant to oil. Oilproof, simple past and past participle of oilproof. Oilproofing, present participle and gerund of oilproof. Oilproof. Proofs. Third person singular simple present indicative of oilproof. Oilry, a rig consisting of platform and machinery used to drill for oil and other petroleum products like natural gas. Oilrigs, plural of oil rig. Oils, plural of oil. Oils of turpentine. Plural of oil of turpentine. Oils ut. Third person singular simple present indicative of oil up. Oils end. Alternative spelling of oil sand. Oils ends. Plural of oil sand. Oilseed. The seed of any of several plants which are used commercially as a source of vegetable oil. Oilseed cake. Any of various varieties of animal feed manufactured from the meal remaining after vegetable oil has been extracted from seeds such as cottonseed and groundnut. Oilseed cakes. Plural of oilseed cake. Oilseed radish. Synonym of daikon, particularly when grown for its oil-bearing seeds or as a fallow crop, rather than for human consumption. Oilseed radishes. Plural of oilseed radish. Oilseed rape. The rape plant, having bright yellow flowers, source of an edible oil. Oilseeds. Plural of oilseed. Oilskin. Cloth made from cotton and treated with oil and pigment to make it waterproof. Oilskins. A waterproof garment made from oilskin used especially at sea. Oil smoke. Smoke from burning oil, especially such smoke that is thick and black. Oil spot. Alternative form of oil spot. Oil spots. Plural of oil spot. Oilstone. A type of stone used for sharpening objects such as knives and razor blades. Oilstones. Plural of oilstone. Oil stove. A stove or heater that burns kerosene. Oil stoves. Plural of oil stove. Oil tight. So tightly made that oil cannot enter or escape. Oil tightness. The quality of being oil tight. Oilway. An aperture or conduit for oil. Oilways. Plural of oilway. Oil up. Alternative form of oil well. Oilwells. Plural of oilwell. Oilwoman. A female oilman, a woman involved in oil production or delivery. Oilwomen. Plural of oilwoman. Oilworks. A factory producing oil, whether petroleum, oil shale, or vegetable oils. Oily. Covered with or containing oil. Oily bitterling. A temperate freshwater fish, Tanachia limbata, of the family Cyprinidae, that is found in central and southwestern Japan. Oily bitterlings. Plural of oily bitterling. Oily rag. An employee in a menial, unskilled role in a factory or workshop. Oily rags. Plural of oily rag. Oily rice. A kind of oily, flavorful rice prepared with fat, stock, ginger, garlic, and pandan leaves. Oily wad. An oil-powered torpedo boat. Oily wads. Plural of oily wad. Oilish. Somewhat oily. Oiliness. Alternative form of oiliness. IMO. Initialism of International Organization of Legal Metrology, French abbreviation. Oinha. Alternative form of oinom. Oinar. A Metis surname from Manipuri. Oinamche. Alternative form of oinom. I. Representing the grunting sound made by a pig. I. Simple past and past participle of oink. Oinker. Someone or something that oinks. Oinkers. Plural of oinker. Oinking. Present participle and gerund of oink. Oinks. Plural of oink. Eine show. Plural of oinet show. Eine showy. Plural of oinet show. Eine show. Alternative form of onacho. Anachos. Plural of oinacho. Oinakoi. Plural of oinako. Oinako. Alternative form of onacho. Oinako. Plural of oinako. Onology. Alternative spelling of onology. Onomancy. A form of divination conducted by examining patterns in wine. Onomania. Archaic form of onomania. Oinomal. Alternative form of onomal. To anoint. To. Simple past and past participle of oint. Present participle and gerund of oint. Otas. A viscous preparation of oils and or fats, usually containing medication, used as a treatment or as an emollient. Ointment lie. Resembling or characteristic of ointment. Ointments. Plural of ointment. Oints. Third person singular simple present indicative of oint. Oyo. A region of Guinea-Bissau. Ioxemus. Having a single species of hosts. An ancient Egyptian dry measure of volume equivalent to 4 hecats, about 19.2 liters or 0.54 bushels. Us. Plural of oit. What? Abbreviation of Old Irish. Warren. A high-status courtesan in Japan. Warrens. Plural of Warren. Wara. A member of the westernmost group of the Mongols. Warats. Plural of Warat. War. Alternative form of Warat. Wards. Plural of Ward. Warechtes. The Parliament of Ireland. Warish. Pronunciation spelling of Irish. Warska. A village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Ois. Initialism of officer-involved shooting. Plural of OI. Ois. Acronym of Ontario Institute for Studies in Education of the University of Toronto. Ois. A department of Picardy, Hauts de France, France. Capital, Beauvais in C code 60. Oi. A surname from Japanese. Ois. Plural of Oishi. Oisen. A male given name from Irish, variant of Oshin. Oisevity. Indolence, idleness. Oilm. Initialism of Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine. Oyster. Obsolete spelling of oyster. Oysters. Plural of oyster. Oysterwijk. A village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Initialism of out of India theory. abbreviation of Old Italian. The capital city of Oita Prefecture, Japan. Alternative spelling of Oita. Oitawa, a traditional Portuguese unit of dry measure, equivalent to 1.62.4 liters in different 19th century contexts. Oitavas, plural of oitava. Oithanid, any copud of the family Oithanidae. Oithanids, plural of oithanid. Wetisica, the tree Licania rigida, endemic to Brazil and Puerto Rico. Wetisica oil, a light yellowish oil obtained from the seeds of the Wetisica tree, used in paints and varnishes. Wetisica oils, plural of Wetisica oil. Wetisicas, plural of Wetisica. Oil, initialism of orange is the new black television series. Oidas, a village and commune of Bacău County, Romania. Oies, the female personification of pain and distress, said by Hesiodus is the ageni to be the offspring of Nyx and produced without the assistance of a father, identified with the Roman Myzuia misery. Odd, initialism of orange juice. Ojai, a city in Ventura County, California, United States. Oda, a surname. Ojdes, plural of Ojda. Orda, a motorcycle taxi in Indonesia. Odex, plural of Ojek. Ada, a sorcerer or folk healer in parts of India and Nepal. Adas, plural of Ajha. Ajebwa. Alternative spelling of Ojibwe. Ojibwe, archaic spelling of Ojibwe. Ojibways, plural of Ojibwe. Ojibwe, the language spoken by the native Algonquin people of central Canada, one of a closely related group of languages and dialects of the Algonquian branch of the Algic language family. Ojibwas, plural of Ojibwe. Ajaya, a Japanese carved bead worn between the Inro and Netsuk. Ajimes, plural of Ajime. Ojos azules, a domestic cat breed originating in the southwest United States that has deep blue eyes. Ojos de Agua, a town in Chalatenango Department, El Salvador. Ojos del Salado, a dormant complex volcano in the Andes on the Argentina-Chile border. Ajao Sama, a rich girl. Ajao Samas, plural of Ajao Sama. Ajir, online journalism review. Ad, plural of OJ. Ad, initialism of on-the-job training. Adulate, a monoclinic prismatic greenish-yellow mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and zinc. Okay. Endorsement, approval, acceptance, acquiescence. Okay. A language family spoken in Papua New Guinea. Okay, boomer. Alternative form of okay, boomer. Okay, boomer. Alternative form of okay, boomer. Okay, boomer. alternative form of OK, boomer. OK Corral, a saloon in Tombstone, Arizona, United States, which was the site of a brief but bloody and legendary shootout in October 1881. OK, please. OK, used to indicate acknowledgement or acceptance. OK, yeah. An affirmative response. At. Simple past and past participle of OK. Otter. Alternative form of OK or one who OKs something. OK. Present participle and gerund of OK. OKs. Plural of OK. OK. Boom. Alternative form of OK, boomer. OK, boomer. Used to sardonically counter or dismiss an older person, typically a baby boomer, as lacking an understanding of the circumstances, priorities, or culture of a younger generation, especially by a millennial or zoomer. OK, zoomer. Used to sardonically counter or dismiss a younger person, typically a Gen Z or millennial, as lacking an understanding of the circumstances, priorities, or culture of an older generation, especially by a baby boomer. OK. Abbreviation of Oklahoma, a state of the United States. OK. Abbreviation of Oklahoma, a state of the United States. Of. A river in central Russia, the largest right tributary of the Volga. Anhada. A surname from Japanese. Akadake, of or pertaining to akadaic acid or its derivatives. Akadaic acid, a toxin that accumulates in bivalves and causes diuretic shellfish poisoning. Akadaic acids, plural of akadaic acid. Akadas, plural of akada. Akahengia, a city in Atazanjipur region, central Namibia. Ahai, a ghost town in Nunatsiavut, Newfoundland and Labrador. Okaloosa County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Crestview. Agama, a gay man in the context of Japanese culture, especially one who is effeminate or cross-dresses. Akamisan, the wife of a stable master who oversees all activities except coaching. Akamoto, a surname from Japanese. Akamura, a surname from Japanese. Okanagan, or relating to the sales, a surname from Japanese. Akamura, a surname from Japanese. Okanagan, or relating to the salespeople. Okanagan Similkameen, a regional district in southern British Columbia, Canada, bordering onto the state of Washington in the United States. Okanagans, plural of Okanagan. Okamj, alternative form of Okanai. Okanogan, alternative form of Okanagan. Okanogan County, one of 39 counties in Washington, United States. County seat, Okanogan. Okanaganai, a trigonal rare earth fluoro-borosilicate mineral. Okanogans, plural of Okanogan. Ahinai, absence of the form of vowel called Akanai. Ahipada, alternative form of kapana barbecued meat, etc. Ahapi, a large ruminant mammal of species Acapia johnstoni, found in the rainforests of the Congo, related to the giraffe but with a much shorter neck, a reddish-brown coat, and zebra-like stripes on its hindquarters. Ahabis, plural of akapi. Akara, a food made from soybean pulp, a byproduct of soy milk production. Acarito brown kiwi, a recently identified kind of kiwi of species Apteryx rowi. Acarito brown kiwis, plural of Acarito brown kiwi. Acarito kiwi. Synonym of acarito brown kiwi. Acarito kiwis. Plural of acarito kiwi. Okas. Plural of oka. Akavango. A river in southwestern Africa. Acavirus. Any virus of the genus Acavirus that infects crustaceans. Acaviruses. Plural of Acavirus. Akawa. A surname from Japanese. Akawa. A city in Fukuoka Prefecture, Japan. Okay. Alternative spelling of okay. Akiyama. A prefecture of Japan. Akiyama white. A tetragonal scalenohedral creamy white mineral containing boron, calcium, oxygen, and silicon. Okay. Simple past and past participle of okay. Ater. Comparative form of okay, more okay. Akaers. Plural of akaer. Okayus. Superlative form of okay, most okay. Okaying. Present participle and gerund of okay. Okaish. Somewhat okay. Tolerable. Okayly. In an okay manner. Okayness. The state or condition of being okay, adequateness, tolerableness. Okays. Plural of okay. Okazaki. A surname from Japanese. Okazaki fragment. One of many short, newly synthesized DNA fragments formed on the lagging template strand, i.e. lagging strand during DNA replication. Okazaki fragments. Plural of Okazaki fragment. Okazakis. Plural of Okazaki. A special design bureau of the Soviet Union that performed experimental research and development. Plural of OKB. Abbreviation of Oklahoma City. OkCupid. A user of the American online dating service OkCupid. OkCupiders. Plural of OkCupid. Abbreviation of Okidoki. Simple past of ache. Okanos. Synonym of oceanus god and personification of the world ocean. Okay. Simple past and past participle of okay. Oten. A surname. Okay. Okeechobee. A lake in Florida. Okeechobee County. One of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Okeechobee. Okefenokee. A shallow peat-filled wetland straddling the Georgia-Florida line in the United States. Ote. Dated form of okay. Okehampton. A town and civil parish with a town council in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref S. Sex 5995. Okehampton Hamlets. A civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England, which surrounds Okehampton Civil Parish. Oted. Simple past and past participle of okay. Oting. Present participle and gerund of okay. Okiz. Third person singular simple present indicative of okay. Otolo. A surname of the Luo and Acre peoples of Uganda, Sudan, and Kenya. Okolos. Plural of okolo. Akilo. Alternative form of okolo. Akilos. Plural of akilo. Ogna. A city, the county seat of Okfuskee County, Oklahoma, United States. Oakmet, a river in Devon, England, which joins the River Torridge, formed from the tributaries East Oakment River and West Oakment River. Ognai, a silicate mineral associated with zeolites, having the chemical formula Ca2O2H2O. Ognites, plural of oaknite. Ovnut, a particular carotenoid. Occur, comparative form of okay, more okay. Over, interest on money, usury, increase. Over, simple past and past participle of ochre. Obre, present participle and gerund of ochre. Acero, alternative form of okra. Overs, plural of ochre. Oaks, plural of oak. Oxen, a surname from Swedish. Oxens, plural of oxen. Okas, superlative form of okay, most okay. Ovi, a surname. Ovitovi, alternative form of hokey cokey. Ovidovi, alternative form of okie dokie. Okie dokie smoky, alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Okie dokie smoky, alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okie dokie, okay, alright. Okie dokie, smoky, alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Okie dokie, smoky, alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Oh no, okay. Oh really? An exclamation of accordance, okay, okay. Okie artichoke, alternative form of okie dokie, artichoke. Okie dokie smoky, alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Okie dokie smoky, alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Okie dokie, smoky, okie dokie. Okay, alright. Okie dokie, smoky. Alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Okie dokie smoky, alternative form of okie dokie, smoky. Okie alternative form of okie doke. Okie dokie, alternative form of okie dokie. Okies, plural of okie. Aka, initialism of Open Knowledge Foundation. Okfuskee County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Oklahoma. Akkad, an urban locality, a work settlement, the administrative center of Okhotsk District, Khabarovsk Krai, Russia. Okhotsk culture, an archaeological coastal fishing and hunter-gatherer culture that developed around the southern coastal regions of the Sea of Okhotsk. Okhotsk current, synonym of Oyashio current. Okhotskite, a mineral containing calcium, manganese, silicon, oxygen, and hydrogen, first found in Japan. Okhrana, a secret police force of the Russian Empire. Okhranka, alternative form of Okhrana. Akhyaga, a city and rayon of Sumy Oblast, Ukraine. Ovi, a surname from Japanese. Ovi, a person from Oklahoma. Ovidobi, alternative form of okie dokie. Ovyo. A scheme or stratagem intended to cheat or swindle. Trick. Ovyo. Alternative form of okie dokie. Okto. A town known for its copper mines in Northern Cape Province, South Africa. Agis, plural of oki. Akimono, a Japanese ornament or decorative object. Akimonos, plural of akimono. Akimoto, a surname from Japanese. Akimotos, plural of Akimoto. Ahina, the Hawaiian apostrophe-like letter used to indicate the glottal stop consonant. Okanagan, a member of a Salishan tribe who once occupied an extensive territory on the Okanagan and Similkameen rivers in northern Washington and the adjacent part of British Columbia. Okanagans, plural of Okanagan. Ahinas, plural of Akina. Okinawa, a prefecture and island group of Japan. Okinawa diet, a weight loss diet based on the eating habits of the indigenous people of the Ryukyu Islands. Okinawa rail, a species of rail. Galeralis okinawi, endemic to Okinawa Island in Japan. Okinawa rails, plural of Okinawa rail. Okinawan, of from or relating to the island, city, or Okinawa Prefecture, Japan. Okinawan habu, any member of either of two species of venomous pit viper found on the Ryukyu Islands of Japan. Okinawan habas, plural of Okinawan habu. Okinawan purple potato, synonym of Okinawan sweet potato. Okinawan purple potatoes, plural of Okinawan purple potato. Okinawan sweet potato, a variety of sweet potato grown in Okinawa that has purple flesh. Okinawan sweet potatoes, plural of Okinawan sweet potato. Okinawan yam, synonym of Okinawan sweet potato. Okinawan yams, plural of Okinawan yam. Okinawaness, the quality or characteristic of being Okinawan. Okinawans, plural of Okinawan. Okinaxobin, a type of thrombin present in the venom of Ovophis okinavensis. O king, present participle and gerund of OK. Okinote or Shima, an island of Japan, properly 2 rocks on a coral reef atoll. Oteda, a major religious ceremony conducted by the Mandan people. Ogis, plural of Oki. Okish, alternative form of Akash. Akeian, of or pertaining to the Japanese economist Nobuo Akishio and his theories. Akia, the lodging house of a geisha. Akias, plural of Akia. Ava, alternative form of Oka. Akaliger, alternative form of Vakaliga. Ottered, pronunciation spelling of awkward. Abez, plural of Aka. Ottered, pronunciation spelling of awkward. Attalian, a member of the Akaliga people. Akalians, plural of Akalian. Ava, alternative form of Okla, abbreviation of Oklahoma, is state of the United States. Okla, abbreviation of Oklahoma, is state of the United States as used in case citations and elsewhere. Oklavala, a western division of the Choctaw people. Oklahoma, alternative form of Oklahanali. Oklahanali, a tribe of Native Americans inhabiting Oklahoma. Oklahoma, a state in the central United States, formerly a territory. Capital, Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, the capital city of Oklahoma, United States, and the county seat of Oklahoma County. Oklahoma County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat. Oklahoma City. Oklahoma drill. In gridiron football, a practice technique wherein two players run at each other within a narrow corridor with the aim of either tackling the opponent, driving them out of bounds, or scoring a touchdown. Oklahoma drills. Plural of Oklahoma drill. Oklahoma land rush. The chaotic period following the opening of Indian Territory to settlement in 1889 as the U.S. state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma onion burger. A smash burger with thinly sliced yellow onions piled on top of the ground beef. Oklahoma onion burgers. Plural of Oklahoma onion burger. Oklahoma plum. The native or resident of the state of Oklahoma in the United States of America. Oklahomans. Plural of Oklahoman. Oklahomian. Alternative form of Oklahoman. Oklahomians. Plural of Oklahomian. Oklahomo. Derogatory name for Oklahoma, a state of the United States. Otmulgee. A city, the county seat of Otmulgee County, Oklahoma, United States. Otmulgee County. One of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat. Otmulgee. A dialect cluster spoken in Nigeria. Akati. A surname from Japanese. Akol. Anus, but. Akolhau. A distilled beverage made from the Thai root and often containing other ingredients, such as sugarcane and pineapple. Akols. Plural of akol. Akalana. A number of places in the United States. Akanai. An electrical insulation material made from the residue produced by distilling ozocrite. Okonomiyaki. A Japanese style of savory pan-fried thick pancake including a mixture of vegetables and beef, pork, or seafood. Okonski. A surname from Polish. Okonskis. Plural of Okonski. Ok or Efer. A surname from Igbo. Okoro. A surname from Igbo. Okorakov effect. The phenomenon in which heavy ions move in crystals under chilling conditions. Okorakov effects. Plural of Okorakov effect. Okoros. Plural of Okora. Okatoks. A town in Alberta, Canada. Agum. Okamia Clanina, an African hardwood. Akoi. A surname from Igbo. Akais. Plural of Akoi. Uho. A surname. Odger. Alternative form of OKR's objectives and key results. Oprah. The edible immature mucilaginous seed pod papilli capsule of the Abelnash Esculentus. Akai, an administrative division of Bulgaria between 1946 and 1987, similar to a district or county. Agrars, plural of Akrai. Agrem, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Agran, a surname. Okras, plural of okra. Okratini, a martini cocktail made with okra. Okratinis, plural of okratini. Akre, a surname from Polish. Akres, plural of akre. Apri, obsolete form of okra. Akrit, a surname from Polish. Akro, alternative form of okra. Agresha, a cold raw vegetable soup, part of the national cuisines of Russia and Ukraine, usually made by pouring kvass or kefir in a pot of diced cucumber, radish, green onion, boiled potato, boiled egg, sausage or meat, sour cream, and seasoned with dill and parsley. Akreshkas, plural of akrashka. Akr, initialism of objectives and key results. Akroi, an administrative division of some Slavic states. Akruta, plural of Akrai. Akrods, plural of Akrai. Agra, alternative form of Akrag. Akras, plural of Akra. Agrai, plural of Akra. Agri, alternative form of Okra. Okays, plural of okay. Asana, a transliteration of the Russian or Ukrainian female given name Okasa, acute and Oksana. Okta, 1/8 of the total area of the celestial dome, used as a measure of cloudiness. 1 octa means that 1/8 of the sky is obscured, 2 octas that 1/4 is obscured, and so on. Octadrachum, alternative form of octadrachum. Octadrachums, plural of octadrachum. Ontata, a small town in Oklahoma, United States. Octas, plural of Octa. Octabay County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Starkville. Oktoberfest, a 2-week public festival in Munich, Bavaria, southern Germany, held yearly in late September and early October, known especially for the large party tents in which revelers consume beer on long benches. Oktoberfests, plural of Oktoberfest. Oktotchos, alternative form of Oktetchos. Aktyavisky, a city in Bashkortostan, Russia. Of initialism of Orang-Kurang Upay, a person with less ability, special needs person. Okubai, a Japanese bust portrait. Okuchani, a municipality of Croatia. Okuda, a surname from Japanese. Okudera, a surname from Japanese. Okudis, plural of Okuda. Okulski, a surname from Polish. Okulski is plural of Okulski. Oguma, a surname from Japanese. Okumura, a surname from Japanese. Ova, a surname from Polish. Oken's law, an empirically observed relationship between unemployment and losses in a country's production. The gap version states that for every 1% increase in the unemployment rate, a country's GDP will be roughly an additional 2% lower than its potential GDP. The difference version describes the relationship between quarterly Union of or relating to Arthur Melvin Oken 1928-1980, American economist. Okunanashi, the Japanese god of nation building, farming, business, and medicine, as well as love and good love matches. Okunanashi no Mikoto, the Japanese god of nation building, farming, business, and medicine, as well as love and good matches. Okanjen, alternative form of kunjin. Okans, plural of Okan. Afufufupu, alternative form of Kupikupu. Aokuriyashi, a situation in which a rikishi accidentally steps out of ring whilst carrying his opponent out, his opponent thus winning. Okuridashi, a kimerite in which the attacker drives his opponent out from behind. Okirigate, a kimerite in which the attacker hooks his legs behind one of his opponents and pulls it towards himself from behind, toppling his opponent forward. Okirigana, in the Japanese language, the kana which follow a stem written with kanji, which record how that stem is inflected, and guides recognition of the appropriate kanyomi reading word stem associated with the kanji. For example, Japanese letter ku in Japanese letter karu in Chinese letter uku, to float, intransitive, in Chinese letter uk abaru, to float, transitive, or Japanese letter mu in Japanese letter kur in Chinese letter umu, to birth, and Chinese letter ikaru, to live. Perhaps analogous to sent and d in English first, second. Okura ikiatoshi, a kimerite in which the attacker circles behind his opponent and pulls him down while backing away. Okurinage, a kimerite in which the attacker circles behind his opponent and throws him forward or to the side and down. Okiritaushi, a kimerite in which the attacker forces his opponent down from behind. Okiritsuradashi, a kimerite in which the attacker circles behind his opponent, lifts him up and carries him out of the ring. Okiritsuri Atoshi, a kimerite in which the attacker circles behind his opponent, then lifts him up and slams him down. Ave, an early subdivision of the old Bering Sea culture. Aqua, alternative form of okra. Aquas, plural of aqua. Apakwu, an Igbo funeral ceremony. Aquapuas, plural of aquakwu. Abbreviation of online. Non-standard form of old. Al-Semit, an alphabet with 30 letters, used for the Sentali language. Al-Chiki, Al-Semit, the Sentali alphabet. Contraction of old, used chiefly preceding names as a term of affection, admiration, or respect. All reliable, known to work, based on extensive experience. Abbreviation of Olympiad. A female given name used in the U.S. in the end of the 19th century. Allahu Akbar, a phrase mocking the Muslim takbir, Allahu Akbar. Allocacious, of or relating to the allocacy. Election, alternative form of election. Aleti. Alternative form of aleti. Aleti. Small thick pancakes or fritters common in Russian and Ukrainian cuisines. Ola. A male given name from Old Norse. Olivler. A fluoride-containing substance used in dental treatment. Olalda. A surname. Olalda. Plural of Olalda. Olalabaries. Plural of Olalabary. Olalabary. Alternative form of Olalibary. Olalidaries. Plural of Olalibary. Olalidary. Alternative form of Olalibary. Olalidaries. Plural of Olalibary. Olalidary. A hybrid berry with a tart taste created by crossing a login berry and a young berry. Ola. Alternative form of Olam. Olam Haba. The Jewish afterlife or mythic future, usually thought to occur after the coming of the Messiah, in which the righteous are rewarded for their good deeds and the wicked punished for their evil deeds. Olam Hazeh. The world of the living as opposed to the afterlife. Alami. Ethan Alamin. Olens. Plural of Olam. Alencher. A census-designated place in Inyo County, California, United States. Alencher. A department, the largest of 18 in Honduras. Roland. The second largest island of Sweden. Allender. A surname from Swedish. Allenders. Plural of Allender. Alango. A barangay of Payagapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Alaner. A surname. Alanos. Plural of Alano. Alaner. A commune of Valsia County, Romania. Olanzapine. An antipsychotic drug CHH4S administered orally, especially in the short-term treatment of schizophrenia and acute manic episodes of bipolar disorder. OLA. Acronym of Online Analytical Processing. Alaperu. A particular anti-cancer drug. OLA. Alaquindax. A quinaxaline compound used to promote growth in pigs. Olaratumab. A particular monoclonal antibody. Oleri. Various villages and communes of Romania. Oas. Plural of Ola. Ale. A statutory town in Montrose County, Colorado, United States, named after Olathe, Kansas. Alation. The process by which metal ions form polymeric oxides in aqueous solution. Alations. Plural of alation. Olivaria. A city and partido in Buenos Aires Province, Argentina. Olive. A surname. Olives. Plural of olive. Alosauca. A festival taking place annually on the 28th and 29th of July in Tórshavn, Faroe Islands. Olive. Palm leaves. Prepared for being written upon with a steel-tipped stylus. Alea. A surname. Aleas. Plural of alea. Aleo. A surname. Aleos. Plural of aleo. Ales. Plural of ale. Alizabal. A surname. Alizabals. Plural of Alizabal. Alber's paradox. The observation that the night sky is mostly dark, yet, in a boundless universe of stars, every line of sight from me I must eventually intercept the surface of a star. Alwea. A city and commune in Sassari Province, northern Sardinia, Italy. Of. Initialism of Office of Legal Counsel of the U.S. Justice Department. Alt. Alternative form of Alch. Altai. Alternative form of Alch. Oh. Initialism of Oxford Latin Dictionary. Oh. A surname. Old Aberdeen. A historical neighborhood and community council area in Aberdeen, Aberdeen Council Area, Scotland, north of the city centre OS Grid Ref NJ 9308. Old Adam. A human nature of a sinful, unregenerate or unredeemed state. Old Age. The mainstream of Western culture, especially as existed prior to the New Age movement. Old Age. The latter part of life when one is an older adult, especially the years from age 65 onward. Old Age Home. Nursing home. Old Age Pension. A pension paid to people by the state when they reach a predefined age to compensate for loss of earnings. Old Age Pensioner. Alternative spelling of Old Age Pensioner. Old Age Pensioners. Plural of Old Age Pensioner. Old Age Pensions. Plural of Old Age Pension. Old Albanian. Any variety of the Albanian language is attested in the 15th-17th centuries. Old Ale. Any dark, malty, relatively strong beer. Old Ales. Plural of Old Ale. Old Albesford. A small village and civil parish in Winchester District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 5834. Old Anatolian Turkic. Synonym of Old Anatolian Turkish. Old Anatolian Turkish. The ancestor language of modern Turkish, spoken in Anatolia between the 13th and 15th centuries, from which Ottoman Turkish developed. Old Arabic. The earliest attested stage of the Arabic language, beginning with the first attestation of personal names in the 9th century BC and culminating in the codification of Classical Arabic beginning in the 7th century AD. Old Aramaic. The earliest stage of the Aramaic language spoken in the Levant during the Iron Age. Old Armenian. The oldest attested form of the Armenian language, first written down at the beginning of the 5th century AD and spoken until 12th century, then replaced by Middle Armenian, served as a literary language until the 18th-19th centuries, partly intelligible to speakers of modern Armenian. Old Army Gang. The shell game or thimble rig. Old S time. Old Babylonian. The historical period of the First Babylonian dynasty. Old Bag. A nasty, troublesome old woman. Old Bags. Plural of old bag. Old of the First Babylonian dynasty. Old Bag. A nasty, troublesome old woman. Old Bags. Plural of old bag. Old Bailey. A street in the city between Holborn Circus and St. Paul's Cathedral. Old Ball. A cricket ball that has been used in a previous match or used in the current match for more than 30 overs. Old Balls. Plural of old ball. Old Banger. A decrepit car. Old Bangers. Plural of old banger. Old Barak. A banner in Hillenburg, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, China. Old Basford. A northern suburb of Nottingham, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 5543. Old Basing. a village in Old Basing and Lichbit Parish, Basingstoke and Dean District, Hampshire, England, to the east of Basingstoke OS Grid Ref SU 6652. Old Basing and Lichbit, a civil parish in Basingstoke and Dean District, Hampshire, England, that includes the named places. Old being, an old friend, an old chap or fellow. Old beans, plural of old bean. Old Belarusian, the Old East Slavic language. Old believer, any of those who separated from the official Russian Orthodox Church after 1666 as a protest against the church reforms introduced by Patriarch Nikon between 1652 and 1666. They continue liturgical and ritual practices which predate the reforms. Old believers, plural of old believer. Old Bering Sea, an archaeological culture associated with a distinctive, elaborate circle and aesthetic style and centered on the Bering Strait region. Old Dale, a police officer. Old Blighty. Great Britain, Britain, or England, especially as viewed from abroad. Old Lou, nickname for Yale University. Old Bolingbroke, a village in Bolingbroke Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 3565. Old Bourbon, a region of Kentucky, United States. Old Boy, an alumnus especially of a public school. Old Boy Network, a presumed unacknowledged system of association between childhood friends, especially those at school or university together, used for mutual assistance or favoritism. Old Boy Networks, plural of Old Boy Network. Old Boyism, the existence and use of Old Boy networks. Old Boys, plural of Old Boy. Old Boys Club, a boys' club, an organization that excludes women, especially one with an established history of male control. Old Boys Clubs, plural of Old Boys Club. Old Brampton, a village in Brampton Parish, Northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3371. Old Breton, an early form of the Breton language spoken in the north of France between the 9th and the 11th century AD. Old Broad, a female old fart. Old Broads, plural of Old Broad. Old Bielatukan, a barangay of Makalala, Cotabato, means. Old Bulgarian. Old Church Slavonic. Old Capital Site, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Old Castile, a former region of northern Spain. Old Cat, a traditional game resembling baseball. Old Catalan, the Catalan language as it existed in the Middle Ages. Old Catholic, pertaining to a group of churches that split from the Roman Catholic Church over the dogma of papal infallibility, which they did not agree with. Old Catholic Church, a particular Christian denomination that split from the Roman Catholic Church over matters of doctrine. Old Catholics, plural of Old Catholic. Old Cahan, an outer suburb of Norwich and civil parish in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref FTG 2312. Old Chap, affectionate term of address for a man. Old Chaps, plural of Old Chap. Old Chestnut, a well-worn story. Old Chestnuts, plural of Old Chestnut. Old Chinese, a linguistic ancestor of the Chinese languages spoken during roughly the first millennium BCE. Old Christmas, synonym of Little Christmas. Old Church Slavic, synonym of Old Church Slavonic. Old Church Slavonic, the first literary and liturgical Slavic language. Old Cleve, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District OS Grid Ref SD 0341. Old Clothesman, alternative form of Old Clothesman. Old Clothesmen, plural of Old Clothesmen. Old Cockayam, the Cockayam, Colocasia esculenta, so called to distinguish it from New Cockayam. Old Cockayams, plural of Old Cockayam. Old Todger, an old man. Old Codgers, plural of Old Codger. Old College Tries, plural of Old College Try. Old College Try, a vigorous, committed attempt or effort, often in the context of a nearly hopeless situation where failure is expected. Old Colwyn, a suburban area and community in Canley Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 8778. Old Comedy, the first period of the ancient Greek comedy, according to the canonical division by the Alexandrian grammarians, often involving political commentary and sexual innuendo and typified by Aristophanes. Old Comic, relating to the old comedy of ancient Greece. Old Cornish, an early form of the Cornish language, used circa 800-1200 AD. Old Cowlston, a village near Cowlston, Borough of Croydon, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 3157. Old Countries, plural of Old Country. Old Country, alternative form of Old Country. Old Country, the country of origin of an immigrant or of a person of immigrant descent. Old Covenant, synonym of Mosaic Covenant. Old Crow, a community in Yukon, Canada. Old Cummock, synonym of Cummock, East Ayrshire, which might be derived from the parish. A railway station there was also named Old Cummock at one time, later renamed Cummock before closure. Old Czech, a historical form of the Czech language, spoken between the 12th and 15th. Old Dalby, a village in Broughton and Old Dalby Parish, Melton District, Leicestershire, England OS Grid Ref SK 6723. Old Danish, Old East Norse dialect, also sometimes considered a separate language. Several other names are used as well as spoken from the 9th to 11th centuries in Denmark. Old Dart, Britain, England, London, or Ireland, the Old Country. Old Days, a period that was a relatively long time ago, the distant past. Old Dear, Old Woman. Old Dears, plural of Old Dear. Old Dear, a village in North Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 9747. Old Delhi, an urban area located in the National Capital Territory of Delhi, formerly the capital of the Mughal Empire. Old Deneby, a village in Deneby Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4899. Old Dominion. Official nickname for Virginia, a state of the United States, originally the nickname given by Charles Roman II of England to the colony of Virginia. Old Dragon. A former student in the Dragon School, Oxford. Old Dutch. A branch of Old Low Franconian with a Frisian substrate, spoken and written during the Middle Ages c. 9th to 12th century in the Netherlands and the northern part of present-day Belgium, as well as in areas of northern France along the North Sea coast and adjoining Belgium. This language represents the first attested stage of the Dutch language and its dialects, being succeeded by Middle Dutch in the later Middle Ages. Old Earth creationism. The belief that God created the universe and the earth very long ago and that the universe and the earth are as old as scientists have proven. Old Earth creationism. Alternative form of Old Earth creationism. Old Earth creationists. A proponent of Old Earth creationism. Old Earth creationists. Plural of Old Earth creationists. Old East Low Franconian, the variety of Old Low Franconian that was spoken in Limburg and the Rhineland. Old East Norse, the Eastern dialect of Old Norse that evolved into Danish and Swedish. Old East Slavic, a Slavic language used from the 10th to the 14th centuries by East Slavs in the state of Kievan Rus and its successors, the ancestor of Belarusian, Russian, and Ukrainian. Old East Slavonic, the Old East Slavic language. Old Egyptian, the Egyptian language as spoken from 2600 to 2000 BC during the Old Kingdom and First Intermediate Period. Old Elvish, the ancestor language of Elvish. Old English, the ancestor language of modern English, also called Anglo-Saxon, spoken in most of Britain from about 400 to 1100. Old English Carrier, English Carrier. Old English Carrier. Alternative form of Old English Carrier. Old English Carriers. Plural of Old English Carrier. Old English Carriers. Plural of Old English Carrier. Old English Sheepdog, a herding dog of a particular breed also used as a pet, with shaggy gray and white fur also covering its face and a docked tail. Old English Sheepdogs, plural of Old English Sheepdog. Old enough to bleed, old enough to breed. Any girl who has started menstruating is old enough to have sex or start having children. Old enough to vote. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Old enough vote. Old Etonian, a former student of Eton College. Old Etonians, plural of Old Etonian. Old Faithful, a geyser in the American National Park of Yellowstone, known for its regular eruptions. Old Fart, an elderly person who holds old-fashioned views. Old Fartism, the state of being old farts of be old and having old-fashioned views. Old Farts, plural of Old Fart. Old-fashioned, alternative spelling of old-fashioned. Old-fashioned glass, synonym of low-bulk glass. Old-fashioned glasses, plural of old-fashioned glass. Old fashions, plural of old-fashioned. Old Father Thames, a personification of the River Thames. Old Father Time, synonym of Father Time. Old Fellow, synonym of old chap, affectionate term of address for a man. Old fellows. Plural of old fellow. Old fig garden. A census designated place in Fresno County, California, United States. Old Firm. Collectively, the two Scottish football teams Rangers and Celtic, both based in Glasgow, which are the most successful teams in Scotland. They have a fierce and long-standing rivalry. Old Flame. A previous boyfriend or girlfriend, a former romantic partner, especially one for whom one still has romantic feelings. Old Flames. Plural of old flame. Old fogey. An old and overly conservative person. Old fogies. Plural of old fogey. Old fogey. Alternative spelling of old fogey. Old folks. One's elderly relations. Old folks' home. A residential complex for elderly people often equipped with special facilities and care services, especially a nursing home. Old folks' homes. Plural of old folks' home. Old Ford. A suburban area of the borough of Tower Hamlets, Greater London. Old Franc. One French franc before January 1960, when it was devalued to 1/100 of its original value and replaced by the new franc, worth 100 old francs. Old francs. Plural of old franc. Old Frankish. The Frankish language. Old French. The French language as spoken or written from the 9th to the early 14th century. Old friend. A long-standing friend. Old friends. Plural of old friend. Old Frisian. A West Germanic language spoken on parts of the North Sea coast of modern Netherlands and Germany until the 16th century. Old Frizzle. An ace of spades with a duty tax stamp similar to a banknote. Old fruit. An old friend, an old chap or fellow. Old fruits. Plural of old fruit. Old Galician Portuguese. A language spoken in Western Iberia during the High and Late Middle Ages, the ancestor of modern Portuguese and Galician. Old Gentleman. The Dell. Old Gentleman. A playing card that is almost imperceptibly longer than the others in the deck, used by cheats. Old Gentleman. Plural of old gentleman. Old Georgian. A language of the South Caucasian family, spoken between the 5-letter 1E57 aspirated century BC and the 17-letter 1E57 aspirated century AD, when it evolved into the modern Georgian language. Old girl. An alumna, especially of a public school. Old girls. Plural of old girl. Old Glory. The flag of the United States. Old O. A brownish gold color. Old olds. Plural of old gold. Old gooseberry. The devil, Satan. Old gown. Smuggled tea. Old gray lady. The New York Times, a newspaper in New York City, NY, United States. Old Greek. A form of the Greek language intermediate between ancient Greek and modern Greek, spoken roughly between the 1st and 16th centuries. Old Guard. A comparatively conservative, reactionary faction that is more unwilling to accept new ideas than their peers are. Old Guardism. Support for the old guard, a conservative, reactionary position or policy. Old Guardist. A supporter of the old guard, a person of conservative, reactionary views. Old Guardists. Plural of Old Guardists. Old Guards. Plural of Old Guard. Old Gutnish. A North Germanic language that was spoken on the Baltic island of Gotland. Old habits die hard. Established habits are difficult to change. Old hag syndrome. A form of sleep paralysis in which the sleeper sees a figure resembling a witch sitting on them while still in bed. Old Harry. The devil. Old hand. A person who is experienced at a certain activity. Old hands. Plural of old hand. Old harbor. A town in southern Jamaica. Old Harry. The devil. Old hat. Something regarded as very familiar and unoriginal, hackneyed, or out of date. Old hats. Plural of old hat. Old head on young shoulders. Alternative form of good head on one's shoulders. Old High Dutch. Old High German. Plural of old hat. Old head on young shoulders. Alternative form of good head on one's shoulders. Old High Dutch. Old High German. Old High German. The early recorded form of the High German language, spoken from the 8th century to the 11th century. Old He. A malicious spirit in Caribbean folklore, a vampire taking the form of an old woman. Old Hill. A suburb of the metropolitan borough of Sandwell, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9586. Old Hilltown. An unincorporated community in Monterey County, California, United States. Old Home Week. Originally in New England, a week when people who had grown up in a village, town, or city were invited to come back and visit. Now a more general local historical event with parades, school reunions, etc. Old Horse. Bridewell Prison in London. Old Horse. Salt junk. Old Hundred. Synonym of Old Hundredth. Old Hundredth. A hymn tune in long meter mainly associated with the 100th Psalm, all people that on earth do dwell. Old Hungarian. The form of Hungarian used from the 10th to the 15th century. Old Icelandic. The Old Norse language as spoken and written in Iceland in the Middle Ages, quite similar to Old Norwegian, but differing most markedly in orthography and, to a lesser extent, in phonology. Old in the tooth. Synonym of long in the tooth. Old, aged. Old Indic. The oldest form of Indo-Aryan languages, specifically Vedic or Classical Sanskrit, 1500–300 BCE. Old Indo-Aryan. The earliest attested stage of the Indo-Aryan languages that developed from Proto-Aryan exemplified the Sanskrit as well as Mid-Aryan. Old Ingarsby. A locality in Hungarton Parish, Harborough District, Leicestershire, England, which includes the site of Ingarsby Village. OS Grid Ref SK 6805. Old Ionian. Old Ionic. Old Ionic. The older form of the Greek Ionic dialect used up until circa 600 BC. Old Iranian. Collected name for of extinct Iranian languages which are descended from Proto-Iranian. Old Irish. The Irish language as attested from the 6th to the 10th centuries. See the oldest form of the Goidelic languages for which extends texts written in the Latin alphabet are extant. Old, the continuum of languages derived from Vulgar Latin spoken in the Italian peninsula between circa 960 and the establishment of the Accademia della Crusca in 1582. Old Jamestown, a census-designated place in St. Louis County, Missouri, United States. Old Japanese, the oldest stage of the Japanese language, spoken through the 8th century and followed by late Old Japanese. Old Javanese, the oldest and most extensive written language of Southeast Asia, chiefly in terms of written records, and the most extensive in the number and variety of its texts. Old Jerusalem Island, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Old Cabacan, a municipality in the special geographic area, Bangsamoro in the province of Cotabato, Philippines. Old Kannada, the language spoken in Karnataka, evolved into Kannada in 500 CE. Old Kent Road, a thoroughfare, part of the A2 Road and Waddling Street in the London Borough of Southwark, Greater London, which features in the game of Monopoly OS Grid Ref TQ 3378, TQ 3477. Old Khmer, an extinct Austroasiatic language, ancestral to modern Khmer. Old Kilpatra, a village beside the Clyde in West Dunbartonshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 4673. Old Kingdom, Egypt from the start of the 3rd dynasty to its disintegration into regional states at the end of the 6th dynasty. Old Korean, the earliest stage of the Korean language written in Hanja, which evolved into Middle Korean by the 10-letter 1-7 aspirated or 13-letter 1-7 aspirated century, depending on the analysis. Old Lace, an off-white color like that of old lace. Old ladies, plural of old lady. Old lady, an elderly woman. Old lady in Threadneedle Street, alternative form of Old Lady of Threadneedle Street, the Bank of England. Old Lady of Threadneedle Street, the Bank of England. Old Lang Syne, alternative form of Auld Lang Syne. Old Latin, the Latin language in the period before the age of Classical Latin, particularly Latin before 75 BC. Old Leek, a village and civil parish in Boston Borough, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 4050. Old Left, the pre-1960s left wing in the Western world, typically having a vanguardist approach to social justice and focusing mainly on labor unionization and questions of social class. Old Leonese, an extinct Romance language spoken in the Iberian Peninsula, the ancestor to Modern Leonese. Old Light, a relatively traditional, conservative religious movement, especially historical, the religious movement consisting of the Sisters from the Church of Scotland who continued to hold unchanged the principle of the connection between church and state, the position maintained by the first Sisters in 1733. Old Later, a supporter of the Old Light religious movement. Old Lighters, plural of Old Lighter. Old Lights, plural of Old Light. Old Line State, official nickname for Maryland, a state of the United States. Old Lithuanian, the written form of Lithuanian used in the 16th and 17th centuries. Old London Town, London, predominantly the central 15 or so boroughs. Old Long Syne, alternative form of Auld Lang Syne. Old Low Franconian, the West Germanic language that is the ancestor of modern Dutch and its varieties. Old Low German, a grouping of continental West Germanic, not affected by the High German consonant shift, spoken before the 12th century. depending on the definition specifically. Old Lyme, a coastal town adjacent to Lyme in New London County, Connecticut, USA. Old Macedonian, Old Church Slavonic. Olenade, a children's card game, sometimes played with a special deck where the object of the game is for each player to find matches for all the cards in his hand without being stuck with a single unmatchable card. Olive maid, an old woman who has never married, a spinster. Old maid's bonnet. The flowering plant Lupinus perennis. Old maid's bonnets. Plural of old maid's bonnet. Old maids. Plural of old maid. Old maids. Plural of old maid. Old Malay. The oldest attested form of Malay language. Old Malayalam, a Dravidian language attested in inscriptions found in present-day Kerala, India, dated between circa 800 CE 1200 CE, the ancestor of Middle Malayalam and ultimately the modern Malayalam language. Old Man, a title given to the personification of a force of nature or abstract concept, such as Old Man Winter or Old Man River. Old Man, an elderly man. Old Man of Kynaston, a mountain 803 meters high in Kynaston Parish, Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District OS Grid Ref SD 2797. Old Man of the Woods, Strobilomyces strobilaceus, a boltaceous fungus of Europe and North America. Old Man River, personification of the Mississippi River. Old Man Winter, the personification of winter. Old Man Yelling at a Cloud, alternative form of Old Man Yells at Cloud. Old Man Yelling at Cloud, alternative form of Old Man Yells at Cloud. Old Man Yelling at Clouds, alternative form of Old Man Yells at Cloud. Old Man Yelling at the Clouds, alternative form of Old Man Yells at Cloud. Old Man Yells at Cloud refers to a person who expresses a trivial, out-of-touch, or idiosyncratic grievance, especially with an implication of aged crotchetiness. Old Man Yells at Clouds, alternative form of Old Man Yells at Cloud. Old Man's Beard, Schonanthus virginicus, a tree. Old Man's Beards, plural of Old Man's Beard. Old Man's Drip, watery rhinorrhea runny nose, especially prevalent in the elderly. Old Man's Eyebrow, the Sundudrosera binata. Old Man's Friend, Actial pneumonia. Old Man's Pepper, Achillea millefolium or common yarrow, a flowering plant native to temperate regions of the northern hemisphere. Old Manipuri, the ancient form of the Manipuri language. Old Marathi, an early New Indo-Aryan language, ancestor of modern Marathi, spoken from c. 1300 CE, which is found in works like Jnanasvari and Lilakaritra. Old Marlbarian, a student or alumnus of Marlborough College. Old Marlbarians, plural of Old Marlbarian. Old Marston, a civil parish in city of Oxford District, Oxfordshire, England, which contains the village of Marston. Old Master, any of various early European painters whose works are regarded as superlative. Old Master, alternative spelling of Old Master. Old Masters, plural of old master. Old mate, an elderly man. Old mates, plural of old mate. Old media, media that existed prior to the advent of internet communication such as newspapers and radio. Old men, plural of old man. Old men yelling at clouds, plural of old man yelling at clouds. Old men's beards, plural of old man's beard. Old Mexico, synonym of Mexico as opposed to New Mexico. Old Michaelmas Day, an older observance of Michaelmas celebrated on October 11 or October 10 according to some sources. Old Milan, an unincorporated community in Franklin Township, Ripley County, Indiana, United States. Formerly Milan, renamed in 1854 when most inhabitants moved to a new location called Milan to be closer to the railroad. Old Mill Creek, a village in Lakeville Township and Newport Township, Lake County, Illinois, United States. Old Milton, a suburban area and former village in New Milton Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. Formerly, Milton OS Grid Ref SE 2394. Old Milverton, a hamlet and civil parish served by Old Milverton and Blackdown Joint Parish Council and Warwick District, Warwickshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 3067. Old money, families that have been wealthy for generations or members of such families. Old moon, the phase of the moon when it is waning. Old moons, plural of old moon. Old national pronunciation, the national standard for the pronunciation of Mandarin Chinese as used by the Republic of China from 1913 to 1932. Old news, synonym of yesterday's news. Old Newton, a village in Old Newton with Dagworth Parish, Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England OS Grid Ref TM 0562. Old Newton with Dagworth, a civil parish in Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, which includes these two villages. Old Nickel, a rookery or slum district of London that was near Spitalfields. Old Nick, the devil, Satan. Old Norman, the dialect of the Old French language spoken in the north of France during the Middle Ages. Old Norse, the language of Scandinavia until the 14th century, the common ancestor of modern Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, Faroes, and Icelandic. Old North, the region of modern northern England and southern Scotland inhabited by Cumbric-speaking Celtic Britons in the early Middle Ages. Old North Arabian, synonym of ancient North Arabian. Old North State, nickname for North Carolina, a state of the United States. Old Northern French, Old Norman the language. Old Northwest, the area of the continental United States in the former Northwest Territory, the states of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin, plus part of Minnesota. Old Norwegian, the Old Norse language as spoken and written in Norway in the Middle Ages. Old Novgorodian, a dialect used in Old East Slavic birch bark writings found around Novgorod, having some archaic features that were lost in other Slavic dialects. Old Nubian, an extinct Nubian language attested in writing from the 8th to the 15th century AD. Old Oak Common, a commercial and industrial area in Greater London, England, on the boundary between the London boroughs of Ealing and Hammersmith and Fulham. OS Grid Ref TQ 2182. Old Occitan, Romance language spoken in the south of France, which is considered the origin of modern Occitan, also known as Provençal. Old Y, the Dettel. Old Pence, plural of old penny. Old pennies, plural of old penny. Old penny, the predecimalization Irish penny of an Irish pound. Symbol, D. Old people, Aboriginal people of earlier generations or living in a traditional manner as regarded by their descendants as repositories of traditional knowledge. Old people's home, nursing home. Old people's homes, plural of old people's home. Old Perlican, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Old Persian, the ancestor language of Middle Persian and variant of New Persian language, attested in Old Persian cuneiform in the period 525 BCE, 300 ECE. Old Picard, the dialect of Old French spoken in Picardy and its neighboring regions, which evolved into modern Picard. Old Poblacion, a barangay of Buenavista, Guimaras, Philippines. Old Point Comfort, a point of land in the independent city of Hampton, Virginia, United States, lying at the extreme tip of the Virginia Peninsula at the mouth of Hampton Roads. Old Palavian, the oldest stage of the Palavian language. Old Polish, a historical form of the Polish spoken between the 9th and 16th centuries. Old Port, a region of Old Montreal, Ville-Marie, Beaudentin, City of Montreal, Island of Montreal, Montreal region, Quebec, Canada. Old Portuguese, synonym of Old Galician Portuguese. Old Provençal, Romance language spoken in the south of France, which is considered the origin of modern Provençal, also known as Occitan. Old Prussian, of or pertaining to the Old Prussian language or people. Old Prussians. Plural of Old Prussian. Old Punjabi, an early New Indo-Aryan language, ancestor of modern Punjabi, spoken from c. 1000–1600 CE, which is found in certain hymns of the Guru Granth Sahib and poems of Fariduddin Ganshakar. Old Redner, a small village and community in Powys, Wales, historically in Radnorshire. OS Grid Ref So 2459. Old Row, Civilus. Old Ravensworth, a hamlet in Lamesley Parish, Gateshead Borough, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2357. Ravensworth Castle, Lamesley is nearby. Old Red Sandstone, a red sedimentary rock formation in Britain. Old Regime, synonym of ancient regime. Old regimes, plural of old regime. Old Right, a conservative political faction in the United States that opposed both New Deal domestic programs and U.S. entry into World War II. Old Rizal, a barangay of Catarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. Old Rose, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Old Rose. Old Roses, plural of Old Rose. Old Russian, the Old East Slavic language. Old Ruthenian, a descendant of the Old East Slavic language, a language used in the 15th to 18th centuries in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Cossack state, ancestor of Belarusian, Russian, and Ukrainian. It contrasts with the Middle Russian language or early modern Russian language of Muscovy. Old Sot, a seasoned sailor, especially one who is hearty and forthright in manner. Old Sots, plural of Old Salt. Old San Jose, a barangay of Dinalupihan, Baton, Philippines. Old Sarum, the site of a former settlement in Wiltshire, England, which was superseded by Salisbury to the south. OS Grid Ref SU 1332. Old Saw, a cliché, saying, or overused expression, especially a proverb or maxim. Old Saws, plural of Old Saw. Old Saxon, a West Germanic language historically tied to Anglo-Saxon and Old Low Franconian. Old Saybrook, a town in Middlesex County, Connecticut, United States. Old Scandinavian, the language Proto-Norse or Proto-Scandinavian. Old School, alternative letter-case form of Old School having conservative or traditional views on Christianity or politics. Old School, preceded by a group of people characterized by being conservative or traditional. Also, a method for accomplishing a task, a style, or a way of thinking that was employed in a former era, remembered either for its inferiority to the current method or for its superiority over the new way. Old Schooler, one who is old school, a person who holds traditional, conservative viewpoints, principles, or ideologies. Old Schoolers, plural of Old Schooler. Old Scratch. The Devil. Old Serbo-Croatian, Serbo-Croatian language spoken before standardizations. Old Serpent. The Devil. Old Shoe, something or someone that is comfortably familiar. Old Shoes, plural of Old Shoe. Old Shoreham, a small settlement near Shoreham by Sea, a dirt district, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2006. Old Sight, old sightedness, presbyopia. Old sins cast long shadows. Alternative form of old sins have long shadows. Old sins have long shadows. Past misdeeds are liable to return to haunt a person. Old Cyanic, synonym of cyanic. Old School, alternative spelling of old school hip-hop or rap music of the late 1970s and 1980s or more recent music of the style as contrasted with newer styles of such music. Old Slavic, synonym of Old Slavonic. Old Slavonic, Old Church Slavonic language. Old Slovak, a historical form of the Slovak language spoken between the 11th and 18th centuries. Old Sai, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see Old Sod person. Old Sods, plural of Old Sod. Old Soldier, a former soldier or one who has served for a long time. Old Soldiers, plural of Old Soldier. Old Song, a trifle, nothing of value. Old Songs, plural of Old Song. Old Soul, a reincarnated person. Old Souls, plural of Old Soul. Old Sour, a sauce from the Bahamas prepared with the juice of key limes or sour oranges, salt, and bird peppers. Old sourdough, a permanent resident of the territory of Yukon. Old sourdoughs, plural of old sourdough. Old South, the states which formed the Confederacy during the American Civil War. Old South Arabian, related to the Old South Arabian languages. Old Spanish, set of West Iberian language varieties spoken on the Iberian Peninsula from the 10th century until roughly the beginning of the 15th century, before consonantic readjustment gave rise to the evolution of modern Spanish, differentiating Spanish proper from Ladino and Latini to fabricate aiguda. Old Sparky, nickname for an electric chair used for executions. Old Sport, a term of endearment used to a friend. Old Sports, plural of old sport. Old Squaw, alternative form of old squaw. Old Squaws, plural of old squaw. Old Stager, a veteran and experienced person. Old Stagers, plural of old stager. Old Station, a census-designated place in Shasta County, California, United States. Old Stick, a person. Old Sticks, plural of old stick. Old Stone Age. The Paleolithic. Old Strait, the narrow strait between the island of Singapore and the mainland. Old Stratford, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire, England, previously in South Northamptonshire District OS Grid Ref SB 7741. Old Style, the Julian calendar system, especially with reference to Russia, where it continued to be used until the early 20th century. Old Swan, a suburb of Liverpool, Merseyside, England, east of the city's centre OS Grid Ref SJ 3991. Old Sweat, an experienced soldier. Old Sweats, plural of old sweat. Old Swedish, the medieval form of the Swedish language, markedly different from the modern language in having more complex case and gender systems. Old Tagalog, the ancient or older medieval language of Tagalog, mostly spoken and sparsely written using the Babayan script in the Philippines from around its split off from other Central Philippine languages to around 1565 CE, when it soon developed into Classical Tagalog after Christianization by the Spanish arrival. It developed from Central Philippine, under Greater Central Philippine, under Proto-Philippine, with influence from Old Malay, Classical Sanskrit, Classical Arabic, Middle Tamil, Classical Persian, Old Javanese, and either or both Medieval Min Chinese and / or Late Middle Chinese. Old Tamil, a Dravidian language which was spoken in the southern part of India between circa 600 BCE 300 CE, the ancestor of Middle Tamil and present-day Tamil languages. Old Testament, the first major part of the Christian Bible, covering events before the coming of Christ, corresponding roughly to the Jewish Tanakh, usually subdivided into the categories of law, history, poetry or wisdom books, and prophecy. Old Testamental, of or relating to the Old Testament. Old Tibetan, an ancient form of the Tibetan language reflected in documents from the adoption of writing by the Tibetan Empire in the mid-7th century to works of the early 11th century. Old time, a time in the past. Old time used to be ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend, often used in songs. Old time used to be plural of old time used to be. Old-timer. Alternative spelling of old-timer. Old-timer's disease. Acorn of Alzheimer's disease, a disorder involving loss of mental functions resulting from brain tissue changes. Old-timers. Plural of old-timer. Old-timer's disease. Alternative form of old-timer's disease. Old times. Plural of old time. Old-timey. Alternative form of old-timey. Old toasts. A lively fellow who drinks excessively, a carouser. Old toasts. Plural of old toasts. Old Tom. A kind of strong gin popular in 18th century England. Old top. Familiar term of address. Old town. A city in Penobscot County, Maine, United States. Old town. The historic district of a city or town. Old towns. Plural of old town. Old Trafford, an area of Old Tupi, an extinct Tupian language which was spoken by the native Tupi people of Brazil. Old Turkic, the earliest attested Turkic language found in inscriptions by the Göktürks and the Uyghurs in the 7th to 13th centuries. Old time, alternative form of old time. Old Yudi, synonym of Caucasian Albanian. Old Ukrainian, the Old East Slavic language. Old use, a word which is not used anymore in the current time. Old Warden, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1343. Old Welsh, the Welsh language as it existed from about 800 until the early 12th century when it developed into Middle Welsh, not readily intelligible to modern Welsh speakers. Old West, the western part of the United States during the 19th century era of expansion and settlement. Old West Norse, the western dialect of Old Norse that evolved into Norwegian, Icelandic, and Faroes. Old Wife, an old woman, later especially one who tells old wives' tales. Old Windsor, a village in Berkshire, England, near the town of Windsor. Old wine in a new bottle. An existing concept or institution offered as though it were a new one. Old wine in new bottles. Alternative form of old wine in a new bottle. Old wise tale. Misspelling of old wives' tale. Old wives. Plural of old wife. Old wives' tale. A supposed truth that has been passed down by word of mouth. Old wives' tales. Plural of old wives' tale. Old Wivish. Alternative form of old Wiffish. Old Wolverton. A village in Wolverton and Greenleys Parish, Milton Keynes Borough, Buckinghamshire, England. It was previously the site of a medieval village. OS Grid Ref SB 8041. Old woman. An elderly woman. Old woman's tooth. A traditional hand-operated router. Old women. Plural of old woman. Old Woodhaw. a small village in Stixwood and Woodhall Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 2167. Old World, the Eastern Hemisphere, especially Europe, Africa, and Asia. Old World Blackbird, any Truth Rush Turtis SBP. Old World Flycatcher, any of various small birds of the passerine family Muscicapidae of Africa and Eurasia, a muscicapid. Old World Flycatchers, plural of Old World Flycatcher. Old World Mice, plural of Old World Mouse. Old World Monkey, a member of a group of primates, falling in the superfamily Cercopithecodidae in the clade Catarrhini. Old World Monkeys, plural of Old World Monkey. Old World Mouse, any mouse in the subfamily Murinae. Old World Ariel, any of the familially of Pasui nerds. Old World Ariels, plural of Old World Ariel. Old World Porcupine, any of the large, spiny-furred rodents of the family Hystricidae, native to the southern Eurasia and Africa. Old World Porcupines, plural of Old World Porcupine. Old World Quail, a medium-sized bird in the pheasant family Phasianidae. Old World Quails, plural of Old World Quail. Old World Rat, any rat in the subfamily Murinae. Old World Rats, plural of Old World Rat. Old World Sparrow, any of the small passerine birds forming the family Passeridae. Old World Sparrows, plural of Old World Sparrow. Old World Vulture, any of the large scavenging birds found in the Old World and belonging to the family Echipetidae. Old World Vultures, plural of Old World Vulture. Old Yeshua, the Jewish communities in the land of Israel predating the first Aliyah in 1882. Old Age Pensioner, a person in receipt of an old age pension, a senior citizen. Old Age Pensioners, plural of Old Age Pensioner. Old Boy Network, alternative form of Old Boy Network. Old Boy Networks, plural of Old Boy Network. Old Boyism, alternative form of Old Boyism. Old Clothesman, a dealer in used clothing. Old Clothesman, plural of Old Clothesmen. Old Earth Creationism, alternative form of Old Earth Creationism. Old Vangold, alternative spelling of Old Fangold. Old Tharan, alternative form of Old Farrant. Old Farrant, old or old-fashioned, of children precocious, already as shrewd as someone old. Old-fashioned, alternative form of old-fashioned. Old-fashioned, of an object outdated or no longer in vogue. Old-fashioned look, a glance of disdain or disapproval. Old-fashioned looks, plural of old-fashioned look. Old-fashionedly, in an old-fashioned manner. Old-fashionedness, the quality of the old-fashioned. Old-fashioned, plural of old-fashioned. Old-field colt, synonym of woods colt. Old-field colts, plural of old-field colt. Old growth, from, in, or pertaining to an old-growth forest, having mature trees or other plants. Old-growth forests, a forest that has attained great age without significant disturbance. Old-growth forests, plural of old-growth forests. Old hat, alternative form of old hat. Old line, the actionary are conservative. Old maidism, synonym of old maidism. Old maid, the synonym of old maidism. Old maidish, like an old maid, prim, precise. Particular. Old maidism, the condition or characteristics of a spinster. Old maidisms, plural of old maidism. Old man, alternative spelling of old man. Old man yells at cloud, alternative form of old man yells at cloud. Old then, plural of old man. Old oil, olive oil after it has been purified and rendered limpid. Although, a person aged 75 or older. Old-oaths, plural of old-o. Old school, alternative form of old school. Old schools, plural of old school. Old shoe, comfortably familiar. Old style, in a now outdated style, old-fashioned. Old sweat, alternative spelling of old sweat. Old sweats, plural of old sweat. Old time, from or reminiscent of an earlier time or era, old-fashioned. Old-time country, a form of American folk music popular in the southern Appalachian region of the United States prior to the early 1930s, emphasizing jug and mountain string bands, influential in early country music. Old-timely, synonym of old-timey. Old-timer, one who has been around for a long time or has a great deal of experience. Old-timer's disease, alternative form of old-timer's disease. Old-timers, plural of old-timer. Old-timer's disease, alternative form of old-timer's disease. Old-timey, reminiscent or representative of an older time. Old-timiness, the quality of the old-timey. Old-timier, comparative form of old-timey, more old-timey. Old-timiest, superlative form of old-timey, most old-timey. Old-timey, alternative spelling of old-timey. Old-wivish, resembling or characteristic of an old wife. Old-wivish, alternative form of old-wiffish. Old-womanish, having the negative traits of a stereotypical elderly woman, peevish, superstitious, prim and proper, etc. Old-womanishly, in the manner or style of an old woman. Old world, of or relating to the ancient world or former times. Old-worldly, old-fashioned, reminiscent of a bygone era. Oldacre, a surname from Old English. Old acres, plural of Oldacre. Oldempt, a municipality of Groningen, Netherlands. Oldani, a surname from Italian. Oldanis, plural of Oldani. Odes, used in the same context as old, but more intense. Oldies, plural of s, used in the same context as old, but more intense. Oldie, an old-timer, a person with experience. Oldies, plural of oldby. Oldbury, a place in England. Oldcastle, a town in County Meath, Ireland. Oldcomer, an immigrant or the descendant of immigrants who has lived in their new environment long enough to become well established. Plural of oldcomer. Old, alternative form of old. Old English Bulldog, an American dog breed of the Bulldog type. Old English Bulldog is plural of Old English Bulldog. Old time, old time. Old world, having an old-fashioned or archaic feel. Old world, alternative form of old world. Ouderbroek, a village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Olden, a surname. Olden time, of a past age or time, aged, ancient, old. Olden times, plural of olden time. Oldenburg, a surname from German. Oldenburgs, plural of Oldenburg. Oldenburg, an independent city in Lower Saxony, Germany. Oldenburger, a warm-blood horse from the northwestern corner of Lower Saxony, formerly the Grand Duchy of Oldenburg. Oldenburgers, plural of Oldenburger. Oldenburgs, plural of Oldenburg. Olden, simple past and past participle of Olden. Oldening, present participle and gerund of Olden. Oldenkamp, a surname from Dutch. Oldenkamps, plural of Oldenkamp. Oldens, plural of Olden. Oldenzaal, a Hanseatic city and municipality in Overijssel province, Netherlands. Ouder, a surname. Older adult, an old person, especially one aged 65 years or older. Older adults. Plural of older adult. Older brother, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See older brother. This entity is a translation hub. Older brothers, plural of older brother. Older sister, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See older sister. This entity is a translation hub. Older sisters, plural of older sister. Older than dirt. Vajal. Older than hills, alternative form of old as the hills. Older than the pyramids, synonym of old as the pyramids. Older age, having an older age. Older fashioned, comparative form of old-fashioned, more old-fashioned. Oldermost, oldest. Odors, plural of older. Os, plural of old. Oldest, superlative form of old, most old. Oldest occupation, prostitution. Oldest profession, alternative form of world's oldest profession. Oldest profession in the world, alternative form of world's oldest profession. Oldest fashioned, superlative form of old-fashioned, most old-fashioned. Oldest, plural of oldest. Otag, an Olby, a veteran member of an online community, especially for Chan and 2B2T. Oldthags, plural of oldthag. Oldthangol, old-fashioned. Old-fangledness. The quality of be old-fangled. Old-fashioned. Rare form of old-fashioned. Oldfield. A place name. Oldfield mice. Plural of oldfield mouse. Oldfield mouse. Paramiscus polionatus, nocturnal rodent in the family Christidae, found in the southeast. Oldfield mice. Plural of oldfield mouse. Oldfield mouse. Paramiscus polionatus, a nocturnal rodent in the family Christidae, found in the southeastern United States. Oldfield Park. A suburban area in Bath, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7364. Oldfields. Plural of oldfield. Oldfieldhamaceae. Eninatamaceae. Oldfieldhamaceids. Plural of Oldfieldhamaceae. Oldham. A town and metropolitan borough in Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 922053. Oldham County. One of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, LaGrange, named after Colonel William Oldham. Oldhamite. The mineral form of calcium sulfide. Oldhamites. Plural of Oldhamite. Oldhams. Plural of Oldham. Oldhamstocks. A small village in eastern East Lothian Council area, Scotland, west of Cochransbath. OS Grid Ref NT 7470. Old. An older person, especially one who acts as a leader or mentor. Old heads. Plural of old head. Old. The state or condition of being old. The stage of life where one is advanced in age, old age. Old. Online data interchange, a Eurocontrol standard used in ATC systems in order to exchange information about flights crossing the border between the two ATC units. The messages described by the standard use ICAO subfields. Oldie. Something or someone old. Oldie but goodie. Something that is old but good. Oldies. Plural of oldie. Oldies but goodies. Plural of oldie but goodie. Oldies goldies. A genre of music consisting of hit records from former eras, generally 30 or more years in the past. Oldify. Simple past and past participle of oldify. Oldifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of oldify. Oldify. To cause to appear older. Oldifying. Present participle and gerund of oldify. Oldish. Somewhat old. Oldishness. The quality of being oldish. Oldo. A surname from Old English. Oldos. Plural of Oldno. Olin. A suburban village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6671. Oldland Common. A village in Bitton Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6771. Old Line. Of or relating to the older mainline churches of the United States. Oldlay. One who is old or advanced in years, elder. Oldlings. Plural of oldling. Oldly. In an old manner. Olden. An English surname. Oldens. Plural of oldmen. Old Elbrun. A village in Aberdeenshire Council area. Scotland. OS Grid Ref NJ 8027. Olden. Plural of old men. Oldness. The state of being old. Age. Oldnesses. plural of oldness. Older, belonging to the earliest widespread stone tool archaeological industry in prehistory. Oldoans, plural of Oldoan. Oldport, a former town, a district of Newport, Cocke County, Tennessee, United States, the former seat of the county of Cocke. Ulrich, a surname, variant of Aldridge. Oldroy, a surname. Oz, a surname. Ols Cove, synonym of Charlottetown, a town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Oldsis, plural of olds. Oldtit, a transgender person who began transitioning at a relatively late age after puberty is fully complete. Oldtits, plural of oldshit. Old-sidedness. Old sight, presbyopia. Oldsko, alternative form of old-school hip-hop or rap music of the late 1970s and 1980s or more recent music of this style as contrasted with newer styles of such music. Alternative spelling of old school. Oldsmobile, an American car brand belonging to GM, founded in 1897, with GM since 1908, retired from new cars since 2004, still active IP of GM. Oldsmobiles, plural of Oldsmobile. Oldsome, characterized or marked by age. Oldspeak, synonym of standard English. Old squaw, a medium-sized sea duck. Clangula hyemalis, a long-tailed duck. Old squaw, plural of old squaw. Olstead, a small village and civil parish served by Byland with Was and Oldstead Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Ryedale District OS Grid Ref SC 5380. Oldster, someone who is old. Oldsters, plural of oldster. Old style, a traditional style of typeface designed to mimic the handwriting of scribes. Old styles, plural of old style. Old-timer, an elderly person. Old-timers, plural of old-timer. Old town, alternative form of old town. Old towns, plural of old town. Olduvai, ellipsis of Olduvai Gorge. Old wife, alternative form of old wife. Various types of fish. Old wives, plural of old wife. Oldie, alternative spelling of oldie. Oh, initialism of object linking and embedding. Oh, an interjection used to stir up excitement. Alle, an expression of excitement. Hooray! Ole Miss, University of Mississippi. Olacine, the phenolic ester 2,3,4-dihydroxyphene, ethyl Z4-formyl 3,2-oxothal hex 4-note present in olive oil. Olaceous, of or relating to the plant family Olaceae. Olacinid, any snail in the family Olacinidae. Olacinids, plural of olacinid. Oleaginine, the aglycone of various olacides. Olagenicity, the condition of being olaginous. Olaginous, oily, greasy. Olaginously, in an olaginous manner. Olaginousness, the state or condition of being oleaginous, oiliness, oli. Alternative form of woli. Olemen, a soft ointment prepared from oil. Olamide, an endogenous amide of oleic acid that induces sleep in animals. Olamides. Plural of olami. Olanae, a natural triterpene forming the central core for a wide variety of chemical compounds in flowering plants. Olenans, plural of olenane. Oleander, Nerium oleander, a notoriously poisonous shrub in the Dabian family, Apocynaceae, but nonetheless widely grown as an ornamental, having leathery lance-shaped leaves and deep rose-colored or white flowers. Oleander moth, synonym of polka-dot wasp moth Syntomida epilae. Oleander moths, plural of oleander moth. Oleanders, plural of oleander. Olendomycin, a macrolide antibiotic produced by Streptomyces antibioticus. Olendomycins, plural of olendomycin. Olendrogenin, one of several glycosides found in the leaves of the oleander plant. Olendrian, one of several glycosides found in the leaves of the oleander plant. Olendri, one of several alkaloids found in the leaves of the oleander. Olendrose, a type of carbohydrate with the chemical formula C7H04. Olenitrile, the nitrile formerly derived from oleic acid by replacement of the Cu group by Cn. Olenolate, any salt or ester of olenolic acid. Olenolates, plural of olenolate. Olenolic, of or pertaining to olenol or its derivatives. Olenolic acid, synonym of olenonic acid. Olenolic acids, plural of olenolic acid. Olenone. Of or pertaining to olenonic acid or its derivatives. Olenonic acid, the pentacyclic triterpenoid carboxylic acid, the reoxylene 12N28IC acid isolated from pistacia that inhibits leukotriene synthesis and has anti-inflammatory activity. Olaria, any of the genus Olaria of flowering plants in the family Asteraceae. Olarias, plural of Olaria. O'Leary, alternative spelling of O'Leary. OAS, archaic form of olate. Olaci, any of a particular group of steroid glycosides. Olacides, plural of olaci. Oleosome, misspelling of oleosome. Olester, a plant in the family Olignaceae. Olesters, plural of olaster. Olate, any salt or ester of oleic acid. Olates, plural of olate. Oquimab, a human monoclonal antibody used to treat certain cancers. Ocrana, plural of ocranon. Ocranal, of or pertaining to the ocranon. Ocranio, synonym of ocranal. Ocranian, of or relating to the ocranon. Ocranoid, resembling the ocran process. Ocranon, the bony process at the top of the ulna forming the point of the elbow. Olgranans, plural of olcranon. Olcranon, misspelling of olcranon. Ole, acronym of organic light-emitting diode. Ole, plural of olid. Olefiant, that produces oil. Olefiant gas, ethylene, olefin. Any of a class of unsaturated open-chain hydrocarbons such as ethylene and alkene with only one carbon-carbon double bond. Olefin metathesis, a class of organic reaction in which fragments of alkenes are redistributed. Olefinated, modified by olfination. Olfination, any reaction that yields an olefin. Olfinations, plural of olfin, are redistributed. Olfinated, modified by olfination. Olfination, any reaction that yields an olefin. Olfinations, plural of olfination. Olefine, olefine gas or ethylene. Olzynes, plural of olfine. Olfinic, characteristic of or containing olefins. Olefins, plural of olefin. Ole, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Ole, a transliteration of the Ukrainian male given name Olya, Akutga Ole, equivalent to Oleg. Oles, plural of Ole. Oe, of or pertaining to oil, especially to vegetable oil. Oleic acid, an unsaturated fatty acid having 18 carbon atoms and one double bond, found in olive oil and very many other vegetable and animal oils and fats. It is used for making soap, cosmetics, etc. Oleic acid, obsolete form of oleic acid. Oleoculture, the agricultural production of oils. Olecum, oleic acid, an organic acid prepared from phthals appearing as a yellowish liquid used to form olates. Oleferin, any of a group of antifungal lignans present in Durola olifera. Oleferins, plural of oleferin. Oleferous, that produces oil. Olin, any naturally occurring greasy or oily substance related to fat. Oline, alternative form of olein. Olines, plural of oline. Olins, plural of olein. Oljnik, a surname from Polish. Oljniks, plural of oljnik. Olta, a tributary of the Lena River in eastern Siberia. Olkmanskite, a trigonal trapezohedral mineral containing barium, calcium, carbon, oxygen, and strontium. Oltsander, a male given name from Ukrainian, equivalent to English Alexander. Oltander, Olksander transliteration of Olyaksa and Da. Oleksandria, a city and rayon of Kirovohrad Oblast in central Ukraine. Oleksandrivsk, a city in Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Olseha, a surname from the Slavic languages. Ola, alternative form of Ulama. Ola, a female given name from Ukrainian, equivalent to English Helen. Oles, plural of Olna. Olentalis Uma, a particular anti-inflammatory monoclonal antibody. Olender, a surname from Polish. Olenders, plural of Olender. Owing, a female given name. Oleg, alternative form of Olniak. Olmekian, a subdivision of the Triassic period. Old Olin, any trilobate in the family Olnilidae. Olnilids, plural of Olnilid. Oliloi, Any trilobite of the superfamily Ulmaloidea. Ole. Any member of the family Ulmidi of trilobites. Oleds. Plural of Olne. Oler. A surname. Olnek. Plural of Olnik. Olnemor. Having the morphology associated with Olnid trilobites. Olnemors. Plural of Olnemorph. Olite. A trigonal to trigonal pyramidal light pink mineral containing aluminum, boron, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Olith. Tented. Onyagyuba. A bay, an extension of the Kola Inlet of the Barents Sea. On the Kola Peninsula of Murmansk Oblast, Russia. Olai. A village, the administrative center of Olnievskoy rural settlement, Dubovsky Rayon, Volgograd Oblast, Russia. Olai. A major river in northern Siberia in Russia, west of the Lower Lena and east of the Anabar. Olai. A type of energy-absorbing landing gear strut in which sudden compression or extension of the strut causes a gas-filled chamber to push or pull a piston which forces oil through a small orifice, resulting in absorption of energy through viscous effects. Oil. An oil expressed from certain animal fats, especially beef suet, the greater portion of the solid fat, or stearin, being left behind. It is a mixture of olein, palmitin, and a little stearin. Oil or oil-based materials. Olacanthal. A tyrosol ester isolated from extra virgin olive oil with anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. Olosolosis. A rind disease on citrus fruit causing blemishes and releasing harmful oils. Oleochemical. Any organic compound derived from a natural vegetable oil or animal fat. Oleochemicals. Plural of oleochemical. Oleochemistry. The branch of chemistry that deals with oleochemicals. Oleocystidia. Plural of oleocystidium. Oleocystidium. A cystidium which is leaking an oily substance. Polydistillate. Any oil that has been purified by distillation, typically at low pressures. Oledistillates. Plural of oledistillate. Olodynamic. Relating to olodynamics. Olodynamics. The study of systems that use oil as the working fluid to transmit power and control motion. Ologel. A thixotropic gel composed of silica and linseed oil used in oil painting. Ologeos. Plural of ologel. Ologenesis. The biosynthesis of triglycerides in plants. Ologenic. Relating to ologenesis. Olograph. A type of chromolithograph using oil paint on canvas that attempts to imitate oil painting. Olographic. Relating to olography. Olographically. By means of or in the style of olography. Olographs. Plural of olograph. Olography. The art or process of producing the pictures known as olographs. Ologam. Eniologam. Ologams. Plural of ologam. Olonastis. A proposed basic taste sensation triggered by fatty acids. Olysis. The separation of a layer of oil from a mixture. Oolitic. Relating to or causing olysis. Olomancy. The practice of divination by pouring oil into water and observing the resulting patterns. Oleomargaric acid, former name of oleosteric acid. Oleomargarine, margarine. Oleomargarines, plural of oleomargarine. Oleometer, an instrument for determining the weight and purity of oil. Oleometers, plural of oleometer. Alternative form of oleone. An oily liquid obtained by distillation of calcium olate and probably consisting of the ketone of oleic acid. Oleophilic, having an affinity for oil rather than for water. Olefophic, tending to repel oil. Olephobicity, the state or condition of being olefophic. Olepneumatic, relating to oil and air. Oleptine, alternative form of oleoptene. Oleptenes, plural of oleptene. Olorsen, a homogeneous mix of essential oil and resin. Olorsin capsicum, any olorsin extracted from a plant of the genus Capsicum containing capsaicin used in pepper spray. Olorsinus, of or relating to olorsin. Olorsins, plural of olorsin. Oleos, plural of oleo. Olesaccharum, an oil sugar, a preparation made by saturating 30 grains of sugar with 1 drop of volatile oil. Olus, ole. Olecide, any of a particular class of saccharidoid glycoside. Olecides, plural of olecide. Olesin, a kind of structural protein found in vascular plant oil bodies and in plant cells. Olesins, plural of olesin. Olosity, the state or quality of being oily or fat, fatness. Oleoso, synonym of spherosome. Olesomes, plural of oleosome. OS, alternative form of olos. Olovitamin, a vitamin administered in the form of an edible oil. Olovitamins, plural of olovitamin. The univalent carbonyl. Olovitamins, plural of olovitamin. The univalent carbonyl radical derived from oleic acid. Olylethanolamide, an endogenous peroxisome proliferator activated receptor alpha agonist. Olos, plural of olol. Oaceous, relating to potherbs. Ovicultura, relating to oliculture. Oviculture, the field of horticulture dealing with the production, storage, processing, and marketing of vegetables. Oviculturist, a person who carries out oviculture. Oviculturists, plural of oviculturists. Aleiron, an island in the Charente Maritime Department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Oish, a surname. Oviki, a city, the administrative center of Olsky Urban Hromada Kherson Rayon, Kherson Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1784 on the site of a much older settlement. Olsky, a surname. Olznica, several towns and villages in Poland. Ozno, a town, county, and gmina in Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Olsen, a surname. Olsens, Plural of Olsen. Ulster. A fat substitute, a glyceride of sucrose that cannot be easily digested and therefore adds no fat, calories, or cholesterol to food products. Also used as an industrial lubricant. Ulsterus. Plural of Ulstera. Ulthritid. Any moth in the family Ulthritidae, now considered to be the tortoises subfamily Ulthritidae. Ulthritids. Plural of Ulthritine. Any moth of the tribe Ulthritini. Ulthritines. Plural of Ulthritine. Oleth. A surname. A solution of sulfur trioxide in sulfuric acid. OS. Plural of European. A complex glycoside found in the leaves of olive and privet that may have a beneficial effect on the immune system. Europeans. Plural of European. Ost. A city in Khorasan Rayon, Zhytomyr Oblast, Ukraine. Ulta. A surname from Polish. Ultus. Plural of Olksa. The radical of oleic acid derives from the non-drying oils. Olilame, an unsaturated fatty amine with the chemical formula CHNH2 used as a surfactant and in the synthesis of nanoparticles. Olzarsen, a medication used in the treatment of familial chylomicronemia syndrome. A unit measuring the strength of an olfactory pollution source as detected by an average adult in typical conditions. Olfact. To smell. Olfactant. Synonym of odorant. Olfactants. Plural of olfactant. Olfacted. Simple past and past participle of olfact. Olfactable. Having an odor, capable of being smelled. Olfactic. Referring to the olfactory senses or the sense of smell. Olfactics. The study of smells and how they are perceived. Olfactes. Plural of olfact. Olfacting. Present participle and gerund of olfact. Olfaction. The sense of smell, the detection of airborne molecules. Olfactions. Plural of olfaction. Olfactive. Of or pertaining to the sense of smell, olfactory. Olfacto. Smell. Olfactogustatory. Relating to the senses of smell and taste. Olfactologist. One who studies olfactology. Olfactologists. Plural of olfactologists. Olfactology. The chemical study of smell. Olfactome. All the olfactory compounds used by a particular organism. Olfactometon. Any of a class of polymeric glycoproteins that are a major component of the extracellular matrix of olfactory neuroepithelium. Olfactometons. Plural of olfactometon. Olfactomes. Plural of olfactome. Olfactometer. A device used to measure the acuity of a person's sense of smell. Olfactometers. Plural of olfactometer. Olfactometric. Of or pertaining to olfactometry. Olfactometrically. By means of olfactometry. Olfactometry. The study and measurement of smells. Olfactomotor. Of or pertaining to both olfactory and motor activity, as for example where thinking about an odor triggers sniffing. Olfactophilia. Sexual arousal caused by smells or odors, especially from the human body. Olfactor. A smelling organ, a nose or similar organ. Olfactorial. Olfactory. Olfactor. Olfactory. Olfactories. Plural of olfactory. Olfactorily. In an olfactory sense. Olfactorize. British standard spelling of olfactorize. Olfactorize. Simple past and past participle of olfactorize. Olfactorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of olfactorize. Olfactorizing. Present participle and gerund of olfactorize. Olfactorize. To form a mental representation of what something smells like. Olfactorize. Simple past and past participle of olfactorize. Olfactorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of olfactorize. Olfactorizing. Present participle and gerund of olfactorize. Olfactors. Plural of olfactor. Olfactory. Concerning the sense of smell. Olfactory nerve. Either of the first of 12 paired cranial nerves which arise in the olfactory neurosensory cells of the nasal mucous membrane and carries information of the sense of smell from the nasal cavity to the brain. Olfactory nerves. Plural of olfactory nerve. Olfactory organ of smell. Olfactory organs. Plural of olfactory organ. Olfactory reference syndrome. A mental disorder in which the patient believes he or she is emitting abnormal and offensive body odors. Olfactotoxic. Toxic to the olfactory system. Olfactotoxicant. An olfactory toxicant. Olfactotoxicants. Plural of olfactotoxicant. Olfactronic. Relating to olfactronics. Olfactronics. The design and use of machines to analyze smells. Olfacts. Third person singular simple present indicative of olfact. Olfact. A unit for measuring intensity of smell. Olfactometon. Misspelling of olfactometon. Ovs. Plural of olv. Olga. A female given name from Russian, Ukrainian, or Belarusian. Altai. A city in Bainalj, Mongolia. Alja. A surname from Spanish. Aldins. Plural of algin. Aldite. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing barium, oxygen, phosphorus, sodium, and strontium. Aldavka. The name of several settlements in Russia, including Al. A transliteration of the Ukrainian female given name O acute L Yuri Gao A O acute L letter 2 B9 HF. Al. Office of the Leader of the House of Commons. Alukta. A village in Borovis settlement Ramada, Izium Kharkiv Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1685. Office of the Leader of the House of Lords. Oe. A diminutive of the male given name Oliver. Olivun. Olibanum. Olibanum. A gum resin from trees of the genus Boswellia, formerly used as a medicine and now mainly as incense. Olibanums. Plural of olibanum. Olibe, an essential oil, principally a mixture of diterpenes obtained by the distillation of olibanum. Glyceridine, an opioid drug for the treatment of acute pain. Olicity, the ship of characters Oliver Queen Green Arrow and Felicity Smoke from the television series Arrow. Olid, evil smelling. That it. Oliebollen, a traditional Dutch and Belgian delicacy, a pastry similar to a donut. Oliebollen, plural of oliebol. Olifant, an elephant. Oliphants, plural of oliphant. Oli, alternative form of oligo, used before a vowel. Oligacanthorhynchid, any acanthosfelon in the family Oligacanthorhynchidae. Oligacanthorhynchids, plural of oligacanthorhynchid. Olidemia, the condition of having a low quantity of blood. Olidemia, plural of oligemia. Olidemic, relating to or exhibiting oligemia. Oligandrous, having few stamens. Oligandry, the state of being oligandrous. Oliganthus, having few flowers. Oliganthropocene, the current geological epoch, understood as characterized by the destructive effects of the behavior of a small group of wealthy and powerful people. Oligarch, a member of an oligarchy, someone who is part of a small group that runs a country. Oligarchal, oligarchic, oligarchical, oligarchic, of or pertaining to oligarchy. Oligarchic accretion, a regime of accretion of material in a protoplanetary disk where only the most massive objects can continue to grow. Oligarchic accretions, plural of oligarchic accretion. Oligarchical, oligarchic, oligarchically, in an oligarchical way. Oligarchies, plural of oligarchy. Oligarchize, to make oligarchic. Oligarchize, simple past and past participle of oligarchize. Oligarchizes, third person singular simple present indicative of oligarchize. Oligarchizing, present participle and gerund of oligarchize. Oligarchism, the principles or spirit of an oligarchy. Oligarchus, a proponent of oligarchism. Oligarchists, plural of oligarchus. Oligarchization, conversion of a political system to an oligarchy, countable an instance of this. Oligarchizations, plural of oligarchization. Oligarchize, to make a political system oligarchic. Oligarchize, simple past and past participle of oligarch. Oligarchizes, third person singular simple present indicative of oligarchize. Oligarchizing, present participle and gerund of oligarchize. Oligarchs, plural of oligarch. Oligarchy, a government run by and for only a few, often the aristocracy, the wealthy, or their friends it associates. Oligemia, alternative form of oligemia. Oligemic, relating to or exhibiting oligenia. Oligus, hematite. Ologistic. Of or relating to ologist or hematite. Ologists. Plural of ologists. Aleo. Oligonucleotide. Aleo. Few, several. Oligocene. An oligomeric scene. Oligocenes. Plural of oligocene. Oligodenosine. An oligomer of adenosine. Oligodinylase. An enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of an oligodinylate. Oligodinylase. Plural of oligodinylase. Oligodinylate. A relatively short-chain palliadenylate. Oligodinilated. Simple past and past participle of oligodinylate. Oligodinilates. Plural of oligodinylate. Oligodinylation. The formation of an oligodinylate. Oligodinolations. Plural of oligodinylation. Oligomer. Any oligosaccharide present in agar. Oligogers. Plural of oligoger. Oligolani. An oligomer of alanine as part of a peptide. Oligolanines. Plural of oligolanine. Oligolginate. An oligomeric form of alginate alginic acid. Oligolginates. Plural of oligolginate. Oligomenorrhea. The condition of having irregular and frequent menstrual periods. Oligomenorrhea. Alternative spelling of oligomenorrhea. Oligomide. Any compound that has several amide groups. Oligomides. Plural of oligomide. Oligomine. Any polyamine containing only a few amine groups. Oligomines. Plural of oligomine. Oligomyos. The presence of an abnormally small volume of amniotic fluid. Oligonalgesia. An insufficient level of analgesia. Oligonylene. Any of a class of compounds containing short strings of aniline residues fused into polycyclic structures. Oligonylines. Plural of oligonylene. Oligonovulation. Infrequent or irregular anovulation. Oligontygenic. Hypoallergenic. Oligonuria. A condition lying between anuria and oliguria in which less than 100 ml of urine is produced per day. Oligonuric. Relating to oligonuria. Oligoarabinosaccharide. An oligosaccharide composed of arabinose monomers. Oligoarabinosaccarides. Plural of oligoarabinosaccharide. Oligoarabinosae. Any oligomeric arabinosae. Oligoarabinosides. Plural of oligoarabinosae. Oligorgini. A relatively short polyarginine, especially one used to enhance cellular delivery of a drug. Oligorginines. Plural of oligorginine. Olidore. A larger than normal microarray. Oligores. Plural of oligore. Oligorarthralgia. Arthralgia, joint pain that affects several joints. Oligorthritic. Of, pertaining to, or afflicted with oligorarthritis. Of oligorarthritis. Oligorarthritis. A form of arthritis that only affects a few joints. Oligorarthropathies. Plural of oligoarthropathy. Oligoarthropathy. Arthropathy involving a limited number of joints. Oligoarticular. That affects a few joints of the body. Oligostenospermia. Oligostenospermia. Oligostenotrotospermia. 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 A combination of oligozoospermia, asthenozoospermia, and teratospermia. Oligostenotrotospermic, relating to oligostenotrotospermia. Oligostenozoospermia, a combination of oligozoospermia and asthenozoospermia. Oligostenozoospermic, relating to oligostenozoospermia. Oligostrocytic, having several astrocytes. Oligostrocytoma, a form of brain tumor that is a mixture of oligodendroglioma and astrocytoma. Oligostrocytomas, plural of oligostrocytoma. Oligobasic, having a few bases. Oligobenzamide, any compound that has several benzamide moieties. Oligobenzamide. Plural of oligobenzamide. Oligobodies. Plural of oligobody. Oligobody, a complex of an aptamer and an antibody. Oligocapture, the capture of reasonably large DNA fragments for sequencing. Oligocardia, synonym of bradycardia. Oligosylodextrin, any cellodextrin that contains several glucose units. Oligosylodextrins, plural of oligosylodextrin. Oligosaccharide, synonym of cellodextrin. Oligosaccharides, plural of oligosaccharide. Oligocellular, having few cells. Oligocellulose, an oligomeric form of cellulose. Oligocene, of a geologic epoch within the Paleogene period from about 34 to 23 million years ago, marked by the rapid evolution in a warm climate. Oligocentric, having or originating from several centers. Oligarchy, any of various hermaphroditic aquatic and terrestrial annelid worms of the subclass Oligarchida that have single bristles along the body. Oligarchetes, plural of oligarchete. Oligarchetological, relating to oligarchetology. Oligarchetologist, a scientist dedicated to the study of earthworms. Oligarchetologists, plural of oligarchetologists. Oligarchetology, the scientific study of earthworms. Oligarchetotic, relating to worms of the class Oligarcheta. Oligarchetus, relating to oligarchetes. Oligarchete, alternative form of oligarchete. Oligarchetes, plural of oligarchete. Oligarchetosin, shedasin. Oligochromatic, using only a few colors, oligochrome. Oligochromatographic, relating to oligochromatography. Oligochromatography, chromatography of oligonucleotides. Oligochrome, using only a few colors. Alidocles. A Plagiocles feldspar, the second member of the albatanoidite solid solution series, primarily found as small crystals in impure marble. Oligoclase contains a small amount of calcium substituting for some of the sodium in its formula. Oligoclase with reddish-golden inclusions found in Norway and Canada is called sunstone. Oligoclases of oligoclase. Oligoclonal. Relating to an oligoclone, or to just a few clones. Oligoclonal band, one of the bands of immunoglobulins that are seen when a patient's blood plasma or cerebrospinal fluid CSF is analyzed. Oligoclonal bands, plural of oligoclonal band. Oligoclonality, the quality of being oligoclonal. Oligoclonally. In an oligoclonal manner. Oligoclone, a clone that contains only a few copies of the original. Oligoclones, plural of oligoclone. Oligocone, having a reduced number of functioning cone cells. Oligocracies, plural of oligocracy. Oligocracy, ruled by a select few people. Oligocratic, of or relating to oligocracy. Oligocrystalline, having a few columnar grains parallel to its longitudinal axis. Oligoculture, the cultivation of several crops together. Oligocultures, plural of oligoculture. Oligocyclic, having a few atoms or repeat units in a ring, having a small number of rings. Oligocyclopropyl, describing a compound having a short chain of linked cyclopropane rings. Oligocystic, having only a few cysts. Oligocythemia, alternative form of oligocythemia. Oligocythemic, relating to oligocythemia. Oligocythemia, a deficiency in the number of erythrocytes in the blood. Oligodactyly, alternative form of oligodactyly. Oligodactyly, the presence of fewer than the usual number of fingers or toes. Oligodendroglioma, misspelling of oligodendroglioma. Oligodendriner, a dendrimeric oligomer. Oligodendrimeric, relating to oligodendrimers. Oligodendriners, plural of oligodendriner. Oligodendritic, having a few dendrites. Oligodendroblast, a form of glial cell that is a precursor of an oligodendrocyte. Oligodendroblasts, plural of oligodendroblasts. Oligodendrocyte, any of the cells of the oligodendroblia in the nervous system. Oligodendrocytes, plural of oligodendrocyte. Oligodendrocytic, relating to oligodendrocytes. Oligodendrocytoma, a glioma whose cells resemble oligodendrocytes. Oligodendrocytomas, plural of oligodendrocytoma. Oligodendrogenesis, the formation of oligodendrocytes. Oligodendrogenic, relating to oligodendrogenesis. Oligodendrogal, misspelling of oligodendroglial. Oligodendroglia, tissue neuroglia consisting of glial cells that are smaller than astrocytes and form the myelin sheath. Oligodendroglial, of or pertaining to the oligodendroglia. Oligodendrogliogenesis, the generation and development of oligodendroglia. Oligodendroglioma, a glioma believed to originate from the oligodendrocytes of the brain or from a glial precursor cell. Oligodendrobliomagenesis, the formation and development of oligodendrobliomas. Oligodendroblioma, relating to oligodendroblioma. Oligodendrobliomas, plural of oligodendroblioma. Oligodendroglion, a glial cell smaller than an astrocyte that forms the myelin sheath for many axons. Oligodendrogliopathy, relating to the pathology of oligodendrobliomas. Oligodendrogliopathy, any disease due to the presence of an oligodendroblioma. Oligodendrobliosis, any disease that affects the oligodendroglion. Oligodendroma, alternative form of oligodendroblioma. Oligodendromal, alternative form of oligodendrobliomal. Oligodendromas, plural of oligodendroma. Oligodendropathies, plural of oligodendropathy. Oligodendropathy, any disease that affects oligodendrocytes. Oligodendrolate, misspelling of oligodendrolate. Oligodexynucleotide. Any oligodendrolators mutfairs the main diosuras. Oligodexynucleotides, plural of oligodexynucleotide. Oligodexyribonucleoside, any oligonucleotide composed of deoxyribose monomers. Oligodexyribonucleotides, plural of oligodexyribonucleotide. Oligodexythymidine, alternative form of oligodexythymidine. Oligodexythymidines, plural of oligodexythymidine. Oligodexynucleotide, alternative form of oligodexynucleotide. Oligodexynucleotides, plural of oligodexynucleotide. Oligodexyribonucleotide, alternative form of oligodexyribonucleotide. Oligodexyribonucleotides, plural of oligodexyribonucleotide. Oligodexythymidine, an oligomer of desoxythymidine. Oligodextrin, an oligomeric form of dextrin. Oligodextrins, plural of oligodextrin. Oligodimer, an oligomer composed of dimers. Oligomerization, the formation of oligodimers. Oligodimers, plural of oligodimer. Oligonucleotide, an oligomer composed of dinucleotide units. Oligonucleotides, plural of oligonucleotide. Oligodel, synonym of oligomer. Oligodels, plural of oligodial. Oligodipsia, pathologically reduced or absent sense of thirst. Oligodipsic, relating to or exhibiting oligodipsia. Oligodontia, the absence of 6 or more teeth. Oligoduplex, a double-stranded oligonucleotide. Oligoduplexes, plural of oligoduplexes. Oligodynamic, that is active in small quantities, used especially to describe the sterilizing effect of some heavy metals against bacteria. Oligodynamics, the study and use of oligodynamic materials. Oligoelectrolyte, an oligomeric electrolyte. Oligoelectrolytes, plural of oligoelectrolyte. Oligoelement, synonym of trace element. Oligogametes, plural of oligomete. Oligondopeptidase, an endopeptidase that splits oligopeptides. Oligondopeptidases, plural of oligondopeptidase. Oligone, any compound having many carbon-carbon conjugated double bonds such as a carotenoid. Oligones, plural of oligone. Oligopilepsies, plural of oligopilepsy. Oligopilepsy, a form of epilepsy in which the patient has only a few seizures. Oligoster, an ester oligomer chain containing a small number of repeating ester units monomers. Oligosters are short analogs of polymeric polyesters. Oligosters, plural of oligoster. Oligomer, any oligomer consisting of ether residues. Oligoters, plural of oligother. Oligothalene, several ethylene groups in a molecule typically in a row, but separated from each other by an atom such as oxygen. Oligopectamine, alternative form of oligopectamine. Oligopectamine, a proprietary reagent used in the transfection of oligonucleotides. Oligophorin, any of a class of aromatic polycyclic hydrocarbons consisting of several fluorine units attached end to end. Oligophorans, plural of oligofluorin. Oligofocal, having several foci. Oligofraction, anything composed of several fractions in any of several contexts. Oligofractionate, to divide into oligofractions. Oligofractionated, simple past and past participle of oligofractionate. Oligofractionates, third person singular simple present indicative of oligofractionate. Oligofractionating, present participle and gerund of oligofractionate. Oligofractionation, division into oligofractions. Oligofractions, plural of oligofraction. Oligofructan, any oligosaccharide composed of fructose residues. Oligofructans, plural of oligofructan. Oligofructosaccharide, alternative form of oligofructose. Oligofructose, any oligosaccharide composed of fructose residues. Oligofructoses, plural of oligofructose. Oligofunctional, having a few functions. Oligogalactofuranocide, any oligomeric galactofuranocide. Oligogalactofuranocides, plural of oligogalactofuranocide. Oligogalactoside, an oligoglycoside of galactose. Oligogalactosides, plural of oligogalactoside. Oligogalactosyl, several galactosyl groups in a molecule. Oligogalacturonate, an oligomer of galacturonate. Oligogalacturonates, plural of oligogalacturonate. Oligogalacturonic, describing oligomers of galacturonic acid. Oligogalacturonide, an oligosaccharide formed during the degradation of pectin. Oligogalacturonides, plural of oligogalacturonide. Oligogene, one of a few genes that, together, control a specific trait. Oligogenes, plural of oligogene. Oligogenesis, the creation of biochemical oligomers. Oligogenetic, alternative form of oligogenic. Oligogenic, determined by a small number of genes. Oligogenically, in an oligogenic manner. Oligogenicity, the quality of being oligogenic, i.e. involving a few genes. Oligoglucan, an oligomer of glucose. Oligoglucans, plural of oligoglucan. Oligoglucosaccharide, any oligosaccharide composed of glucose residues. Oligoglucosaccharides, plural of oligoglucosaccharide. Oligoglucoside, any glycoside in which the glycone is an oligoglucosaccharide. Oligoglucosides, plural of oligoglucoside. Oligoglutamate, an oligomer derived from glutamic acid. Glutamates, plural of oligoglutamate. Oligoglutamine, an oligomer of glutamine that is implicated in Huntington's disease. Oligoglycan, an oligomeric form of glycan. Oligoglycans, plural of oligoglycan. Oligoglycine, an oligopeptide composed of glycine residues. Oligoglycines, plural of oligoglycine. Oligoglycoside, any oligomeric glycoside. Oligoglycosides, plural of oligoglycoside. Oligoguanidine, any oligomer or guanidine or its derivatives. Oligoguanidines, plural of oligoguanidine. Oligoguanine, any oligomer of guanine as part of a nucleic acid. Oligoguanines, plural of oligoguanine. Oligoguluronate, an oligomer of guluronates. Oligoguluronates, plural of oligoguluronate. Oligogenous, exhibiting or relating to oligogeny. Oligogeny, the situation where an ant colony has multiple egg-laying queens, but they remain far apart from one another in the nest. Oligohaline, containing little salt. Oligoheteromeric, oligomeric and heteromeric. Oligohexamer, an oligomer composed of hexamers. Oligohexameric, composed of several hexamers. Oligohexamers, plural of oligohexamer. Oligohydrosis, synonym of hypohidrosis. Oligohistidine, an oligomer of histidine. Oligohistidines, plural of oligohistidine. Oligohume, feeding on soil 20-40 cm deep. Oligohyaluronate, an oligomeric form of hyaluronate. Oligohyaluronates, plural of oligohyaluronate. Oligohydramnion, oligohydramniotic. Oligohydramnion, alternative form of oligohydramnios. Oligohydramnios, a deficit of amniotic fluid in the amniotic sac causing distinctive deformations of the fetus. Oligohydramniotic, of relating to or characterized by oligohydramnios. Oligohymnophorean, any ciliate of the class Oligohymnophorea. Oligohymnophoreans, plural of oligohymnophorean. Oligohypomnorrhea, decreased frequency of menstruation, as well as a reduced amount of blood loss with each menstrual episode. Oligoi, synonym of oligomeric. Oligoisolating, using a relatively small number of morphemes and having a lower morpheme-to-word ratio. Oligoisoprenoid, any isoprenoid that contains several isoprene units. Oligoisoprenoids, plural of oligoisoprenoi. Oligolectone, an oligomeric lactone. Oligolectones, plural of oligolectone. Olidolalia, a condition in which a person says or writes fewer words than might normally be expected given his or her personality, education, and the specific circumstances. Oligolamellor, consisting of a few layers. Oligolatry, the worship of the few or the minority. Oligosahel, having a small amount of yolk in the cytoplasm. Oligoptic, relating to or characteristic of oligopty. Oligopty, the preference of an insect pollinator, chiefly a bee, for pollinating only a few plant species. Oligoge, a pollinator exhibiting oligopty. Oligolges, plural of oligolge. Oligolignin, any oligomer composed of lignin monomers. Oligolignins, plural of oligolignin. Oligolingual, relating to, involving, or knowing few languages. Oligolingualism, the state of knowing few languages. Oligolysine, an oligomer of lysine. Oligolysines, plural of oligolysine. Oligomania, a form of insanity which, although potentially affecting all the mental faculties and operations, apparently involves only a part as the emotions, the intellect, or the will. Oligomenon, an oligomeric form of mannan. Oligomenons, plural of oligomenon. Oligomonosaccharide, an oligosaccharide based on mannose groups. Oligomonosaccharides, plural of oligomonosaccharide. Oligomonose, a glycan that is an oligomer composed of mannose units. Oligomonoses, plural of oligomonose. Oligomonoside, an oligomer containing mannoside moieties. Oligomonosides, plural of oligomonoside. Oligomonosidic, derived from an oligomonosi. Oligomonosyl, several manosyl groups in a molecule. Oligomonosylated, glycosylated with several manosyl derivatives. Oligomonosyls, plural of oligomonosyl. Oligomenuronate, an oligomer composed of manuronate monomers. Oligomenuronates, plural of oligomenuronate. Oligomegainpheronia, a kidney disease characterized by larger nephrons that are reduced in number. Oligomegainpheronias, plural of oligomegainpheronia. Oligomenorrhagia, infrequent but heavy menstrual flow. Oligomenorrhea, infrequent or light menstrual periods in women of childbearing age. Oligomenorrheas, plural of oligomenorrhea. Oligomenorrheic, of, pertaining to, or experiencing oligomenorrhea. Oligomenorrhea, unusually infrequent menstruation. Oligomenorrhoic, alternative spelling of oligomenorrheic. Oligomenorrhoic, alternative form of oligomerase. Oligomeria. Obsolete form of oligomeria. Oligomer. A compound intermediate between a monomer and a polymer, normally having a specified number of units between about 5 and 100. Oligomerase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of an oligomer. Oligomerases. Plural of oligomerase. Oligomeration. Synonym of oligomerization. Oligomeric. Of, pertaining to, or being an oligomer. Oligomericity. The quality of being oligomeric or an oligomer. Oligomerization. Alternative spelling of oligomerization. Oligomerizations. Plural of oligomerization. Oligomerize. Alternative form of oligomerize. Oligomerized. Simple past and past participle of oligomerize. Oligomerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oligomerize. Oligomerizing. Present participle and gerund of oligomerize. Oligomerization. The formation of an oligomer from oligomerizations. Plural of oligomerization. Oligomerize. To react together to form an oligomer. Oligomerize. Simple past and past participle of oligomerize. Oligomerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oligomerize. Oligomerizing. Present participle and gerund of oligomerize. Oligomerous. Having only a few members in a particular organ. Oligomers. Plural of oligomer. Oligomery. The condition of being oligomeric. Oligomesotrophic. Intermediate between oligotrophic and mesotrophic. Plural of oligometastases. Oligometastases. A state of limited metastases, especially of cancer, with several but not many metastatic sites. Oligometastatic. Relating to oligometastases. Oligopionic. Composed of several methylene groups. Oligometric. Misspelling of oligomeric. Oligomicroarray. An oligonucleotide microarray. Oligomicroarrays. Plural of oligomicroarray. Oligonic. Synonym of oligomictic. Oligomictic. That mixes only occasionally. Oligomineral. Having few dissolved minerals. Oligomorph. Any oligomorphic organism. Oligomorphic. Having several different forms, but not fully polymorphic. Oligomorphs. Plural of oligomorph. Oligomycin. Any of a group of toxic macrolides produced by Streptomyces bacteria that are used as antibiotics. Oligomycins. Plural of oligomycin. Oligoneral. Synonym of oligoneuronal. Oligonerid. Any mammal of the family Oligoneridae. Oligonerids. Plural of oligonerid. Oligoneria. Any mammal of the family Oligoneridae. Oligonerids. Plural of oligoneria. Oligoneuronal. Relating to a few neurons. Oligonitrophilic. That needs relatively little nitrogen in order to achieve nitrogen fixation. Oligonodular. Carrier number often fewer than 5 of nodules. Oligonal. A mixture of low molecular weight polyphenols found in the lychee. Oligonuclear. Having few/several nuclei. Alloidiploid. Relating to oligonucleotides or oligonucleosides. Oligonucleoside. An oligomer composed of nucleoside oligonucleosides. Plural of oligonucleoside. Oligonucleosome. Or pertaining to an oligonucleosome. Oligonucleosome is series of several nucleosomes. Oligonucleosomes. Plural of oligonucleosome. Oligonucleotidase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of an oligonucleotide, but especially hexoribonuclease derived from Flammellina velutapes. Oligonucleotidases. Plural of oligonucleotidase. Oligonucleotide. A short sequence of nucleotides RNA or DNA, typically with 20 or fewer base pairs. Oligonucleotides. Plural of oligonucleotide. Oligonucleotide. Relating to an oligonucleotide. Oligonutrient. A micronutrient that is needed in slightly larger amounts. Oligonutrients. Plural of oligonutrient. Oligovulation. Infrequent or irregular ovulation. Oligoxypiperazine. Any compound that has several oxypiperazine moieties. Oligoxypiperazines. Plural of oligoxypiperazine. Oligoparaffenylene. An oligomer composed of paraffenylene moieties. Oligoparaffenylines. Plural of oligoparaffenylene. Oligopectin. An oligomeric form of pectin. Oligopectins. Plural of oligopectin. Oligopeptidase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis cleavage of a short oligopeptide rather than a protein. Oligopeptidases. Plural of oligopeptidase. Oligopeptide. A peptide containing a relatively small number of amino acids. Oligopeptides. Plural of oligopeptide. Oligopeptidic. Relating to oligopeptides. Oligoptilous. Having few petals. Oligophage. Any oligophagous organism. Oligophages. Plural of oligophage. Oligophagism. Synonym of oligophagy. Oligophagous. That feed on a restricted range of food. Oligophagy. Feeding on few specific types of food, for example a single plant genus or family. Oligophenyl. Any of a family of linear aromatic hydrocarbons having a structure of several benzene rings joined by single bonds. Oligophenylene. Any oligomer containing phenylene residues. Oligophenylines. Plural of oligophenylene. Oligophenylenedivinylene. A oligomer of phenylenedivinylene. Oligophenylenedivinylenes. Plural of oligophenylenedivinylene. Oligophenyls. Plural of oligophenyl. Oligophosphate. Any compound or anion containing several phosphate groups. Oligophosphates. Plural of oligophosphate. Oligophrenia. Subnormal mental development. Oligophrenias, plural of oligophrenia. Oligophrenic, exhibiting or relating to oligophrenia. Oligophrenics, plural of oligophrenic. Oligophrenin, any of a family of proteins that modulate cytoskeletal changes. Oligophrenins, plural of oligophrenin. Oligophreny, alternative form of oligophrenia. Oligophyllous, having few leaves. Oligophyte, relating to several species of plant. Oligopithecid, Ediasynctimungi, Edavelialidopitheci. Oligopithecids, plural of oligopithecid. Oligopithecine, oligopithecid. Oligoplastic, having little capacity to produce or to repair damage to tissue. Oligopoid, having a few more than the usual number of sets of chromosomes in each cell. Oligopnea, shallow breathing. Oligopoly, misconstruction of oligopolistic. Oligopolies, plural of oligopoly. Oligopolism, any doctrine supporting an oligopoly. Oligopolisms, plural of oligopolism. Oligopolis, a member of an oligopoly, one of a small number of sellers with undue influence over a market. Oligopolistic, having the character of or dominated by an oligopoly. Oligopolistically, in an oligopolistic manner. Oligopoly, plural of oligopolis. Oligopolize, to convert a market into an oligopoly. Oligopolize, simple past and past participle of oligopolize. Oligopolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of oligopolize. Oligopolizing, present participle and gerund of oligopolize. Oligopolis, oligopolistic. Oligopoly, an economic condition in which a small number of sellers exert control over the market of a commodity. Oligopolymer, a polymer which occurs naturally in crude oil or in one of its basic refractory components, usually a mixture of two or more polymers. Oligopolymers, plural of oligopolymer. Oligopotency, the state or condition of being oligopotent. Oligopotent, describing a stem cell that is able to form two or more mature cell types within a tissue. Oligopotential, the capacity of a stem cell to differentiate into a limited number of cell types within a specific lineage as distinct from other types of stem cells like pluripotent or multipotent cells. Oligoprecursor, an oligodendrocyte precursor or progenitor cell. Oligoprecursors, plural of oligoprecursor. Olidoprenol, synonym of prenol. Oligoprenols, plural of oligoprenol. Oligoprenyl, any univalent radical formed from several isoprenyl moieties. Oligoprenyl transferase, any transferase that transfers oligoprenyl groups. Oligopriner, an oligonucleotide primer. Oligopriners, plural of oligoprimer. Oligoprobe, an oligonucleotide used as a hybridization probe. Oligoprobes, plural of oligoprobe. Oligoprogenitor, one of a small number of progenitors. Oligoprogenitors. Plural of oligoprogenitor. Oligoprogression. The formation of several metastatic lesions from an initial tumor. Oligoprogressions. Plural of oligoprogression. Oligoprogressive. Relating to oligoprogression. Oligoprotection. The protection of oligodendrocytes from damage. Oligoprotective. That protects oligodendrocytes. Oligosudorotaxane. Any compound consisting of several pseudotaxane moieties. Oligosudorotaxanes. Plural of oligosudorotaxane. Oligopsonies. Plural of oligopsony. Oligopsonists. Any of a relatively small number of buyers of a product or service. Oligopsonistic. Being or pertaining to oligopsony or to oligopsonists. Oligopsonists. Plural of oligopsonists. Oligopsony. An economic condition in which a small number of buyers exert control over the market price of a commodity. Oligopurine. A stretch of nucleic acid composed of several contiguous purines. Oligopurines. Plural of oligopurine. Oligopyrimidine. A portion of DNA or RNA containing several consecutive pyrimidine bases. Oligopyrimidines. Plural of oligopyrimidine. Oligopyryl. Any of a group of compounds based on a short string of pyrrole rings joined together. Oligopyryls. Plural of oligopyryl. Oligopyrale. Pertaining to or having a structure based on an oligopyryl. Oligorecurrence. A recurrence that happens several times. Oligorecurrences. Plural of oligorecurrence. Oligorecurrent. That recurs several times. Oligorepeat. A section of several repeats in a chromosome. Oligorepeats. Plural of oligorepeat. Oligonuclease. Anions and heterolysis oligonucleotides. Oligonucleases. Plural of oligonuclease. Oligonucleotide. The oligonucleotide made up of uronucleotides. Oligonucleotides. Plural of oligonucleotide. Oligoribosome. A short polyribosome. Oligoribosomes. Plural of oligoribosome. Oligornase. Alternative form of oligoribonuclease. Oligornases. Plural of oligornase. Oligorotaxane. Any compound having the form of several rotaxane moieties. Oligorotaxanes. Plural of oligorotaxane. Oligos. Plural of oligo. Oligosaccharide. A polysaccharide of low molecular weight, being a polymer of between 3 and 8 monosaccharide units. Oligosaccharides. Plural of oligosaccharide. Oligosaccharidic. Relating to oligosaccharides. Oligosaccharidosis. Any of several diseases characterized by increased levels of oligosaccharides in the urine. Oligosaccharyl. Relating to an oligosaccharide. Oligosaccharyltransferase. any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of an oligosaccharide. Oligosaccharyl transferases, plural of oligosaccharyl transferase. Oligosaccharyl, of a body of water of low salinity. Oligosaprobe, any oligosaprobic organism. Oligosaprobes, plural of oligosaprobe. Oligosaprobe, relating to or inhabiting a body of water containing some decomposing organic matter and thus only a little dissolved oxygen. Oligosarcosine, an oligomer of sarcosine. Oligoscretory, that produces a relatively small amount of secretion. Oligosemic, of or exhibiting oligosmy. Oligosmy, the quality or state of having a few meanings, as opposed to having a single meaning or many meanings. Oligosequence, a sequence of several things, especially an oligonucleotide. Oligosequences, plural of oligosequence. Oligosialic, composed of several sialic acid moieties. Oligosaccharide, a meteorite characterized by a small amount of metallic iron. Oligosaccharides, plural of oligosaccharides. Oligosilane, any polysilane with a relatively low number of silane units. Oligosilanes, plural of oligosilane. Oligosilanyl, a univalent radical derived from an oligosilane. Oligosiloxane, any polysiloxane having a relatively small number of CO groups. Oligosiloxanes, plural of oligosiloxane. Oligosomal, relating to or being an oligosome. Oligosome, a nucleosome oligomer. Oligosomes, plural of oligosome. Oligosorbate, a material that will absorb a few different substances. Oligosorbents, plural of oligosorbent. Oligospecific, having few species included. Oligospermatism, synonym of oligospermia. Oligospermia, low volume of semen. Oligospermias, plural of oligospermia. Oligospermic, having or relating to oligospermia. Oligospermous, having or bearing few seeds. Oligospermy, the fertilization of an oocyte by several spermatozoa. Oligosphere, a homotypic aggregate of oligodendrocyte progenitors. Oligospheres, plural of oligosphere. Oligospiroptyl, an oligomer composed of spiroptyl monomers. Oligospiroptyls, plural of oligospiroptyl. Oligosporogenous, that produces several spores. Oligostaminous, having few stamens. Oligostilbene, any polystilbene with a relatively low number of stilbene units. Oligostilbenes, plural of oligostilbene. Oligostilbenoid, an oligomeric form of stilbenoid. Oligostilbenoids, plural of oligostilbenoid. Oligosugar, synonym of oligosaccharide. Oligosugars, plural of oligosugar. Oligosulfide, any salt or ester containing a chain of several sulfur atoms. Oligosulfides, plural of oligosulfide. Oligosulfide, alternative form of oligosulfide. Oligosulfides, plural of oligosulfide. Oligosyllabic, having relatively few syllables. Oligosyllable, any oligosyllabic word. Oligosyllables, plural of oligosyllable. Oligosymptomatic, having few symptoms. Oligosynaptic, relating to several synapses. Oligosyndactylism, synonym of oligosyndactyly. Oligosyndactyly, the condition of having several fused/webbed digits. Oligosynthesis, the synthetic combining of a relatively small number of morphemes to form compound words. Oligosynthetic, using a relatively small number of morphemes which combine synthetically to form compound words. Oligotaxy, the decrease in the number of whorls in a flower. Oligotritosthenospermia, oligotritosthenozoospermia. Oligotritosthenozoospermia, oligosthenotritozoospermia. Oligotritospermia, oligotritozoospermia. Oligotritozoospermia, a combination of oligozoospermia and teratozoospermia. Oligotherapeutic, relating to oligotherapy. Oligotherapy, the supposed therapeutic use of trace elements. Oligophene, any of a family of oligomers of thiophenes that have useful optical or electronic properties. Oligophines, plural of oligothiophene. Oligothymidine, an oligomer of thymidine. Oligothymidines, plural of oligothymidine. Oligotrich, any of a group of ciliate protozoa included among the spiritrids with prominent oral cilia which are arranged as a collar and lapel in contrast to the choriotrids where they form a complete circle. Oligotrichid, any ciliate of the order Oligotrichida. Oligotrichids, plural of oligotrichid. Oligotrichus, relating to or characteristic of an oligotrich. Oligotrichs, plural of oligotrich. Oligotrimer, a trimer considered as an oligomer. Oligotrimers, plural of oligotrimer. Oligotroph, an organism capable of living in an environment that offers very low levels of nutrients. Oligotrophic, deficient in nutrition providing little nourishment. Oligotrophically, in an oligotrophic manner. Oligotrophication, modification of an environment to make it oligotrophic. Oligotrophicity, the condition of being oligotrophic. Oligotrophization, the process of becoming oligotrophic. Oligotrophs, plural of oligotroph. Oligotrophy, the quality of having a low level of nutrients and minerals. Oligotropic, that collects pollen or nectar from a relatively small number of plant types. Oligotropical, misspelling of oligotrophic. Oligotype, a distinct taxon whose separate identity is derived from a string of genetic bases rather than from morphological differences. Oligotypes, plural of oligocyte. Oligotypic, having few types. Oligotyping, the definition and identification of oligotypes. Oligobiquitin, a small number of linked ubiquitin molecules, especially when formed by oligoubiquitination. Oligoubiquitinated, ubiquitinated by oligoubiquitination. Oligoubiquitination, repeated ubiquitination to add a small number of ubiquitin molecules. Oligoubiquitins, plural of oligoubiquitin. Oligoubiquitination, oligoubiquitination. Oligoria, any compound containing several urea moieties. Oligurias, plural of oligoria. Oliguria, a condition in which only a relatively small amount of urine, typically about 400 ml per day, is produced. Oliguridine, an oligomer composed of uridine monomers. Oliguridines, plural of oliguridine. Oligouridylate, several uridylate groups in a molecule. Oligourydylated, modified by the addition of several uridylate groups. Oligourydylates, plural of oligouridylate. Oligouridylation, the addition of several uridine nucleotides to RNA. Oligourydylations, plural of oligouridylation. Oligovalent, greater than divalent and less than polyvalent. Oligovascular, relating to or affecting several blood vessels. Oligovialogen, any compound composed of several vialogen moieties. Oligovialogens, plural of oligovialogen. Oligoxenous, having several hosts during its life cycle. Oligoxylobucan, an oligomeric form of xyloglucan. Oligoxylobucans, plural of oligoxylobucan. Olidoi, any compound having many carbon-carbon conjugated triple bonds. Oligoins, plural of oligoin. Oligozygotectily, the possession of several zygopoda. Oligozoospermia, the condition where low numbers of spermatozoa are produced in an ejaculation. Oligozoospermias, plural of oligozoospermia. Oligozospermic, of or pertaining to oligozoospermia. Oligotrophic, misspelling of oligotrophic. Oliguria, a decreased production in the volume of urine. Oligurious, plural of oliguria. Oliguric, relating to oliguria. Oligemia, obsolete form of oligemia. Oler, a surname from Portuguese. Olimpiada, a transliteration of the Russian female given name Olimpiada de Olimpiada. Olympico, a goal scored directly from a corner kick without being touched by another player. Olems, plural of Olem. Olen, a city in Iowa. Owenger, a surname from German. Owingers, plural of Owinger. Olango, a small prostodonid of the genus Bassarician, resembling the kinkajou, native to the rainforests of Central and South America. Olingos, plural of olingo. Olinguido, a raccoon-like prostodonid of species Bassarician neblina, native to the Andean forests of Colombia and Ecuador. Olinguidos, plural of Olinguido. Alanasias, are relating to the Alanasi. Oh well, A rich, thick, Spanish stew consisting of meat and vegetables. Oleo curtain. Synonym of oleo drop. Oleo curtains. Plural of oleo curtain. Oleo da. A large canvas or drop that is attached at the bottom to a long rigid tube rigged to roll as it rises out, used in vaudeville theater. Oleo drops. Plural of oleo drop. Oleostricitoma. Misspelling of oligostricitoma. Oledentalioma. Misspelling of oligodendroglioma. Oleriviric. Misspelling of oligonucleotide. Oleos. Plural of oleo. Olivant. Surname. Olifantian. Of or relating to Margaret Oliphant 1828-1897, Scottish novelist and historical writer. Oliphants, plural of oliphant. Oliphant, elephant. Oliphants, plural of oliphant. Olisboi, plural of olisbos. Olisbos, idildo. Olisboses, plural of olisbos. Olistale, any of a mass of blocks of rock or mud that make up an olistostrum. Olistales, plural of olistale. Olistostromal. Relating to an olistostrum. Olistostrum, a sedimentary deposit composed of a chaotic mass of heterogeneous material, such as blocks and mud, known as olistolates, that accumulates as a semifluid body by submarine gravity sliding or slumping of the unconsolidated sediments. Olistostrums, plural of olistostrum. Relating to olistostrums. Olith, abbreviation of Old Lithuanian. Allihe, a gigantic cryptid of Central Africa, said to resemble a bat or flying reptile. Olitories, plural of olitor. Olitorin, a particular steroid glycoside. Olitoricide, a particular steroid glycoside. Olitariacin, a particular steroid glycoside. Olitori, of or pertaining to a kitchen garden, used for culinary purposes. Olids, the ship of characters Olivia Pope and Fitzgerald Fitz-Grant from the television series Scandal. Oliveri, body. Olivaceous, having the color of a green olive. Olivaceous umber, having the color of a green olive with a brown tint. Olivacine, a particular antimalarial alkaloid. Olive, a surname from Spanish. Olivanic, of or pertaining to olivanic acids or their derivatives. Olivanic acid, any of a group of beta-lactam and beta-salicylate from Streptomyces bacteria. Olivanic acids, plural of olivanic acid. Olivans, plural of olivan. Olivar, acid in Chile. Olivares, a surname from Spanish. Olivaria, a surname from Basque. Olivarius, plural of Olivaria. Oliveri, shaped like an olive. Oliveri bodies, plural of oliveri body. Olivary body, either of a pair of prominent oval structures in the medulla oblongata, the lower portion of the brainstem containing the olivary nuclei. Olives, a surname from Spanish. Olivaceous, plural of olives. Olivaster, of the color of the olive, tawny. Olive, a female given name from English. Olive baboon, a subspecies of savanna baboon. Papiohebedrias anubis, found in highland areas of East Africa. Olive baboons, plural of olive baboon. Olive box, a device used in phreaking to add an external ringer to a telephone line. Olive boxes, plural of olive box. Olive branch, a branch of an olive tree offered as an emblem of peace. Olive branch, simple past and past participle of olive branch. Olive branches, plural of olive branch. Olive branching, present participle and gerund of olive branch.
Here we go.
Olive bread, a kind of bread studded with olives. Olive breads, plural of olive bread. Olive burger, a hamburger topped with a mixture of chopped green olives and mayonnaise, popular in parts of Michigan. Olive burgers, plural of olive burger. Olive crown, synonym of olive wreath. Olive crowns, plural of olive crown. Olive draught, a grayish-green color like that of a ripe green olive, almost invariably with a matte finish. Olive drabs, plural of olive drab. Olive flies, plural of olive fly. Olive flounder, Paralichthys olivaceus, a temperate marine species of large-toothed flounder native to the northwestern Pacific Ocean. Olive flounders, plural of olive flounder. Olive fly, a fruit fly of species Bactrosauroli. Olive fruit flies, plural of olive fruit fly. Olive fruit fly, synonym of olive fly Bactrosauroli. Olive green, an unincorporated community in Delaware County, Ohio, United States. Olive green, any of several similar green-yellow hues that are brighter and greener than olive. Olive greens, plural of olive green. Olive grove, a cluster of olive trees. Olive groves, plural of olive grove. Olive juice, I love you. Olive knot, a bacterial disease of olives. Olive loaf, a type of meatloaf or lunch meat with olives as its main ingredient. Olive loaves, plural of olive loaf. Olive moth, a European moth of species praise oli. Olive moths, plural of olive moth. Olive oil, a vegetable oil pressed from olives and used in cooking and as a salad dressing. It is high in unsaturated fatty acids. Olive oiliness, the quality of being olive oily. Olive oils, plural of olive oil. Olive oil, alternative form of olive oily. Olive or olivenite. Olive pomace oil, olive oil that is extracted from olive pulp after the first press. Olive pomace oils, plural of olive pomace oil. Olive quick decline syndrome, a wasting bacterial disease of olive trees. Olive Ridley, The olive Ridley sea turtle. Olive Ridley sea turtle. Lepidopsilis olivacea, a species of sea turtle. Olive Ridley sea turtles. Plural of olive Ridley sea turtle. Olive sea snake, a venomous species of sea snake, Apis levis. Olive sea snakes. Plural of olive sea snake. Olive shell, any marine mollusk from the family Olividae, commonly known as olive snails. Olive shell, plural of olive shell. Olive sparrow, a Rhamnops rufovergas, an American sparrow with an olive back. Olive sparrows, plural of olive sparrow. Olive tree, an evergreen tree, Olea europea, that produces olives as fruit. Olive tree, plural of olive tree. Olive tubercle, synonym of olive knot. Olive warbler, any of the species Buceremus tenatus of small birds. Olive warblers, plural of olive warbler. Olive reed, a branch of the wild olive of Olea olaster used as a prize for the ancient Olympic Games. Olive wreaths, plural of olive wreath. Alobactar, an olive and black passerine songbird, Oriola sagittatus of northern and eastern Australia and New Guinea. Alobactarioles, plural of Alobactariole. Olivac pipit, Anthus insoni, passerine bird of the pipit Anthus genus, which breeds across southern, north central, and eastern Asia, as well as in the northeastern European Russia. Olivac sunbird, Cinereus jugularis, a bird of the sunbird family Nectarinidae. Olivac thrush, synonym of Swainson's thrush. Olive branch, to extend an olive branch, to make a peace offering, to attempt to restore peaceful relations. Olive branch, simple past and past participle of olive branch. Olive branches, third person singular simple present indicative of olive branch. Olive branching, present participle and gerund of olive branch. Olive oily, with olive oil. Olive-sided flycatcher, a small to medium-sized passerine bird in the family Tyranidae, Cantopus cooperi. Olive-sided flycatchers, plural of olive-sided flycatcher. Olivebac, any of the birds in the genus Nesicaris or Delacarella, found in western and central Africa. Olivebacs, plural of olivebac. Olive, decorated or furnished with olive trees. Olive evergreen, alternative spelling of olive green. Olive grower, someone who grows olives. Olive growers, plural of olive grower. Olive growing, the growing of olives for commercial purposes. Olivaris, a census-designated place in olive growers, plural of olive grower. Olive growing, the growing of olives for commercial purposes. Olivaris, a census-designated place in Yuba County, California, United States. Oliveira, a surname from Portuguese. Oliveras, plural of Oliveira. Olivus, without olives. Olive-like, resembling or characteristic of an olive. Olivelid, any sea snail in the family Olivelidae, now considered to be part of the family Olividae. Olivelit, plural of olivelid. Oliness, the state or condition of being olive in color. Olivenite, an orthorhombic copper arsenate mineral with the chemical formula Cu2SO4OH. Olivenites, plural of olivenite. Olivenstein, a surname. Olivenza, a town in Spain, on the Portuguese border and in the region of Extremadura. Oliver, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Oliver County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Center. Oliver Springs, a town in Tennessee. Oliver Twist, drunk, pissed. Oliver Twistgen, characteristic of the eponymous character in Dickens' novel Oliver Twist 1837-9. Oliver McFarlane syndrome, a condition characterized by hypertrichosis of the eyebrows and eyelashes. Oliver Tansey effect, synonym of Tansey effect. Oliver Tansey effects, plural of Oliver Tansey effect. Oliveris, a surname. Oliveri, a surname from Italian. Oliverian, a supporter of Oliver Cromwell. Oliverianism, Cromwellianism. Oliverians, plural of Oliverian. Oliveriao, a surname from Italian. Oliveriaos, plural of Oliverio. Oliveris, plural of Oliveri. Oliveros, a surname from Spanish. Olivers, plural of Oliver. Olives, plural of olive. Olivescent, becoming olive, approaching an olive color. Oliveshine, a dull grayish-yellow color. Olive, a locale in the United States.
Invincible.
Olivetan, one of an order of Benedictine monks founded in 1313, the original house at Monte Oliveto, near Siena. Olivetans, plural of Olivetan. Olivetol, 5-pentyl-resorcinol or 5-pentyl 1,3-benzenediol, an organic compound found in certain lichens. It is also a precursor in various syntheses of tetrahydrocannabinol. Olivetale, relating to olivetolic acid or its derivatives. Olivetolic acid, the carboxylic acid 2,4-dihydro. Hydroxyspentylbenzoic acid related to olivetol. Olivetoric acid, a lichen-derived organic acid is a condensation of olivetolic acid with another similar acid. It has EUPAC name 4,2,4-dihydroxy-6,2-oxoheptylbenzoyl oxy-2-hydroxy-6-benzylbenzoic acid. Olivets, plural of olivet. Olivetta, a container used to hold olives. Olivet, synonym of Palsard variety of grape. Olivets, plural of olivet. Olivewood, the wood of the olive tree. Olivewoods, plural of olive wood. Olive, resembling olives, olive-like. Olivet, an olive grove. Olivades, plural of olivae. Olivia, a female given name from Latin. Olivia, any sea snail in the family Olividae. Olivets, plural of olivet. Olivier salad, a traditional Russian salad of mainly boiled vegetables dressed with mayonnaise. Olivier salads, plural of olivier salad. Olivifore, olive-shaped. Olival, a white crystalline substance obtained from an exudation from the olive and having a bittersweet taste and acid properties. Olive oil, alternative form of olival organic compound. Olivin, a complex bitter gum found on the leaves of the olive tree. Olivi, any of a group of olive green magnesium iron silicate minerals that crystallize in the orthorhombic system. Olivines, plural of olivine. Olivinic, of or relating to the mineral olive vine. Olivinite, dunite. Olivinitic, containing or relating to olivinite. Olivite, olivin, olido, olivary body. Olivocerebellar, of or pertaining to the olivary nucleus and cerebellar hemisphere, especially with regard to the olivocerebellar tract connecting the two by means of fibers. Olivocatuere, pertaining to the superior olivary complex and capilla. Olivomycin, any of a class of glycosidic antibiotics obtained from Actinomyces olivorticuli. Olivomycins, plural of olivomycin. Olivopontocerebellar, of or relating to the olivary body, pons and cerebellum. Olivospinal, relating to the olivary nucleus in Spain. Awina, a surname in Ukrainian or else Cyrillic letter 4568 Atqui and Ekaolin. Aljado Wash, a left tributary of the San Juan River in Arizona and Utah, United States. Up, a surname from German. Alkenskite, a monoclinic black mineral containing chromium, oxygen, titanium, and vanadium. Alkowski, a surname from Polish. Alkowskis, plural of Alkowski. Office, plural of all. Initialism of orientation of the last layer, placing all the cubies of the last layer so that the last layer color of each cubie is facing the last layer. All-correct, alternative form of all-correct. All correct. All right, okay. A cooking pot or earthenware jar used in Spain and Spanish-speaking countries. A la Padrada, a Spanish stew made from a mixture of highly seasoned meat and vegetables. A la Padrada, plural of a la Padrada. Ale, alternative, the form of Olagu. Olagu, a town and volcano in the northern desert of Chile. Alternative form of Ale, plural of Ala. Alalateries, plural of Alalabari. Alalateri, alternative form of Olivary. Olivary, plural of Olivary. Olivary, alternative form of Olivary. Olivary, plural of Olivary. Here we go. Olivary, alternative form of Olivary. Ala, alternative form of Ala. Alamun, alternative. The spelling of Ulama. Ala, in Irish history, a man of science or learning, equivalent to a university professor. Alam, plural of Allah. Alams, plural of Allah. Alavad, a country apothecary. Alapadrida, alternative form of Alapadrida. Alapadridas, plural of Alapadrida. Alabads, plural of Alapad. Aleri, a Dravidian language spoken in the Indian states of Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. Plural of Ala. Alternative form of Alam. Olive, alternative spelling of Alam. Olives, plural of olive. Olives, plural of Allah. Olive, alternative form of Ole. Allendorfian, of or pertaining to Heinrich Gottfried Allendorf, a German grammarian and language educator, whose method of learning foreign languages came into vogue from the 1840s. Aller. A surname. Allerenshaw. A surname. Aller. Plural of Aller. Allerton, a village and civil parish served by Allerton with Marthall Parish Council in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Gridref SJ 7776. Allerton and Boston, a civil parish with a town council in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England, which includes these two villages. Ali, a surname from Norman. Allies, Efreziani in Court Aosta Valley, Autonomous Region, Italy. Ali's, plural of Ali. Ali, a unisex given name. Ali, simple past and past participle of Ali. Awi, present participle and gerund of Ali. Alamania, enthusiasm for Oliver Northborn 1943, former United States Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel, Republican political commentator and military historian. Aoui, a surname from French. Alair disease, a rare disorder in which intraosseous benign cartilaginous tumors and chondroma develop close to growth plate cartilage. Ali's, plural of Ali. Olive. A surname originating as a patronymic in turn from Old Norse. Alice, plural of Olive. Aliges, a surname. Alijases, plural of Aliges. Olive, a surname from Finnish. Alice, plural of Alila. All-Einlid, any trilobite of the family Olnalidae. Ali's, a surname. Olive, a surname from French. Olivers, plural of Olivier. Alak, an Indian measure of capacity of about 200 milliliters. Alex, plural of Alec. Ali, a diminutive of the female given name Olivia. Ali Eliabsinthe, a call in a children's game to say that players in hiding are free to come out. Allegra, giant periwinkle. Allecrox, plural of Allecroc. Awi, present participle and gerund of Ali. Hollywood. The audio language film industry located in Odisha, India. Of Proteus anguinus, a cave-dwelling neotenous salamander with external gills found along the coast from northeastern Italy to Montenegro. Alvole, a city in Uzbekistan. Alnay, a member of an ancient pre-Columbian people living in the tropical lowlands of south-central Mexico, in what are roughly the modern-day states of Veracruz and Tabasco. Almacoid, showing influences from the Olmec culture. Olmecs, plural of Olmec. Almeda, a surname from Spanish. Almedes, plural of Almeda. Almedo, a surname from Spanish. Almesartan, an angiotensin receptor antagonist used to treat hypertension. Almos, a surname from Spanish. Almoses, plural of almos. Alms, plural of Olm. Almstead, a surname. Almstedite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, niobium, oxygen, phosphorus, potassium, and tantalum. Olmsted, a surname. Olmsted County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Rochester. Olmsted syndrome, a form of palmoplantar keratoderma of the palms and soles with flexion. Deformity of the digits that begins in infancy. Olmutinib, the neoplastic drug N3244-methylpiperazine, 2D, pyrimidine 4-iloxophenyl prop 2-amide. Almux, obsolete form of Olomouc acid in Moravia, Czech Republic. Amuts, obsolete form of Olomouc acidi in Moravia, Czech Republic. Ani, a place name. Olives bulrush, the chairmaker's bulrush Sconoplectus americanus. Alni's bulrushes, plural of Alni's bulrush. Alni's lesions, NMDA receptor antagonist neurotoxicity, a potential form of brain damage. Alnase, plural of Alni. Ola, a barangay of Siguajar, Philippines. Alajuelta, a town in La Paz Department, El Salvador. Aladateral, the brincotylator 6-hydroxy-8,1-R1-hydroxy 2,1,4-methexaphenyl 2-methylprop and 2-il-amino-ethyl-4-H-1,4-benzoxazine 3,1. Alternative form of Wolof. Allegamicid, any mite in the family Allegamicidae. Allegamiциds, plural of Allegamicid. Ologies, plural of ology. Ologous, alternative form of ologous. Ologous, plural of ologous. Olagon, a member of the social class of warrior chiefs in Yoruba society. Ologons, plural of Olagon. Ology, any branch of learning, especially one ending in logy. Ola, a three-dimensional curved geometric object, the convex hull of a skeletal frame made by placing two linked congruent circles in perpendicular planes, so that the center of each circle lies on the other circle. Olids, plural of ole. Owliuqui, a Latin American morning glory Ipomea corymbosa sins. Turbina corymbosa, Rivia corymbosa, whose seeds are hallucinogenic. Ololiuqui, alternative form of Ololiuqui. Olam Haba, alternative form of Olam Haba. Olama, Myotis leniensis, a small, dark solitaire endemic to parts of the Hawaiian Islands. Alamaus, plural of Alama. Alamna, a lake in El Salvador. Olomouc, the capital city of the Olomouc district and of the Olomouc region, Czech Republic. Olomouc cheese, a kind of ripened soft cheese, characteristic with its strong scent, distinctive pungent taste and yellowish color, traditionally made in Central Moravia, the Czech Republic. Olomouc district, a district of the Czech Republic, capital, Olomouc. Olomouc region, an administrative region of the Czech Republic, capital, Olomouc. Olomoucine, an inhibitor of cyclin-dependent kinase derived from purine, used in oncology. Olonet, the flowering plant Tuchardia latifolia, endemic to Hawaii. Olonets, a variety of the Karelian language mainly spoken in the area between Lake Ledoba and Lake Wumga. Olonets Kalia, a historical region of Kalia, Russia. Olongapo, an independent city in Zambales, Philippines. Olonka, a container, a kind of large metal tin for measuring grains and other items. Olonkas, plural of olonka. Olopatadine, a particular antihistamine used in eye drops to treat allergic conjunctivitis. Oloron Sainte Marie, a commune in Pyrenees. Atlantiques Department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Oloroso, a type of sherry, darker and smoother than Fino sherry, used as a base for sweetened sherries. Olorosos, plural of Oloroso. Oloron, the supreme god of the Yoruba pantheon, or the god of Abrahamic religions when identified with him. Olatayan, a barangay of Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. Olachar, a traditional Mexican tool consisting of bound, short corn cobs against which ears of corn are scraped against to remove their kernels. Olachars, plural of olachra. Olot, a census-designated place in Maui County, Hawaii, United States. Aloi, a traditional chief of the Yoruba people. Alois, plural of aloi. Alva, initialism of ordinary language philosophy. Alpadronate, the conjugate base or any salt or ester of alpadronic acid, used as a medication to inhibit bone loss and disorders of bone metabolism. Alpadronic acid, a bisphosphonate drug to inhibit bone loss. Alvi, plural of all. Alphi, plural of all. LPC, initialism of one laptop per child, a charity. Alv, originally, a leather flask or vessel for oils or liquids, afterward, an earthenware vase or pitcher without a spout. Alps, plural of all. Alpinaceous, are relating to the Albiaceae. Alpernine, a particular kind of cardiotonic agent. Our, initialism of order for lifelong restriction. Our, plural of LR. Us, abbreviation of optical landing system. Plural of OL. Alsaccharides, an orthorhombic sphenoidal colorless mineral containing lead, oxygen, selenium, and sulfur. Also lysine, a disodium salicylate CHN2O6 that is administered orally and is converted in the body to an aminosalicylic acid having an anti-inflammatory effect, used in the treatment of ulcerative colitis. Oz, a patrilineal surname. Alshanskiate, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing boron, calcium, hydrogen, and oxygen. Alger, a surname. Others, plural of Alger. Olsen, a patrilineal surname from Swedish. Olsonian, of or relating to Manker Lloyd Olson Jr., 1932-1998, American economist and political scientist. Olsonians, plural of Olsonian. Als, plural of Alas. Alsen, a surname from Swedish in turn from Old Norse. Alsens, plural of Alsen. Alstway, a municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Alsuski, a surname from Polish. Alsuskis, plural of Alsuski. Alston, a city in northeastern Poland, the capital city of the Warmia-Masurian Voivodeship. Out, initialism of optical line termination. Out, a county of Romania. Olten, a municipality in Solothurn Canton, Switzerland. Oltenasti, a commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Oltenia, a region in southwestern Romania, which makes up the western part of Wallachia. Oltenian, a person from Oltenia or of Oltenian descent. Oltenida, a city in Kalarasi County. Romania. Oltagras, 4-methyl-5-2-pyrazidinylthreodithiolthionine, a schistosamicide drug also used in tumor prevention. Although, initialism of One Life to Live, an American television soap opera broadcast from 1968 to 2013. Oltmans, a surname from German. Oltmenses, plural of Oltmans. Olten, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Solihull, West Midlands, England. OS Gridref SB 1382. Initialism of online transaction processing. Plural of Olt. Plural of Oilty. Alueni, alternative form of Aluenbai. Alukumi, a Yoruba subgroup descended from several subgroups of the Yoruba and Igbo people. Alanchun, alternative form of Orokan. Aliwo, a surname. Alusashram, an umbelliferous plant, the common Alexanders found in Western Europe's Smynium Alusatram. Alusoga, a surname from Yoruba. Alusogas, plural of Alusoga. Alwut. Hanga, an island in the southern Philippines. Alutacidin, an anti-cancer medication used to treat relapsed or refractory acute myeloid leukemia. Aur, a surname. Alwan, a female given name from Welsh legend, specifically the Mabinogion. Alwan, a female given name from Welsh, variant of Alwan. Ali, the station code of Olympic in Hong Kong. Alwit, a transliteration of the Russian or Ukrainian female given name Olya Alcha. Alikok, alternative form of Alikok. Alikoks, plural of Alikok. Oliphant, alternative spelling of Oliphant. Oliphants, plural of Oliphant. Alito, a donut. Alikokes, plural of Alikok. Olympia, an ancient city in Greece. home of the very first Olympic Games. Olympia oyster, a species of edible oyster, Australorda, native to the North Pacific coast of North America. Plural of Olympia oyster. Olympiad, a 4-year period, particularly historical, those based on Hippias's computations of the ancient Olympic Games, which placed Coroebus's foot race victory in 776 BCE, and sports, those based on the modern Summer Olympic Games first held in 1896. Olympiading, a mechanically interlocked molecule composed of 5 interlocking macrocycles resembling the Olympic rings. Olympiadings, plural of Olympiading. Olympiadic, of art relating to the Olympiad. Olympiads, plural of Olympiad. Olympian, of or relating to Mount Olympus, the highest mountain in Greece, or Greek mythology, the Greek gods and goddesses who were believed to live there. Olympian-esque, characteristic of the Olympic Games or Olympians. Olympianism, synonym of Hellenism, the modern-day revival of the polytheistic religious system of ancient Greece. Olympianize, to make Olympian. Olympianize, simple past and past participle of Olympianize. Olympianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Olympianize. Olympianizing, present participle and gerund of Olympianize. Olympiami, synonym of Olympically characteristic of the Olympic Games. Olympians, plural of Olympian. Olympias, Epirote queen who was the mother of Alexander the Great. Olympic, of or pertaining to the Olympic Games. Olympic athletes from Russia, alternative form of Olympic athletes from Russia. Olympic athletes from Russia, IOC Olympic team named for the Russian Olympians cleared of doping offenses while the country of Russia is excluded due to government-sponsored doping. Olympic diving, a specific competition in the Olympics involving diving off a 10-meter platform from a 3-meter springboard. Olympic flame, a flame which is the symbol of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Olympic flames, plural of Olympic flame. Olympic Games, a sporting festival held every 4 or 5 years on the plain of Olympia in southern Greece in honor of Zeus. Olympic goal, a goal scored directly from a corner kick without any other player on either team touching or otherwise deflecting the ball into the goal. Olympic goals, plural of Olympic goal. Olympic Peninsula, a large peninsula on the coast of Washington, United States. Olympic rings, a symbol consisting of 5 interlocking colored rings, each one representing a continent that competes in the Olympic Games. Olympic torch, the Olympic flame. Olympic torchbearer, a person who carries the Olympic flame during the torch relay. Olympic torchbearers, plural of Olympic torchbearer. Olympic torches, plural of Olympic torch. Olympic Valley, a valley formed by the river Alpheus Ilia, Greece, site of Olympia. Olympic Village, an area where participating athletes, as well as officials and trainers, are accommodated. During the Olympic Games. Olympic Village effect, is selection affects driving evolution of an invasive species at the invasion front that selects the fastest and furthest invaders to interbreed, creating stronger and faster invaders due to the invasion front for selecting the fastest invaders, concentrating these individuals and therefore selecting those traits that let them invade faster. Olympic villages, plural of Olympic village. Olympic Winter Games, the winter counterpart to the Summer Olympic Games, featuring winter sports. Olympically, in a way that is characteristic of the Olympic Games. Olympicene, a pentacyclic aromatic hydrocarbon whose structure is in the form of the Olympic ring. Olympically, archaic form of Olympically. Olympics, the Olympic Games. Olympian, the temple of Olympian Zeus, Athens. Olympian, alternative form of Olympian. Olympism, a spirit or ideals of the Olympic Games. Olympi, an orthorhombic disphenyl colorless mineral containing lithium, oxygen, phosphorus, and sodium. Olympus, the highest mountain in Greece, in ancient Greek mythology the home of the gods. Olympian, of or from Olynthus. Olympians, plural of Olympian. Olynthus, an ancient city in Chalcis, modern Chalkidiki regional unit, Greece. Olenek, a surname from Ukrainian. Olenex, plural of Olenek. Olivant, a surname. Olivants, plural of Oliphant. Olirid, any catfish in the family Oliridae, which may be a synonym for the Bagridae. Olirids, plural of Olirid. Olyroos, the Australian Olympic soccer team. A village, the administrative center of Olyvo-Starostinsky, Akra, Ivankiv settlement, Hamada, Vishhorad in Kiev, Oblast, Ukraine. Olivia, a female given name from Latin, a non-standard spelling of Olivia. Alza, a river in Central Europe. Alzard, a surname. Alzards, plural of Alzard. Up, initialism of Occupy movement. Up, a sacred, mystical syllable used in prayer and meditation. Amali, a traditional Egyptian dessert resembling bread pudding, typically made with layers of puff pastry or phyllo dough, milk, nuts such as almonds, pistachios, or hazelnuts, and sometimes raisins or coconut. It is baked until golden and served warm, often garnished with additional nuts, powdered sugar, or whipped cream. Amalis, plural of Amali. Mani Padme Hum, a mantra associated with Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, the primary mantra of Tibetan Buddhism. Mani Padme Hum, alternative spelling of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Namah Shivaya, adoration to Lord Shiva, a salute or invocation toward the Hindu god Shiva. Unnam, alternative form of Om Nam Nam. Unnam, the sound made while relishing food. Unnam, alternative form of Om Nam Nam. Om Nam Nams, plural of Om Nam Nam. Oh, initialism of Opsiclonus Myoclonus ataxia. Oh, a township in Garazare County, in Gari Prefecture, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. AME, acronym of Orbital Maneuvering and Attitude Control System. Sedak sign, A protein translation inhibitor drug for the management of treatment-resistant chronic myeloid leukemia and under investigation for some other hematologic cancers. AMA. Acronym of 1 meal a day. AMA. Alternative letter case form of Ahmad 1 meal a day. Ahmad Han. A fool, someone who is out of their senses, simpleton. Ahmed Hans, plural of Ahmed Han. Ahmed, plural of Ahmed. Anad, plural of Ahmed. Amaviets, a Dutch style of roadster bicycle. Villa, a town in and the county town of County Tyrone. Northern Ireland Irish Grid Ref H4572. Amagua, a member of an indigenous people of Brazil's Amazon basin. Amaguas, plural of Amagua. Elmaha, a member of a tribe of Native Americans currently residing in northeastern Nebraska and western Iowa. Omaha Beach, a beach in the Ora-sur-Mer, St. Lawrence-sur-Mer and Vierville-sur-Mer, Calvados Department, Normandy, France, an amphibious invasion zone during the D-Day invasions. Omaha High-Low Split, a variant of Omaha with high-low split sharing the pot between the players with the highest and lowest hands. Omaha Hold-'em, a variant of poker where individuals each receive 4 private cards of which exactly 2 can be used to form a 5-card hand, and 5 other cards are shared between them. Omaha Paimuka, a Siouan language spoken in differing dialects by the Omaha people of Nebraska and the Ponca people of Oklahoma and Nebraska. Omahan, a native or resident of Omaha in Nebraska. Omahans, plural of Omahan. Omahas, plural of Omaha. Omah, the commercial center and largest city of Okanogan County, Washington. Omakase, chef's choice. Omak, a special video feature that accompanies an anime, such as a collection of deleted scenes or outtakes. Omalgia, pain in the shoulder. Omalizumab, a monoclonal antibody used mainly in allergy-related asthma therapy with the purpose of reducing allergic hypersensitivity. Omalodontiform, having a denticulate form characteristic of the order Omalodontiforms. Omalagiridae, any member of the Omalagiridae. Omalagirids, plural of Omalagiridae. Omala, satisfying an analog of the anomaly cancellation condition. Initialism of monsters and men. Omad, a country in Western Asia in the Middle East. Official name, Sultanate of Oman. Capital, Muscat. Oman, a surname from Spanish. Amanas, plural of Amana. Amander, the wood of Diospyros ebenems in Diospyros ebenaster, a kind of ebony found in Ceylon. Amanin, a magnate or supreme traditional ruler in several Akan nations of Ghana. Amanins, plural of Amanhin. Amani, a person from Oman or of Omani descent. Anyerde, the variety of the Arabic language spoken in parts of Oman. Omani Empire, a maritime empire in the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean from 1696–1856. Amaminus, quality of being Amani. Amanis, plural of Amani. Amanize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of Amanize. Amanize, simple past and past participle of Amanize. Amanizes, Third person singular simple present indicative of ommonize. Ommonizing. Present participle and gerundive ommonize. Ommonization. The process of ommonizing. Ommonize. To make ommoni. Ommonize. Simple past and past participle of ommonize. Ommonizers. Third person singular simple present indicative of ommonize. Ommonizing. Present participle and gerundive ommonize.
Here we go.
Amano. Oman. Amani. Amo. Myitis obscurus, the Hawaiian thrush. Amapetvilat, an antihypertensive agent that inhibits both neutral endopeptidase and angiotensin converting enzyme. Omar bin al-Khattab. Anarama, a town in Waitaki District, Canterbury, South Island, New Zealand. Amari, a male given name from Arabic. Amarian, in the style of the Persian poet Omar Khayyam, especially the Edward Fitzgerald translation of Omar Khayyam's quatrains, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, the astronomer poet of Persia 1859. Amarians, plural of Amarian. Amaris, plural of Amari. Amartian, a surname from Armenian. Amartians, plural of Amartian. Amaruru, a town in Erongo region, Namibia. Amas, plural of Oma. Amasa, plural of Amasa. Amel, relating to the Amasa. Amasitis, inflammation of the Amasa. Amasum, the third compartment of the stomach of a ruminant. The lining of said compartment regarded as a foodstuff. Amasums, plural of amasum. Amasas, damasum. Amada, a kinnerite in which the attacker grabs his opponent's leg from the inside and lifts it up and backwards, driving his body into that of the defender, forcing him over onto his back. A thigh-scooping body drop. Amado, a Japanese archery target for long-distance shooting. Ame-loxolon, a synthetic olenane. Ama, archaic form of Omaha Native American. Amalas, plural of Omaha. Amayat, alternative form of Umayyad. Amayat, plural of Amayad. Oh, initialism of Office of Management and Budget U.S. Initialism of older mother's brother's daughter older than oneself. Plural of OMBD. Amar, alternative form of Amber. Amersley, a village and civil parish served by Amersley and Dovedale Parish Council in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref so 8463. Ombibulus, synonym of omnibibulus. Ombatazivir, a particular antiviral drug for the treatment of hepatitis C virus. Ombliferous, a nonsense word of vague negative connotation. Auber, a Spanish card game, usually played by 3 people. It involves 40 cards, omitting the ranks of 8, 9, and 10. Ombre, a gradual blending of one color hue to another, usually moving tints and shades from light to dark. Umbrella, obsolete form of umbrella. Umbrellas, plural of umbrella. Ombers, plural of ombre. Ombres, plural of ombre. Ombrifuge, a refuge from rain, especially an umbrella. Abra forms words related to rain. Androgynous, dependent on rain. Ambrograph, a rain gauge used as an instrument for recording the time of occurrence, quantity, and rapidity of rainfall. Ambrographs, plural of ambrograph. Ambroitratry, dissemination of the diaspores by rainwater. Ambrology, the study of rainfall. Ambrometer, a rain gauge. Ambrometers, plural of ambrometer. Ambrophil, alternative form of ambrophile. Ambrophile, any plant that flourishes in a rainy environment. Ambrophiles, plural of ambrophile. Ambrophilic, synonym of ambrophilus. Ambrophilus, capable of thriving in areas of heavy rainfall. Ambrophils, plural of ambrophil. Ambrophily, the condition of being ambrophilus. Ambrophobe, synonym of ambrophobic. Ambrophobia, fear of rain. Ambrophobic, not capable of thriving in areas of heavy rainfall. Ambrophobus, synonym of ambrophobic. Ambrophilus, misspelling of ambrophilus. Ambrophy, any plant that is adapted to rainy conditions or habitats. Ambrophytes, plural of ambrophyte. Ambrovermin, relating to or representing rainfall.
Invincible.
And temperature. Ambrotrophic, pertaining to ambrotrophy. Ambrotrophy, the state or condition of receiving water and nutrients only from precipitation rather than streams or springs. Ambrotype, a type of climate that has a certain amount of rainfall. Ambrotypes, plural of ambrotype. Ambrotypic, relating to an ambrotype. Phytolacca, a massive spreading evergreen tree native to the pampas of South America. Ombudsman. Ombudsman as an abbreviated or gender-neutral title or in a position as in Ombud's office. Ombudsman, an appointed official whose duty is to investigate complaints, generally on behalf of individuals such as consumers or taxpayers, against institutions such as companies and government departments. Ombudsmanry, arbitration by an ombudsman. Ombudsmanship, the position or office of an ombudsman. Ombudsmanships, plural of ombudsmanship. Ombudsman, plural of ombudsman. Ombudspeople, plural of ombudsperson. Ombudsperson, synonym of ombudsman. Ombudspersons, plural of ombudsperson. Ombudswoman, a female ombudsman. Ombudswomen, plural of ombudswoman. Ombuess, plural of ombu. Initialism of original male character. Plural of OMC. A village headman in Egypt. Omdes, plural of Omda. Amibi, initialism of over my dead body. Amoebae, plural of Omdibi. Ombe, obsolete form of Omda. Omdes, plural of Omday. Omday is initialism of Oh My Days. Omdurman, the largest city in Sudan, part of the capital, Khartoum. Initialism of order of magnitude estimate. A town and commune Brescia, Lombardy, Italy. Alternative spelling of Omi man. Is plural of Omi. Omega, alternative letter case form of omega. Omega female, a low status and subordinate female, a female at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Omega females, plural of omega female. Omega male, a male who is the lowest in a social or group hierarchy, a subordinate male. Omega males, plural of omega male. A maximal level of complexity in the universe, often equated with the Christian God, which some philosophers believe is inevitable. Omega point, alternative letter case form of omega point. Omega points, plural of omega point. Omega points, plural of omega point. Omega variant, a hypothetical, extremely virulent strain of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. Omega wrap, a form of helical scan in which the tape is only wrapped around the head for 180 degrees. 2 video heads are required, writing alternate fields. Omega wraps, plural of omega wrap. Omega-3 fatty acid, any polyunsaturated fatty acid having a double bond between the third and fourth carbon atoms from the end of the molecule farthest from the carboxylic acid. They are found in green vegetables and in the oils of fish such as salmon and mackerel. They are essential fatty acids and seem to be beneficial in reducing the risk of heart disease. Omega-3 fatty acids, plural of omega-3 fatty acid. Omega-6 fatty acid, any polyunsaturated fatty acid having a double bond between the 6th and 7th carbon atoms from the end of the molecule farthest from the carboxylic acid. Although they are essential fatty acids, there is evidence that excess levels can cause a number of diseases. Omega-6 fatty acids, plural of omega-6 fatty acid. Omniball, a variant of soccer association football played on a round pitch with more than 2 teams and associated goals. Omniballs, plural of omniball. Omniform, in the shape of the letter omega. Omala, plural of omega. Omnala, Omnalu, simple past and past participle of omnal. Omnaluleng, present participle and gerund of omnalul. Omnalaus, third person singular simple present indicative of omnalul. Omnipause, the second extended hiatus of Homestuck, lasting from July 28, 2015 to March 28, 2016. Omegas, plural of omega. Omegasum, a cup-shaped protrusion from the endoplasmic reticulum that serves as a platform for autophagosome biogenesis in mammalian cells. Omnibusums, plural of omegasum. Omha, in the position known as omega, a transfinite ordinal number referring to the next position after ordering a countably infinite set. Omitron, a kind of mass spectrometer using the principles of cyclotron acceleration. Omitrons, plural of omitron. Omniverse, a fictional alternate universe in which humanity has a dominance hierarchy based on stereotypical wolf pack dynamics consisting of alphas dominants, omegas submissives, and betas neutrals. An anab individual who fulfills a third gender role in Kuna society. Omvi, having the form of the Greek capital letter omega. Omega. An orthorhombic dipyramidal steel gray mineral containing arsenic, osmium, and ruthenium. Omelet, alternative form of omelet. Omelet Y, alternative form of omelette. Omelets, plural of omelet. Omelet, a dish made with beaten eggs cooked in a frying pan without stirring, flipped over to cook on both sides, and sometimes filled or topped with other foodstuffs, for example cheese or chives. Omelette Arnold Bennett, an omelette containing smoked haddock and Parmesan cheese. Omelette Y, alternative form of omelette. Omelette, simple past and past participle of omelette. Omelettes, plural of omelette. Omelette Arnold Bennett, plural of omelette Arnold Bennett. Omelette, alternative form of omelette. Omeleting, present participle, and gerund of omelette. Omelette, resembling or characteristic of an omelette. Omelette, alternative form of omelette. Amelia, a surname. Amelias, plural of Amelia. Of something which portends or is perceived to portend either a good or evil event or circumstance in the future, or which causes a foreboding, a portent or augury. In Kenya, small fish dried and milled into flour. Omen, acting as or containing an omen or omens. Omen, having the quality of an omen, carrying ominous or prophetic significance. Omening, present participle and gerund of omen. Omenings, plural of omening. Omenless, without an omen. Omen syndrome, an autosomal recessive severe combined immunodeficiency associated with hypomorphic missense mutations in certain genes. Omology, the study of omens. Omens, plural of omen. Omenta, plural of omentum. Omento, or pertaining to an omentum or the omenta. Omental bursa, synonym of lesser sac. Omental bursas, plural of omental bursa. Omentally, in an omental manner. Omentectomies, plural of... Here we go! Omentectomy. Omentectomy, the excision of the omentum. Omentin, any of a family of secretory proteins expressed predominantly in visceral adipose tissue. Omentins, plural of omentin. Omentitis, inflammation of the omentum. Omento, omentum. Omentopsy, plural of omentopsy. Omentopsy, the operation of suturing the omentum to the abdominal wall, securing an estomatic communication between the portal system and that of the vena cava. Omentoplasties, plural of omentoplasty. Omentoplasty, repair of the omentum. Omentoplication, plication of the omentum. Omentum, either of two folds of the peritoneum that support the viscera. Omentums, plural of Momentum. Omeprazole. A substituted benzimidazole trademark Luzec. Pilosic, which is a proton pump inhibitor and inhibits secretion of gastric acid, being given orally in the treatment of ulcers and gastroesophageal reflux. 5-methoxy, 2,4-methoxy, 3,5-diethyl 2-pyridylmethylsulfonyl-benzimidazole CHN303S. Elder. The 49-day period from the second day of Passover to Shavuot begun and ended with an offering of a sheaf of barley and noted nightly during evening prayer. Omer beard, a beard grown during the time in Omer when the beard must not be cut. Omer beards. Plural of Omer beard. Omers. Plural of Omer. Omer. Alternative form of omerta. Omerta, a code of silence amongst members of the mafia that forbids divulging insider secrets to law enforcement, often also followed outside of the organization for fear of retaliation. Omertas, plural of omerta. Omertas, plural of omerta. Oh, plural of OME. Oms, plural of Om. Omtebac, a city in Guerrero, Mexico. Auditor, a measuring instrument. Ohmmeters, plural of ohmmeter. Ometh, a systemic organophosphorus insecticide and acaricide used in horticulture and agriculture. Initialism of oh my fucking god. Alternative form of AMIS. Acronym of oral and maxillofacial surgery. OMG, an exclamation of excitement, surprise, shock, etc. Oh my god. OMG, alternative form of OMG. OMG particle. Abbreviation of oh my god particle. OMG particle. Abbreviation of oh my god particle. An exclamation of extreme surprise or excitement, usually facetious, sarcastic, or exaggerated. Oh wow. Omipalum. Homosexual man. Omipalums.
Here we go.
Plural of omipalum. A Japanese custom in which unattached individuals are introduced to each other to consider the possibility of marriage. As plural of omei. Ome of or pertaining to an ohm or omex. Omicron. Plural of omicron. Alternative form of omicrons. Omicron. Ellipsis of omicron variant. Omicron strain. Synonym of omicron variant. Omicron variant. Alternative form of Omicron variant. Omicron variant. The highly virulent B.11529 strain of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. Omicron virus. Synonym of Omicron variant. Omicrons. Plural of Omicron. Omex. Any of several biological subfields that aim to identify or characterize the totality of a certain type of biological entity, for example genomics for genes or proteomics for proteins. Ome, a transliteration of the Persian male given name Arabic Alif, Arabic Meme, Arabic Farsi, Arabic Dal, Omid. Omidnipag, a medication used to treat glaucoma and ocular hypertension. A diminutive of the female given name Naomi. Oh my god. Alternative form of oh my god. Oh my god. I dialect spelling of oh my god. Oh my gosh. I dialect spelling of oh my god. Omiko. A female given name from Japanese. Omicron. Plural of Omicron. Omicron. Alternative form of Omicron. Alternative spelling of Omicron. Omicrons. Plural of Omicron. Omikuji. A random fortune, often written on a strip of paper or on a stick of bamboo. Available at Japanese shrines in exchange for a small offering. Homiletical. Obsolete form of homiletical. Homiloxetine. An antidepressant. Onate. To be an omen for something. Ominated. Simple past and past participle of ominate. Ominates. Third person singular simple present indicative of ominate. Ominating. Present participle and gerund of ominate. Omination. Presage, omen. Ominations. Plural of ominate. Amine. A surname from Japanese. Amylite. An orthorhombic dipyramidal blue mineral containing aluminum, boron, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Ominosities. Plural of ominosity. Ominosity. The state or quality of being ominous. Ominous. Of or pertaining to an omen or to omens, being or exhibiting an omen, significant. Ominously. In an ominous manner, with sinister foreboding. Ominousness. The quality of being ominous. Ominousness is plural of ominousness. Omis. Plural of omi. Obish. Obsolete form of omit. Omissable. Misspelling of omissible. Omissibility. Capability of being omitted. Omissible. Able to be omitted. Omission. The act of omitting. Omissions. Plural of omission. Omesso. Tending to omit things. Omissively. In an omissive manner by omission. Omissiveness. The quality of being omissive. Omit. To leave out or exclude. Omits. Third person singular simple present indicative of omit. Omitability. Capability of being omitted. Omittable. Synonym of omissible. Omittance. The act of omitting something. Omission. Omittances. Plural of omittance. Omitted. Simple past and past participle of omit. Omitter. Someone who omits. Omitters. Plural of omitter. Omitting. Present participle. And gerund of omit. Omittings. Plural of omitting. Homage. A souvenir, often candy or any another edible item purchased for co-workers in Japanese culture. Amhar. A male given name from India. Amhar. The symbol Hindium that represents the syllable om or am. Amhars. Plural of Amkar. Amo. Oh my lord. Amo.
Invincible.
Alternative letter case form of OML. Amlo. A staff of native clerks or officials in colonial Bengal. Amlas. Plural of Amla. Amat. Obsolete spelling of omelet. Omelets. Plural of omelet. Omelet. Misspelling of omelet. Omelet. A surname from German. Omlers. Plural of omelet. Initialism of osteopathic manipulative medicine. Omestrephed. Any squid in the family Omestrephidae. Omestrephids. Plural of Omestrephed. Omedia. Plural of Ometium. Omedo. Of or pertaining to an Ometium compound I. Omedia. A compound I, found on, for example, insects and crustaceans. Ometid. Any beetle in the family Ometidae. Ometidae. Alternative form of Ometidia. Ometidia. Plural of Ometidium. Ometidio. Of or pertaining to the Ometidia. Ometidium. One of the conical substructures which make up the eyes of invertebrates with compound eyes. Ometids. Plural of ometid. Ometin. A simple omicron. Ometins. Plural of ometin. Ometophore. An eye stalk. Ometophores. Plural of ometophore.
Here we go.
Amaya. Discerning from Amaya Reservoir. An intraventricular catheter system consisting of a catheter in one lateral ventricle attached to a reservoir implanted under the scalp, used for the aspiration of cerebrospinal fluid or for the delivery of drugs. Amaya reservoirs. Plural of Amaya reservoir. An. Simple past and past participle of Amen. A city and municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Amen. Alternative form of Umiat. Amiat. Plural of Amiat. Amen. A type of ometin that contains sulfur. Abing. Present participle and gerund of on. Amens. Plural of amen. Omission. Misspelling of omission. Omide. Misspelling of omitted. Amargrom. Any of several visual pigments occurring in the eyes of crustaceans and insects that are responsible for the eye's color. Amagromes. Plural of omicron. Omnades. Plural of omnadi. Omnadi. The fact or condition of being all specifically as an attribute of God. Ame. A person or animal who is not the one with no particular dietary restrictions. Ami wheel. A wheel that has perpendicularly orientated discs about its circumference, often used in holonomic drive systems. Ami wheels. Plural of Ami wheel.
Invincible.
Ami. Amiapan. Alternative form of Amiapan. Amiapans. Plural of Amiapan. Omniconsiderate. Alternative form of omniconsiderate. Omnielemental. Alternative form of omnielemental. Omnipotentialities. Plural of omnipotentiality. Alternative form of omnipotentialities. Omnipotentiality. Alternative form of omnipotentiality. Omnitheism. Alternative form of omnitheism. Omni-wheel. Alternative form of omni-wheel. Omni-wheels. Plural of omni-wheel. Omniabsence. The pathway omniabsent. Omniabsent. Never present. Always absent. Omniactive, active in every way and everywhere. Omniana, a work containing information on every topic. Omniupe, a theoretical member of all amateur press associations. Omnipans, plural of omnipan. Omnet, a ruler of the world or everything. Omniarch, plural of omniarch. Omnibearing, the bearing of an aircraft, usually relative to magnetic north, determined by omnidirectional radio signals. Omnibearings, plural of omnibearing. Omnibenevolence, the state or condition of being omnibenevolent. Omnibenevolent, all-loving or infinitely good, usually in reference to a deity or supernatural being, for example, God. Omnibenthivore, any benthic omnivore. Omnibenthivores, plural of omnibenthivore.
Here we go.
Omnibi, plural of omnibus. Omnibibielis, able or likely to drink almost anything alcoholic. Omnibox, an enhanced address bar in a web browser that can also accept certain text commands. Omniboxes, plural of omnibox. Omnibuilding, a megastructure. Omnibuildings, plural of omnibuilding. Omnibus, a bus vehicle for transporting large numbers of people along roads. Omnibus box, a large box in a theater, usually level with the stage and having access to it. Omnibus boxes, plural of omnibus box. Omnibus progression, a chord progression characterized by two lines moving by half steps in opposite directions. Omnibus pudding, a kind of suet pudding with vegetables and dried fruits. Omnibus, simple past and past participle of omnibus. Omnibuses, plural of omnibus. Omnibuses full, plural of omnibus full. Omnibus full, enough to fill an omnibus. Omnibusfuls, plural of omnibusful. Omnibusing, present participle and gerund of omnibus. Omnibusman, a person employed to drive a bus. Omnibusman, plural of omnibusman. Omnibus, simple past and past participle of omnibus. Omnibuses, plural of omnibus. Omnibusing, present participle and gerund of omnibus.
Invincible.
Omnicarnivore, an animal that eats many types of other animal. Omnicarnivores, plural of omnicarnivore. Omnicausal, being the cause of everything. Omnicausality, the quality of being omnicausal. Omnicause, the intersectional relatedness of major political causes and issues, especially in the context of such relatedness being false or exaggerated. Omnichannel, integrating all physical, offline, and digital contact channels to provide a unified customer experience. Omnichromatic, panchromatic of or having all colors. Omnicidal, of or relating to omnicide. Omnicide, the total extinction of the human species as a result of human action. Most commonly, it refers to human extinction through nuclear warfare, but it can also refer to such extinction through other means such as global anthropogenic ecological catastrophe. Omnicides, plural of omnicide. Omnicognizance, awareness of everything. Omnicognizant, aware of everything. Omnicomparativist, having a tendency to compare disparate elements of language, for example different forms, unrelated languages in an attempt to establish parallels. Omnicompetence, the state of being omnicompetent, the ability to do everything. Omnicompetences, plural of omnicompetence. Omnicompetent, competent in every area, specifically having formal jurisdiction in all matters. Omnicomprehensive, thoroughly comprehensive. Omniconsiderate, showing consideration to everybody. Omnicorporeal, comprehending or including all bodies, embracing all substance. Omnicredulity, the quality of being incredulous. Omnicredulous, believing in everything. Omnicron, misspelling of Omicron. Omnicultural, relating to all cultures. Omnidenominational, of or relating to all denominations. Omnidestructive, all destroying. Omnidimensional, relating to or existing in all dimensions simultaneously. Omnidimensionality, the property of being omnidimensional. Omnidimensionally, in all dimensions. Omnidirectional, in every direction, especially of a radio system capable of transmitting or receiving signals in all directions, or of a microphone capable of detecting sound from all directions. Omnidirectionality, the copy of being omnidirectional. Omnidirectionally, in all directions. Omnielemental, encompassing all elemental attributes possible. Erudite, erudite in all subjects, polymath. Omnitic, that which is all-pervading or all-comprehensive, hence God. Omnifacial, suitable for viewing from any direction. Omnifarious, of many or all forms, varieties, or kinds. Omnifariously, in an omnifarious manner. Omnifariousness, quality of being omnifarious. Omnivorous, that bears everything, producing all types. Omnific, capable of making or doing anything, all creating. Omnificence, the state of being omnificent. Omnificent, all creating, omnific. Omnific, obsolete form of omnific. Omnify, simple past and past participle of omnify. Omnifies, third person singular simple present indicative of omnify. Omniform, having every form or shape. Omniformal. Omniform. Omniformity, the state of having every form. Omnifugiant, bisexual. Omnify, to render universal, to enlarge. Omnifying, present participle and gerund of omnify. Omnigamy, a social system in which each man of a community is married to all the women and each woman is married to all the men. Omnigathorum, omniamathrum. Omnigathorums, plural of omnigathorum. Omnigender, treating all genders as one or the same, not discriminating or distinguishing between them. Unisex. Omnigendered, omnigender. Omnigeneity, the condition of being omnigeneous. Omnigeneous, having no orbit average radial magnetic drift. Omnigenic, concerning or controlled by all the genes of an organism. Omnigenous, consisting of all kinds. Omniglot, a person or entity who has mastered all languages. Omniglots, plural of omniglot.
Here we go.
Omnigraph, a pantograph. Omnigraphs, plural of omnigraph. Omniherbivore, an animal that eats many types of plant. Omniherbivore. Plural of omniherbivore. Omnilateral, on all sides of an issue or object. Omnilaterality, the condition of being omnilateral. Omnilaterally, in an omnilateral fashion. Omnilegend, having read everything, exceptionally well read. Omnilingual, having the ability to speak or to understand all languages. Omnilinguality, the ability to speak or understand many languages. Omnilinguals, plural of omnilingual. Omnilinguist, synonym of omnilingual. Omnilinguists, plural of omnilinguists. Omniloquent, speaking of all things or on all subjects. Omnilusing, all illuminating, shedding light in every direction. Omnimalevolence, the state or condition of being omnimalevolent. Omnimalevolent, infinitely evil, especially in efforts to a deity of supernatural being. Omnimodus, relating to all modes, ways, or sorts. Omniscience, total ignorance. Omniscient, totally ignorant. Omniparent, that produces all things. Omniparents, plural of omniparent. Omniparient, producing or bringing forth all things. Omniparity, complete equality, general equality. Omniparous, producing or giving birth to all things. Omniparient. Omnipatient, infinitely or extremely patient, capable of enduring everything or a lot. Omnibus, a type of neuron that has the role in the stability of the saccadic system. Omnipauses, plural of omnipause. Omnipercipience, perception of everything. Omnipercipiences, plural of omnipercipience. Omnipercipiency, omnipercipience. Omnipercipient, perceiving everything. Omniperfect, truly perfect in every way. Omniperiodic, having or consisting of every period in various senses. Omniperiodicity, the quality of being omniperiodic. Omnivarious, of an aircraft, able to land on water and on all kinds of terrain. Omniphobia, the fear of everything. Panphobia, omniphobic. That repels almost everything. Omniplane, of an ultrasonic probe, able to be electronically rotated between 0 and 80 degrees, permitting imaging in multiple planes. Omnibular, operating with either north or south magnetic pole. Omnipotence, unlimited power, commonly attributed to a deity or deities. Omnipotences, plural of omnipotent. Omnipotencies, plural of omnipotency.
Here we go.
Omnipotency, omnipotence. Omnipotent, God. Omnipotential, allowing for every possibility, unlimited in potential. Omnipotentialities, plural of omnipotentiality. Omnipotentiality, the characteristic or feeling that anything is possible and there are no limits on what may be achieved. Countable. Rare an instance of this. Omnipotentiary, omnipotent, omnipotently, in an omnipotent manner. Omnipotence, plural of omnipotent. Omnivore, synonym of hyperpower international hegemon. Omnivores, plural of omnivore. Omnipresence, the ability to be, or the characteristic of being at all places at the same time, usually only attributed to God. Omnipresences, plural of omnipresence. Omnipresency, obsolete spelling of omnipresence. Omnipresent, being everywhere simultaneously. Omnipresential, omnipresent, present everywhere. Omnipresently, in an omnipresent manner. Omniprevalent, prevalent everywhere or in all things. Omniracial, concerning or including every race. Omnirange, a short-range radio navigation system for aircraft based on a network of fixed radio beacons on the ground. Omniranges, plural of omnirange. Omniregency, universal dominion. Omnirelevance, the quality of being irrelevant. Omnirelevant, relevant everywhere or to everything, always relevant. Omnes, plural of omni. Omniscient, misspelling of omniscient. Omniscient, the capacity to know everything. Omnisciences, plural of omniscience. Omnisciency, omniscience. Omniscient, not omniscient narrator, a narrator with an overarching perspective, seeing and knowing everything that happens within the world of the story, including what each of the characters is thinking and feeling. Omniscientist, a person who is knowledgeable in all the sciences. Omniscientists, plural of omniscientists. Omnisciently, in an omniscient manner, with omniscience. Omniscience, plural of omniscient. Omniscious, omniscient, all-knowing. Omniscience, sensory awareness of all things. Omniscient, having omniscience. A sensory awareness of all things. Homosexual, being attracted to all genders, sometimes distinguished from pansexual by saying omnisexual attraction may still take account of gender or prefer particular genders. Homosexuality, pansexuality. Homosexually, in an homosexual manner. Shambles, a situation that is bad or mismanaged in every way. Omnishambolic, being or relating to an omnishambles, utterly mismanaged. Omnisignificant, meaningful in every detail. Omnivum, the recognition and respect of all religions.
Here we go.
Omnisms, plural of omnism. Omnisovereign, absolutely sovereign. Omnisovereignty, unlimited, unconditional sovereignty, often attributed to a supreme being. Omnispatial, throughout space, everywhere in space. Omnispatiality, the property of being omnispatial. Omnispatially, throughout space, everywhere in space. Omnispective, the holding everything, all-seeing. Omnis, an advocate of omnism. Omnists, plural of omnis. Omnisubjugant, subjugating all others. Omnisufficient, alternative form of omnisufficiency. Omnisufficiency, the condition of being omnisufficient. Omnisufficient, sufficient in all things. Omnitemporal, applicable at all times. Omnitemporally, in an omnitemporal manner. Omnitheism, the belief that all religions contain a core recognition of the same God or gods. Omnitheist, a person who believes in omnitheism. Omnitheistic, exhibiting or relating to omnitheism. Omnitheists, plural of omnitheists. Omnidate, a particular assemblage of contakes. Omnidigs, plural of omnitate. Omnitolerant, tolerant of everything. Omnidonic, that can be played in any key. Omnitruncated, generated or modified by an omnitruncation. Omnitruncation, an operation applied to a regular polytope in a width of construction that creates a maximum number of facets. Omnitruncations, plural of omnitruncation. Omnitude, the fact or condition of being all. Omnitudes, plural of omnitude. Omnia, a multiple race event in track cycling. Historically, the Omnium has had a variety of formats. Currently, it consists of the following 6 events: flying lap, points race, elimination, individual pursuit, scratch race, and time trial. Omnium Gatherum. Alternative spelling of Omnium Gatherum. Omniamathera. Plural of Omniamatherum. Omniamatherum, a collection containing a variety of miscellaneous things. Omniamatherums, plural of Omniamatherum. Omnialis, plural of Omniam. Omnivagant, free roaming, traveling everywhere. Omnivalent, almighty, being all powerful, omnipotent. Omnivarious, every variety. Omniversal, relating to the omniverse. Omniverse, the entire set of coexisting universes, multiverses, etc. Omniverses, plural of omniverse. Omnivert, a person who fits into both extremes of the extroversion-introversion personality spectrum. Omniverts, plural of omnivert. Omnivicarious, permanently vicarious, shape-shifting, identity-grabbing. Omnividence,
Here we go.
seeing. Omnivident, all-seeing. Omnivolent, that wishes for everything. Omnivoracity, the condition of being omnivorous. Omnivoric, eating or consuming everything. Omnivore, an animal which is able to consume both plants like a herbivore and meat like a carnivore. Omnivores, plural of omnivore. Omnivorpteryx, any primitive bird of the genus Omnivorpteryx. Omnivorous, having a diet which is neither exclusively carnivorous nor exclusively herbivorous. Omnivorously, in the manner of an omnivore. Omnivorousness, the state of being omnivorous. Omnivory, the consumption of both animal and plant matter or of material from multiple trophic levels, the act or condition of being omnivorous. Omnivorous, the spelling of omnivorous. Omniwheel, alternative form of omniwheel. Omniwheels, plural of omni, wheel. Omni-wisdom, the ability of total, unlimited wisdom. Omni-wise, having total wisdom. Alternative form of om-nom-nom. Initialism of open market operation. Amorashi. Of or pertaining to the shoulder and scapula. Amachi. Machai. Amachis. Of amachi. Amaclavicular. Of or pertaining to the shoulder and the clavicle. Amaconazole. A particular azole and antifungal drug. Amadinia. Pain in the shoulder. Amadysplasia. A severe shortening of the limbs and dysmorphism of the skull. Amahundro. A surname. Amahundros. Plural of Amahundro. Amoioi. Of or relating to the shoulder and the hyoid bone. Amoeoid muscle. A long, slender digastric muscle which arises from the upper border of the shoulder blade and passes obliquely along the side and front of the neck to the lower border of the body of the hyoid bone and acts to draw the hyoid bone in a caudal direction. Amoeoid muscles. Plural of amoeoid muscle. Amoeoidian. Relating to the amoeoi. Amoeoide. Plural of amoeodius. Amoeodius. Synonym of amoeoid muscle. Amoeoids. Plural of amoeoi. Amadea. The pterygoid bone. Amalenk. A push guards. Amalanks. Plural of amalank. Amamid. Any member of the family Amamidae, a diverse group of extinct primates. Amamians. Plural of amamid. Amaniform. Any primate of the infraorder Amamiforms. Amamiforms. Plural of amamiform. Amame. Any extinct primate of the clade Amamini. Amamangs. Plural of Amamei. Alan. Special Purpose Mobile Unit. The riot police in Russia and Belarus. Amanoia. A neighborhood in the center of Athens, Greece. Amophagia. The eating of raw food, especially raw flesh. Amophagias. Plural of amophagia. Amophagia. Eating raw flesh. Using uncooked meat as food. Amophagies. Plural of amophagy. Amophagus. One who eats raw meat. Amophagus. Plural of amophagus. Amophagus. Eating raw flesh. Using uncooked meat as food. Amophagy. The eating of raw flesh. Amophoria. Plural of Amophorian. Amophorian. A band of brocade originally of wool decorated with crosses and worn on the neck and around the shoulders as the distinguishing vestment of a bishop and the symbol of his spiritual and ecclesiastical authority in the Eastern Christian liturgical tradition, equivalent to the Western Archiepiscopal pallium. Amophorians. Plural of Amophorian. Amaplate. The scapula. Amaplates. Plural of amaplate. Amaplatoscopy. Divination by use of a shoulder blade. Amorashi. The sexual fetish of arousal from the feeling of having a full urinary bladder or a sexual attraction to someone else experiencing this feeling. Amoi. A surname from Japanese. Amoris, plural of amori. Aba, plural of amao. Amostejai. The part of the carapace of a crustacean situated behind the cervical groove. Amosternum, plural of amosternum. Amostermo, or pertaining to the amosternum. Amosternum, the anterior element of the sternum which projects forward from between the clavicles in many frogs or toads and is usually tipped with cartilage. Amasurid, any fish in the family Amasudidae, which consists of a single known species, the deep sea Herijaw Amasudids, plural of Amasudid, Amade, of or pertaining to a language family, often grouped into the Afro-Asiatic language family, spoken in southwestern Ethiopia, some of which use the Jez alphabet, and which are fairly agglutinative, with complex tonal systems. Amadisis, a linguist who specializes in studying Amadic languages. Amadisis, plural of Amadisis. Amate, an endangered Nilotic language of Kenya. Amodo, a surname from Japanese. Ama, initialism of one man, one vote. Amasine, made from unripe olives. Ambasai, any of a range of green monoclinic pyrozine minerals found in eclogites and similar rocks. They are solid solutions of jade and diopside. Amphicites, plural of amphicite. Amphicytic, of or relating to amphicite. Amphicamal, a form of mead made with verjuice. Alternative form of omphalo before a vowel. Omphalectomies, plural of omphalectomy. Omphalectomy, the excision of the navel. Omvali, plural of omphalos. Omval, of or pertaining to the umbilicus or navel. Omvalinoi, describing any mushroom with decurrent gill attachment, a cartilaginous of or pertaining to the umbilicus or navel. Omvalinoi, describing any mushroom with decurrent gill attachment, a cartilaginous stem, a broad or depressed cap surface and lacking an annulus and vulva. Omphalism, a tendency to place the capital of a country at its geographical center or to increase the powers of central government at the expense of local government. Omphalites, plural of omphalitis. Omphalitis, inflammation or infection of the umbilicus. Omphalo, relating to the navel. Omphaloteritis, arteritis of the umbilicus. Omphilosal, a hernia of the navel. Omphilosals, plural of omphilosal. Omphilocentric, overly introspective and inclined to navel gazing. Omphalacal, alternative form of omphilosal. Omphilacals, plural of omphalacal. Omphilode, the central part of the hilum of a seed through which the nutrient vessels pass into the raph or chalad. Omphalodes, plural of omphilode. Omphiloi, plural of omphalos. Omphiloi, shaped like a navel. Omphilali, a periumbilical mass that may form due to the accumulation of sebum and keratin. Omphalopolis, plural of omphilolic. Omphilomancy, divination by means of a child's navel to learn how many children the mother may have. Omphilomceraic, synonym of omphilomcenteric. Omphilomcenteric, of or pertaining to the umbilicus and mesentery. Omphilopai, plural of omphilopagus. Omphilopagus, joined at the umbilicus. Omphalophleboides, inflammation of an umbilical vein. Omphallophobia, fear of navels. Omphalopsychic, related to or characterized by navel-gazing omphaloskepsis. Omphalocytics, plural of omphalocytic. Omphalocyte, alternative letter case form of omphalocyte. Omphalocytites, plural of omphalocyte. Omphaloptic, biconvex. Omphalos, an ancient religious stone artifact or beetles used to denote the direction of the center of the world. Omphalos hypothesis, the proposition that God created the universe within the past few thousands of years, but also introduced false evidence that the universe is of great age. Omphaloskepsis, alternative form of omphaloskepsis. Omphaloskeptic, alternative form of omphaloskeptic. Omphaloskeptics, plural of omphaloskeptic. Omphaloscopy, navel gazing, introversion. Omphaloskepsis, contemplation of or meditation upon one's navel, navel gazing. Omphaloskeptic, one who contemplates or meditates upon one's navel, one who engages in omphaloscopy. Omphaloskeptics, plural of omphaloskeptic. Omphallotomy, the cutting of the umbilical cord. Omphalotrochid, any extinct gastropod in the family Omphalotrochidae. Omphalotrochids, plural of omphalotrochid. Omphalos, alternative form of omphalos. Amber, a surname from French. Ompoed, a line that is repeated in every stanza of a poem or ballad. Ompoeds, plural of ompoed. Amur, initialism of optical mark recognition. Abur, a noble of the Mughal Empire or other Muslim Indian state. Amras, plural of Amra. American, misspelling of Omicron. Amel, initialism of official monster raving loony party. Amar, plural of OMR. Initialism of orbital maneuvering system, NASA terminology for orbital maneuvering rockets. Plural of OM. Plural of OM. Omsk, a city, the administrative center of Omsk Oblast, Russia, the 7th largest in the country by population. Omsk time, a time zone in Russia that is 6 hours ahead of UTC and 3 hours ahead of Moscow time. Initialism of O-methyltransferase. Amurase, alternative form of Amurus. Amurase, alternative form of Amurus. Amago, in Igbo culture, postpartum care provided to a new mother by the mother-in-law or a female relative. Amo, any of the salmon-like fish of species Coregonus migratorius and Coregonus autumnalis migratorius native to Lake Baikal and Siberia. Amos, plural of amo. Amam water, a common domestic medicine in South India made from the strong-smelling carminative seeds of ajwain. Amura, a surname from Japanese. Amura, a city in Nagasaki Prefecture, Japan. Amura's whale, Balaenoptera amurai, a species of rorqual. Amura's whales, plural of Amura's whale. Amurali, a transformation product of lactocystin. Amuramba, a watercourse which may be dry much of the year in the Kalahari Desert. Amiras, plural of amura. Amiras, a Japanese dish consisting of an egg omelet with rice mixed with ketchup in the center. Amashkigo, synonym of Swampy Cree language. Initialism of Office of Motor Vehicles, the equivalent to a Department of Motor Vehicles for the states of Arkansas and Louisiana. Initialism of On My Way. Amwiso, a traditional Mancala game of Uganda. Amoa, initialism of olive mill waste. Water. Ami, mellow as land. Av, initialism of oxygen minimum zone. Av, plural of OMC. On this, initialism of older mother's, sister's, son, male maternal cousin older than oneself. Initialism of Old Norse. Synonym of Heliopolis, ancient Egyptian city. On change. At the Royal Exchange, on the Stock Exchange. On a bell, warned by the ringing of a bell to remain silent during a period of shooting. On a collision course, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see on a collision course. On a daily basis, synonym of on a day-to-day basis. On a day-to-day basis, occurring as part of a daily routine. On a dime, within a very short distance, especially with agile precision in a very confined space and suddenly. On a first-name basis, having enough familiarity with another person to call them by their first name as opposed to their surname. On a full stomach, directly after eating, straight after a meal. On a go slow, unusually slow. On a good wicket, in a favorable situation. On a kick, having a period of enthusiasm towards some activity. On a lark, in a frolicky or frivolous manner, on a whim. On a losing wicket, in a no-win situation. On a mission, actively and determinedly engaged on a task. On a need-to-know basis, remaining secret or hidden until it is needed to be known by a particular party. On a pair, describing the status of a batsman who has made a duck in the first innings and is yet to score in the second. On a par, on a level, in the same condition, circumstances, position, rank, etc. equal. On a pinch, archaic form of at a pinch. On a plate, within easy reach, easily achieved. On a platter, synonym of on a plate. On a promise, looking forward to sexual intercourse later. On a regular basis, regularly, occurring in regular time intervals or patterns. On a roll, having a streak of good luck or good progress or success. On a shoestring, on a very tight budget with few resources or little money. On a silver platter, being given something too easily, especially more than one deserves. On a sixpence, within a very short distance. On a stick, skewered through the middle and served individually, in many cases warm as a hot dog, often parodied as being done to everything at state fairs in Iowa. On a stretch, as stretch in one continuous period of time. On a string, under one's control or influence. On a sudden, all of a sudden, suddenly. On a tear, engaged in a continuous, fast-paced procession of actions or events, especially with favorable results. On a tight leash, tightly controlled, not given the freedom to do as one pleases. On a time, once on one occasion. On a whim, without thinking seriously about the consequences. On a wing and a prayer, with the hope of averting disaster despite a desperate situation teetering on failure. On a wonder, bewildered, perplexed. On a vow, speaking about, talking of. On accident, accidentally, not intentionally, because of error, misfortune, or lack of caution. On account, as something to be reckoned up as part of final payments on credit. On account of, on behalf of the monetary account of, idiomatic, originally figurative for the sake of. On acid, exaggerated, bizarre, or unpredictable. On again, off again, alternative form of on again, off again. On again, off again, alternative form of on again, off again. On air, broadcasting or transmitting through the medium of radio or television. On alert, on guard, on all counts, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see all count. On all fours, on one's hands and knees. On all hands, by more or less everybody, generally. On all fours, alternative spelling of on all fours. On an empty stomach, without having eaten. On an equal footing, in a situation in which all parties have a reasonable chance of succeeding without conferring an undue advantage to any party. On an impulse, alternative form of on impulse. On an irregular basis, irregularly occurring in irregular time intervals or patterns. On and off, intermittently. On and on, continuously and tediously. On and poppin', alternative spelling of on and poppin'. On and poppin', lively and full of action or excitement. On any view, without any other possible opinion, undeniably, unquestionably. On average, expressed as a measure of central tendency, usually the arithmetic mean. On background, with the understanding that the information is meant to be attributed to specific source or coded. On bad terms, being unfriendly, having bad relations. On bail, having been granted bail. On balance, overall, when all factors are taken into account, one way and another. On base, having reached a base in an inning. On behalf of, speaking or acting for. On bended knee, in a kneeling position. On bless, in an embarrassing position from having been publicly denounced or exposed, especially from being shamed on social media. On board, into itself or oneself. On board, referencing a script, not recited from memory. On brand, alternative form of on brand. On bot, acting in a strange or deranged manner, tripping out, wilding. On call, available to be summoned. On camera, in a position or situation where one is being photographed or filmed. On cloud 9, in a state of elation, very happy, blissful. On cloud 7, very happy, blissful, photographed or filmed. On cloud 9, in a state of elation, very happy, blissful. On cloud 7, in a state of elation, very happy, blissful. On command, when it is ordered or desired through conscious volition. On condition, providing. On condition that. Synonym of provided. On contact. Immediately after being impacted or touched by something. On course. Following the intended route. On credit. With an understanding that the money lent will be paid back. On cue. Exactly when expected or appropriate. On dead dogs. Used to express that the speaker is telling the truth. On death's doorstep. Almost dead. On deck. On the deck of a ship, especially of a captain or officer in charge. On deck circle. A circle drawn or painted on the field where the next batter to hit waits. On deck circles. Plural of on deck circle. On demand. When needed or required. On display. Synonym of on show. On dit. A rumor. Hearsay. On dit. Plural of on dit. On dry. A type of batsman shot played by swinging the bat vertically and hitting the ball along the ground in the direction of mid-on. On drives. Plural of on drive. On duty. Actively engaged in an assigned task, duty, or occupation. On earth. Alternative letter case form of on earth. On earth. Expletive used for emphasis after an interrogative word. On edge. Tense, nervous, consequently irritable. On end. Without interruption, without stopping, continuously. On equal footing. Alternative form of on an equal footing. On equal terms. With the same set of advantages and disadvantages, on an equal footing, on a level playing field. On eternal patrol, lost at sea. On everybody's lips, synonym of on everyone's lips. On everyone's lips, being the subject of general discussion or rumor. On familiar ground, in a familiar situation. On file. In a file, as a file folder, available for reference. On film, appearing in the form of a movie or video. On fire, being burned by fire. On fire call, on call, with regard to a firefighter or unit. On first name basis, synonym of on a first name basis. On first name terms, familiar with someone, such that one can address them by their first name. On fleek, flawless, perfect, spot on. On foot, on one's feet, walking, jogging, or running but not in a vehicle or on the back of an animal. On form, doing well, performing as well as would usually be expected. On fours, involving a separate drawing for every 4 frames of film. On dot, with all honesty and seriousness, affirmatively. On God's green earth, alternative form of on God's green earth. On God's green earth, expletive used for emphasis after an interrogative word. On good terms, being friendly, having good relations. On guard, the starting position of a fencing bout, end guard. On end, available, ready, in stock. On heat, alternative form of in heat. On high, to a high position, or up in or to the sky, above. On higher, available to be hired. On HMS, on her or His Majesty's service. On hope, delayed, postponed, suspended. On horseback, synonym of horseback, on the back of a horse. On ice, not being used, temporarily unavailable or suspended, on hold. On impulse, without prior consideration, spontaneously, impulsively. On in years, old, advanced in age. Flying by reference to one's flight instruments, rather than by visual contact with the ground. On it, actively doing something, or working to solve a specified problem. On it like a car bonnet. Synonym of on it, actively working to solve a problem, etc. On its merits, considering only intrinsic good points and bad points without prejudice or other considerations, such as procedural ones. On its way out, going out of fashion. On job, synonym of on God. On job, very hard working, dedicated to the hustle. On keel, moving straight ahead without wobbling or tilting of a watercraft, etc. On line, out of bed, up. On level terms, in a state of fair competition. On like Donkey Kong, an intensifier used in the same contexts as its on, go on, and other expressions using the word on, but to express greater emphasis. On line, in a queue, waiting one's turn for something. On loan, loaned or lent, not owned. On lobby terms, communicated by a political source to the press on the understanding that the source will not be named. On location, synonym of on site. On long-term sick, in receipt of benefits or allowances for sickness, disability, or incapacity for a long period of time. On main, expressed openly when one might normally desire privacy or anonymity. On mass, eggcorn of on mass. On memo, of a diamond, having been borrowed by a dealer who does not own it in order to show it to potential buyers. On message, publicly reiterating and supporting the official party policy, conforming to the party's agreed policies. On my life, with all honesty and seriousness, affirmatively. On that, after expenses or deductions. On no account, under no circumstances. On nodding terms, having a relationship which is not close or fully developed with someone. On notice, informed or warned about something. Oh, synonym of under oath. On occasion, occasionally, from time to time, now and then. On offer, for sale at a reduced price. On one hand, alternative form of on the one hand. On one's back, having come to the end of one's resources. On one's beam ends, in a parlous or destitute state. On one's behavior, placed in a situation where one's best behavior is necessary or advisable. On one's bail, alone, on one's own. On one's conscience, making somebody feel guilty. On one's deathbed, close to death. On one's feet, while standing up or walking, running, etc. On one's game, performing as well as one can. On one's guard, in a watchful state, alert, vigilant. On one's hands and knees, with one's body bent over so that the knees and palms of the hands are touching the floor. On one's head, assumed or borne as a responsibility or something blameworthy. On one's high horse, Self-righteous, proceeding on the belief one is more correct or proper than others. On one's honor, used to emphasize that one is behaving or going to behave in a trustworthy manner. On one's Jack Jones, on one's own, alone. On one's knees, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see on one knee. On one's L's, said of a person who is on their learner's permit and displays L plates on their vehicle, not yet possessing a provisional or full driver's license. On one's last legs, about to die. On one's Li-Ling, on one's own, alone. On one's legs, standing up, especially in order to deliver a speech. On one's lonesome, alone, without aid or accompaniment. On one's LS, alternative form of on one's L's. On one's mark, the given time to open fire. On one's medal, putting forth one's best efforts. On one's mind, in one's thoughts, especially persistently or recurrently. On one's own. On one's own, alone. By oneself, without the companionship or assistance of others. On one's own account. On one's own behalf. On one's own bat. Alternative form of off one's own bat. On one's own ground, dealing with a matter with which one is familiar or expert. On one's own hope, on one's own account or responsibility, by oneself. On one's own time, in one's free time, after hours. On one's P's, said of a person who is on their provisional driver's license and displays P plates on their vehicle, not yet possessing a full driver's license. On one's part, done by someone. On one's pat, alternative form of on one's Pat Malone. On one's Pat Malone, alone, on one's own. On one's period, menstruating. On one's person, held on one's physical body. On one's plate, to be dealt with or handled. On one's PS, alternative form of on one's P's. On one's side, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see on side. On one's tail, following someone closely. On one's tie, on one's own, alone. On one's toes, attentive, active, busy, or alert. On one's uppers, destitute, poor. On one's watch, during the period of time when one is in a position of authority or responsibility. On one's way, leaving, going about one's business. On one's, involving a separate drawing for each individual frame of film. On opposite sides of the barricades, holding star on an issue. On or about, approximately. On order, having already been ordered for shipment, but not yet received from the supplier. On pain, used to warn of consequence not done, subject to the punishment of some penalty, or generally subject to the circumstance of something. On paper, in writing, particularly handwritten or printed as opposed to digital. On par, alternative form of on a par. On parade, assembled and information prepared for inspection to receive orders, etc. On pins and needles, feeling sharp anticipation or anxiety in a state of suspense. On point, excellent, bold, performing well. On principle, because of one's values or beliefs. out. On credit, with payment delayed until later. On purpose. By design as opposed to by accident, intentionally, deliberately. On rails. Rail-based. On rare form. Rare form of in rare form. On record, having one's statement published. On reflection, after thinking about something. On remand, in custody pending trial. On report, facing formal disciplinary action. On route, misspelling of en route. On sale, available for purchase. On schedule, on time at the scheduled time. On second thought, after reconsidering, on further consideration. On second thoughts, alternative form of on second thought. On sir, with each player or pairing having won the same number of games as they have served. On shaky ground, insecure, unlikely to succeed or last. On shipboard, on board a ship. On short notice, alternative form of at short notice. A show, visible, display. On the side, the leg side. On sides, plural of on side. On site, immediately when sighted. On sites, plural of on site. On silent, a setting on an electronic device that prevents it from producing noise when it receives a call or a message, such as an alert or a notification. On the site, at the site of a job or at the location of the customer of a product or service as opposed to at the vendor's factory or office. On skibidi, with all honesty and earnestness, really, no cap, on God. Honestly, Ellie, on solid ground, in a safe, secure position. On someone's account. For someone's sake. On someone's ass. Rapidly chasing or pursuing someone. On someone's back. Nagging or harassing someone. On someone's books. Alternative form of on the books. On someone's dime. At the monetary expense of the person indicated. On someone's doorstep. Very nearby. On someone's good side. In someone's good graces, approved of by someone, not having annoyed or irritated someone. On someone's hands. Being someone's liability or responsibility, with which someone is lumbered. On someone's mind. Preoccupying someone. Present in someone's thoughts. On someone's own dime. Alternative form of on someone's dime. On someone's radar. Under consideration by someone. On someone's radar screen. Synonym of on someone's radar. On someone's side. Supporting someone's opinions or interests. On czar. Playing or performing well. On speaking terms. Acquainted and friendly. In a state where salutations and general remarks can be comfortably exchanged. On the spec. In hope of success, using one's best guess. On special. For sale at a reduced price. On stage. Alternative form of on stage. On steroids. Usually after the name of a place or thing to a greater degree, exaggerating the characteristics of the previously named object. On stream. In or into operation or production. On strike. Due to face the next delivery from the bowler. On the stun. and intensity setting of the fictional phaser energy weapon from the television series Star Trek 1966-69, which non-lethally stuns its target. On sufferance, unwillingly agreed to or badly tolerated. On swole, synonym of swole in various senses. On sync, synchronized, in sync. On tag, under judicial surveillance by means of an electronic tag worn on the ankle, etc. On talking terms, able to talk with someone, either in general or about the particular topic. On tap, available directly from the barrel by way of a tap. On tape, recorded using video or sound recording technology. On target, accurate or accurately predicted. On task, engaged in an activity or job. On television, broadcast through the medium of television. On tenterhooks, misconstruction of on tenterhooks. On tenterhooks, in a state of great apprehension or suspense, on pins and needles. On terms with, in friendly relations with. On that note, on the topic that was just previously mentioned. On that score, alternative form of on the score pertaining to a separate or distinct subject or topic. Every on such a basis. On the synonym of on air. On the alert, very attentive or vigilant. On the anvil, in a state of discussion, formation, or preparation, not yet matured. On the back burner, not immediate, inactive, receiving or requiring less than full or regular attention. On the back foot, having the weight on the back foot in order to play a defensive stroke. On the back of, as a result of, after, subsequent to. On the ball, alert, active, or attentive, on top of things. On the bash, working as a sex worker. On the basis of, because of, according to, as per, in accordance with. On the batter, engaged in prostitution. On the beach, removed or retired from an active shipboard position in the Navy or Merchant Navy. On the beat of a police officer patrolling his or her assigned area, on duty. On the bench, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see on the bench. On the bias, describing the method of cutting fabric diagonally across the grain so as to make the clothing cling to the body. On the blanket, wearing a blanket instead of prison clothes as a protest by political prisoners who wanted to distinguish themselves from criminals. On the blink, functioning erratically, malfunctioning, not working, or not working well, usually refers to a mechanical or electrical device. On the blah, menstruating, on one's period. On the blah, available or for sale at an auction. On the boil, simmering strongly and about to boil. On the book, acting as a prompter. On the books, contained in an official list of members, employees, clients, projects, etc. On the bounce, consecutively, in succession. On the boat, within 45 degrees of the point right ahead. On the rain, obsessively in mind. On the breadline, a situation of extreme poverty, relying on food donations or having only enough to survive. On the rue, on the dole, receiving unemployment benefit. On the brink, alternative form of on the brink of. On the brink of, very near, imminently approaching, ready to, about to. On the bubble, holding the last qualifying position with qualification still in progress and thus liable to lose that position. On the bum, living as a vagrant, homeless. On the bun, not working properly, kaput. On the burst, of a player taking a pass running at full speed towards the opposition. On the bun, exactly, precisely. On the catch, engaged in begging for money. On the canvas, in a state of being overwhelmed, defeated, or in a challenging situation. On the cards, likely to occur, probable. On the carpet, under consideration, subject to discussion or deliberation. On the case, actively working on something. On the cheap, synonym of cheaply or economically. On the clock, displayed on the dial of a clock timepiece. On the club, temporarily away from work, usually due to sickness, supported by sickness benefit. On the come, betting on card that may come in the future. On the contrary, opposite of what had earlier been expected or assumed, to the contrary. On the couch, undergoing psychological therapy or analysis. On the count of, after counting to a certain number. On the critical lists, in a bad way, likely to die or fail. On the crook, in a crooked or dishonest manner. On the cross, dishonestly. On the cuff, on credit, with payment to be made later. On the cusp, on the point of a significant transformation, ascendance, etc. On the cutting room floor, not included in a finalized version of something, deliberately rejected or unintentionally overlooked. On the daily, on a daily basis, daily. On the debit side, on the negative or bad side of things. On the deck, flying at a very low altitude. On the defensive, prepared to defend or protect against criticism, attack, or aggression. On the district, of a midwife associated with a particular hospital and traveling to attend patients in the nearby area. On the DL, alternative form of on the down low. On the docket, in hand, under consideration or in process of execution or performance. On the door, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see on that door. On the dot, exactly, precisely, especially of the time of day. On the double, absolutely, immediately. On the down low, in secret or nearly so, on a need-to-know basis. On the down low, alternative form of on the down low. On the drum, money in the form of paper currency or coins, paid immediately at the time and place of a transaction, especially to a soldier as pay or bonuses. On the dry, temporarily refraining from drinking alcohol. On a, listening or eavesdropping, staying alert for news. On ed, in a precarious position, with one's resources nearly exhausted. On edge of, very near, imminently approaching, ready to, about to. On the edge of one's seat, in suspense, waiting eagerly or anxiously for some resolution. On the face of, notwithstanding. On the face of it, seemingly, to all appearances, as far as can be seen or determined without deeper investigation or analysis. On the face of the earth, synonym of in the world. On the fence, undecided, wavering in one's opinion. On the fiddle, engaged in financially dishonest behavior. On the flat, on level ground. On the flip side, on the other hand, conversely. On the flip side, alternative form of on the flip side. On the floor, mounted on the floor of an automobile. On the fly, while in the air without having touched the ground. On the fritz, out of order, malfunctioning, broken. On the front burner, currently receiving attention. On the front foot, having the weight on the front foot in order to play an attacking stroke. On the game, working as a prostitute. On the go, actively traveling, busy, moving often. On the grid, in trouble, in strife or difficulties, at a disadvantage. On the gridiron, on the grid, in strife, at a disadvantage. On the gripping hand, from a third point of view. On the gras, drinking alcoholic beverages to excess. On the ground, directly in an area of interest or active operations in the field. On the half hour, happening hourly, but at 30 minutes past each hour, i.e. 8:30, 9:30, etc. On the heels of, in close pursuit of, close behind. On a high rope, await it. On the high ropes, in an elated or highly excited mood. On the high, synonym of on the hog train. On the hog train, leading a life or an existence as a tramp or a vagrant or traveling as such. On the hoof, of livestock not yet butchered. On the hook, of an animal slaughtered for food. On the hop, playing truant from school. On the horizon, imminent. On the horn, on the telephone. On the horns of a dilemma, facing a choice between two equally undesirable alternatives. On the hour, hourly, beginning at the start of each hour. On the house, free, complimentary. On the not level, not square, not straight. On the hunt, in aggressive pursuit, searching relentlessly. On the hurry up, at top speed, as fast as possible. On the hush, secretly, in secret. On a hush hush, alternative form of on the hush. On the hustle, making a living or supplementing one's living by petty crime. On the improve, improving, getting better, on the mend. On the inside, inside, within, inwardly, internally, interiorly, innally. On the instant, alternative form of upon the instant. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. Alternative form of on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. It is easy to conceal one's identity on the internet. On the jar, a jar. On the job, working, busy at work. On the jump, in a hurry. On the knocker, going from door to door attempting to buy or sell goods fraudulently. On the ladder, on a property ladder, owning property. On the lam, running away, usually from the police, on the run. On the lam, misspelling of on the lamb. On the lash, out drinking socially, usually involving heavy alcohol consumption. On the latch, but not locked so that it can be opened by operating the latch. On the level. Honest lie, sincere lie, straightforward lie, fair lie. On the line, on a level with the eye of the observer as of a picture hanging on a wall. On the lines of, similar to, but not exactly equal. On the lookout, constantly alert, intent on finding something or someone. On the loose, not incarcerated or in captivity, not under control. On the low, alternative form of on the down low. On the make, actively seeking a romantic encounter or relationship. On the mark, precisely accurate. Correct or appropriate. On the market, offered for sale. On the mat, to be reprimanded or called to account by someone in authority. On the mend, healing or recovering as from an injury or illness. On the mending hand, convalescent, improving in health. On the merits, referring to a judgment, decision, or ruling of a court whose decision rests upon the law as it applies to the particular evidence and facts presented in the case. On the money, in the correct position, on target, precisely accurate, accurately. On the mob, getting drunk, taking part in a session of drinking alcohol. On the move, changing location, in motion. On the muzzle, of a horse, frisky and energetic, seeming keen to race. On the nail, immediately, without delay. On the needle, in the habit of taking recreational drugs intravenously. On the neck, engaged in theft. On the nod, with no discussion or controversy. On the nose, exact, precise, appropriate. On the nut, not in deficit, profiting, making money. On the off chance, hoping that something is the case, even if it is unlikely. On the one hand, from one point of view. On the other, approximately. On the other, homosexual. On the other hand, from another point of view. On the other side of, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see on the other side of. On the other hand, misspelling of on the other hand. On the other, watching intently from a vantage point for someone or something. On the outs, on unfriendly terms, estranged. On the outside, on the outer surface. On the outside looking in. Alternative form of on the outside, looking in. On the outside, looking in. Excluded from a group, process, or opportunity, and feeling downhearted as a result. On the pad, taking regular brides. On the panel, off work and receiving benefits because one is unwell. On the part of, synonym of on one's part. On the pat and mick, sick, out of commission due to being unwell. On the pat and mick, alternative letter case form of on the pat and mick. On the PEQ, alternative form of on the PDQ. On the PEQ, in a speedy or fast manner. On the phone, talking to someone using a telephone, synonym of on the telephone. On the pill, using oral contraceptives. On the piss, drinking alcoholic beverages to excess. On the plus side, positively, from a favorable view or perspective. On the point of, very near near to, ready to, just about to, such that something is imminent. On the premises, synonym of on site. On the pry, provoked into action. On the prowl, hunting or seeking, prowling about. On the pull, out seeking a sexual partner. On the QT, quietly, in a secretive manner, clandestinely. On the QT, alternative form of on the QT. On the QT, alternative form of on the QT. On the QT, alternative form of on the QT. On the quarter, in a direction between a beam and a stern, opposite or nearly opposite a vessel's quarter. On the qui vive, in a state of heightened vigilance, especially prior to battle. On the quiet, surreptitiously. On the radar, likely to happen or be important in the near future or tending to attract attention. On the rag, menstruating. On the rail, alternative form of on the rails. On the rails, in working order, functioning properly. On the rampage, behaving violently or rioting. On the rantan, druck. On the raw, on exposed flesh, chiefly figuratively, in such a way as to affect someone deeply or in a sensitive area. On the raz, out getting drunk. On the rezzle, out getting drunk. On the rezzle dazzle, out getting drunk. On the ready, well prepared or set to initiate. On the end, being the victim of an unpleasant action. On the record, intended or liable to be published. On the reg, clipping of on the regular. On the rego, on the regular. On the regs, alternative form of on the reg. On the regular, on a regular basis, regularly, frequently. On the right foot, in a strong or advantageous position, or following a successful course of action. On the right track, using the correct general approach to a particular task or problem, pursuing something in a promising way. On the rise, rising, becoming greater in number or magnitude. On the route, riding at maximum speed. On the road, traveling away from home. On the raw, engaged in theft. On the rocks, poured over ice, usually in reference to alcoholic drinks. On the ropes, leaning against the ropes of the boxing ring as when exhausted and nearing defeat or collapse. On the run, on the safe side, taking precautions. On the same page, in broad agreement or sharing a common general understanding or knowledge common in office environments. On the same wavelength. Thinking in the same way, having similar thought processes in general. On the sauce, drinking alcoholic beverages to excess. On the scene, in a prominent position during a situation. On the scrounge, engaged in scrounging. On the scunt, crooked, misaligned. On the shady side of, beyond a specified age, older than. On the shelf, laid aside. On the sick, in receipt of any of various current or former sickness, disability, or incapacity benefits. On the side, separate from the main course of a meal. On the side of the angels, fighting for or supporting that which is good, just, or benevolent. On the skew, slantwise. On the skids, in decline, going downhill, in trouble. On the slide, in decline. On the sly, slyly, in an inconspicuous manner, so as not to be seen, secretly, stealthily. On the sniff, in search of a sex partner. On the spectrum, having autism spectrum disorder or exhibiting traits pertaining to or within the autism spectrum. On the spin, successively, one after the other. On the spot, at that very moment. On the square, honest and open. On the stand, testifying at a trial, speaking as a witness during a court case. On the stock, alternative form of on the stocks. On the stocks, under construction. On the street, without a home, without the means to afford good shelter. On the streets, homeless. On the strength of, in reliance upon, on the basis of using as a guide or support. On the stroke of, precisely at a particular time. On the stump, campaigning for public office. On the hustings. On the surface, apparently, outwardly, superficially. On the table, up for formal discussion, tabled. On the tacking. On the take, corrupt, receiving bribes or other improper payments. On the tap, begging, making requests for loans. On the tappies, alternative form of upon the tappies. On the telephone, talking to someone using a telephone, synonym of on the phone. On the tiles, alternative form of out on the tiles. On the tip of one's tongue, known but not quite able to be recalled. On the tools, doing manual labor as a tradesperson as opposed to being a foreman, business owner, etc. in the industry. On the toss of a coin, left to pure chance, based on a flippant metric. On the town, casually enjoying the nightlife of a town or city. On the truss, successively in succession, one after the other. On the turf, synonym of on the game working as a prostitute. On the turf, at the point where a change occurs. On the terps, drinking alcohol to excess. On the rising, becoming greater in number or magnitude. On the up and up, alternative form of on the up and up. On the up and up, legitimate, honest, outright. On the uptake, in understanding or in the ability to absorb new information, especially in the phrases quick on the uptake and slow on the uptake. On the verge, alternative form of on the verge of. On the verge of, almost. At the beginning of. On the Vierta, in a great hurry. On the wagon, abstaining from drinking any alcoholic drink, usually in the sense of having given it up as opposed to never having partaken, teetotal. On the wallaby, synonym of on the wallaby track. On the wallaby track, out of work, unemployed. On the wang, in a period of decrease or decline. On the warpath, very angry or upset and eager for confrontation. On the watch, alternative form of on watch. On the water wagon, dated form of on the wagon abstaining from alcohol. On the way, coming, approaching, on the way out, in the process of leaving, on the whole, for the most part, apart from some insignificant details, on the wind, as close as possible to the direction that the wind is blowing, on the wing, while flying, on the wings of the wind, with great speed, on the wrong foot, in a state of misunderstanding or inadvertent poor relationship with someone, on the wrong side of history, having policies or practices that are perceived as not progressive or enlightened, behaving in a manner that reflects out-of-date or disapproved opinions, on the wrong side of the blanket, illegitimately outside of wedlock, on the wrong track, using the wrong general approach to a particular task or problem, pursuing something in an unpromising way, on thin ice, in a dangerous, hazardous, or delicate situation, at risk. On this score, in reference to or with regard to the subject that is being discussed. On threes, involving a separate drawing for every 3 frames of film. On tick, bought with an agreement to pay later. On tilt, playing badly, usually over-aggressively because of losing hands. On time, punctual or according to schedule, at the planned time. On tiptoe, standing elevated on the tips of one's toes. Onto, upon, on top of. On top, on the highest point or surface. On top of, that's all. On top of one's game, alternative form of at the top of one's game. On top of that. Also, additionally, moreover. On top of the world, delighted, ecstatic, exceptionally pleased, happy or satisfied. On topic, alternative form of on topic. On tour, on a journey through a given list of places, such as by an entertainer performing concerts. On tow, alternative form of in tow. On track, proceeding as planned, as expected, or in a manner consistent with an established pattern. On trend, having characteristics which conform to current fashion trends. On trial, undergoing a trial in a court of law of a person. On trial for one's life, undergoing a court trial in which the offender is likely to receive a death sentence if convicted. On TV, broadcast through the medium of television. On twos, involving a separate drawing for every 2 frames of film. On view, open to public inspection. On watch, on duty as a guard or lookout. On what planet, synonym of in what world. On what score, for what reason, in regard to what. On wheels, to a large degree, excessively. On wiki, alternative form of on wiki. On wing, in flight. On with you, an expression of dismissal or contempt directed at someone. On your bike, go away, on your bike, go away. On your head be it, used to warn someone of the responsibilities that will attach to committing to a certain task. On your horse, amigo, how are you? On your mark, alternative form of on your marks. On your mark, get set, go. A 3-command start when racing. On your marks, used to start a race followed by get set, go, or set, go. On your marks, get set, go. alternative form of on your mark, get set, go. A contraction of on it. A, on, at, toward, upon. On again, off again. Alternative form of on again, off again. On again, off again. Intermittent, frequent, but irregular. On again, off again. Alternative form of on again, off again. On air, alternative form of on air, especially when used attributively. On and off, vacillating, undecided, intermittent. On base percentage, the frequency with which a hitter successfully reaches first base. On base percentages, plural of on base percentage. On base plus slugging, a metric used to evaluate the effectiveness of a hitter. The sum of on base percentage and slugging percentage. On theme, alternative form of on beam. On board, alternative form of on board. On brand, serving the public image which a company seeks to associate with its product. On camera, alternative form of on camera. On campus, situated on the campus of the educational institution in question. On chain, occurring, validated, and recorded on a blockchain. On demand, alternative spelling of on demand. On die, situated on the same chip of silicon, etc. On duty, alternative spelling of on duty. On fail, alternative form of on feel. On glide, alternative form of on glide. On glides, plural of on glide. On guard, alternative form of on guard. On end, alternative spelling of on hand. On ire, alternative form of on hanger. On hangers, plural of on hanger. On hold, alternative form of on hold. On hook, describing the state of a telephone or similar device when it is available but not in use. On leash, of an area in which dogs are required to be placed on a leash. Online, alternative spelling of online. On loan, of on lender. On loan, lent or borrowed. On loaning, present participle and gerund of on loan. On lens, third person singular simple present indicative of on loan. On looker, alternative spelling of onlooker. Onlookers, plural of onlooker. On message, on message. On, that is either fully on or fully off and is used to toggle a status between on and off, as in an on-off switch. On-off switch, a switch or button on an electrical appliance that turns it on or off. On-off switches, plural of on-off switch. On point, alternative form of on point. On-prem, installed and run on computers on the premises of the organization that uses it, and not elsewhere, such as in a server farm or in the cloud. On-premise, on the premises, on the same piece of property as something else. On-premises, alternative form of on-premise. On-presse, of a group, crowd, army, etc. pressing forwards. On-ramp, a segment of roadway that directs vehicular traffic from local roads onto a freeway. On-ramps, plural of on-ramp. A road, designed for, used for, or taking place on a driving surface that is traditionally paved, such as a street or smooth terrain. On-roaded. Simple past and past participle of on-road. On-roader. A vehicle designed to be driven principally on normal roads, an on-road vehicle. On-motors. Plural of on-roader. On-roading. Present participle and gerund of on-road. On-modes. Third-person singular simple present indicative of on-road. On-scene. At the site of an incident. On-screen. Alternative form of on-screen. On-side. Alternative form of onside. Onside kick. A play in American football whereby the team performing the kickoff kicks the ball the minimum distance 10 yards in most levels of play in an attempt to immediately regain possession of the ball. Onside kicks. Plural of onside kick. On site. On a particular site or in a particular building, as opposed to at a remote site or factory. On slip. A slip road by which traffic joins a major road such as a motorway. On slips. Plural of on slip. On stage. Alternative form of on stage. On the alternative spelling of on the air, especially when used attributively. On the fly. Performed on the fly. On the fly encryption. A type of encryption, or its software, which uses virtual drives to encrypt information that is then decrypted in RAM. On the go-ness. The state or condition of being on the go. On the job. Obtained whilst working. On the make-ness. The state or quality of being on the make. On the spot. At the scene, in the right place at the exact moment. On time. Alternative form of on time. On time marker. A short marker, a pip in audio or an asterisk in data that signals a precise instant in time. On time markers. Plural of on time marker. On topic. Related to the matter under discussion. Entree. The sale of alcoholic drinks for consumption on the premises. Entree. Taking place on a train. On wiki. Found or taking place on a wiki. Abbreviation of Old Norse. On/off. Alternative form of on/off. Initialism of Office of National Assessments, an Australian intelligence agency which provides all source assessments on international political, strategic and economic developments to the Prime Minister and senior ministers in the National Security Committee of Cabinet. A language spoken by the Selknam people in Isla Grande Tierra del Fuego in southernmost South America. A village in Burgos, Spain. On account of. Pronunciation spelling of on account of. Amaga. Longtail snapper Edelis coruscans, a species of ray-finned fish. Onager. The Asiatic wild ass or Hermione equus hemionus, an animal of the horse family native to Asia, specifically the Persian onager, Persian wild ass, or Persian zebra equus hemionus onager. Onagers. Plural of onager. Onanga. The dog. Onagas. Plural of onaga. Onagracious. Or relating to the family and Onagaceae of flowering plants including the fuchsia and the evening pyros. Onagrad. Any plant of the family Onagaceae. Onagrads. Plural of onagrad. Onagri. plural of onager. Onahil, an artificial vagina for use in masturbation. Onaholes, plural of onahole. Onam, a harvest festival celebrated in Kerala, India. Onan, the second son of Judah. Onan, a town in Shimin Prefecture, Japan. Onanism, masturbation. Onanisms, plural of onanism. Onanes, a person, especially a man, who masturbates. Onaneste, of or pertaining to masturbation. Onanism. Onanistically, in an onanistic manner. Onanes, plural of onanes. Onaprostone, a synthetic antiprogestogen used to combat prostate cancer. Onartuzumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody designed to treat cancer. One, plural of ona. Ones, plural of ona. Onate, a surname. Onates, plural of onate. Onawa, a city, the county seat of Monona County, Iowa, United States. On an alternative form of any. On Muller, any of the three players, the ruckman, ruck, rover, and rover, who usually follow the ball around the ground rather than occupying a fixed position. On ballers, plural of on baller. On me, in line with excited parallel neurofibers. On the first and third beats in a bar of 4/4 time. Amids, plural of on beat. Onma, an elephant's tusk trumpet. Onnas, plural of on baya. On board, being a pet of, being included in, participating in. On boarder, simple past and past participle of on board. Onboarding, business, the process of bringing a new employee on board, incorporating training and orientation. Onboardings, plural of onboarding. Onboards, third person singular simple present indicative of onboard. Onbringing, a bringing on, an oncome, inducing, induction. Onbringings, plural of onbringing. Initialism of ordinary national certificate. Oncology. Initialism of Ontario Court of Appeal. Onta, a traditional Portuguese unit of mass, usually equivalent to 28.7 g. Adia, any copet in a family. Angiri. Angieds, plural of angie. Oncame, simple past of oncome. Once, a fan of the Korean girl band Twice. Once a man, twice a boy. Synonym of once a man, twice a child. Once a man, twice a child. A man is born as a child, grows to adulthood, and consequently enters old age when he deteriorates and reverts to a childlike state. Once a thief, always a thief. A person found to have stolen another's property will always be marked as a thief. Once a woman, twice a child. A woman is born as a child, grows to adulthood, and consequently enters old age when she deteriorates and reverts to a childlike state. Once again, once more, one more time. Once an adult and twice a child. Alternative form of once an adult, twice a child. Once an adult, twice a child. One is born as a child, grows to adulthood and consequently enters old age when one deteriorates and reverts to a childlike state. Once in a while. Misspelling of once in a while. Once in a while. Misspelling of once in a while. Once and again. More than once repeatedly. Once and away. Obsolete form of once in a way. Once and a while. Misspelling of once in a while. Once and for all. Conclusively, finally, permanently. Once at a time. Misspelling of one at a time. Once bitten, twice shy. One is cautious if one has been hurt in the past. Once brewed. A village in Northumberland, England. OS grid ref NY 755675. Once burned. Twice cautious. Alternative form of once bitten, twice shy. Once burned, twice shy. Alternative form of once bitten, twice shy. Once for all. Dated form of once and for all. Once hurt, twice shy. Alternative form of once bitten, twice shy. Once in a blue moon. Very rarely. Very infrequently. Once in a purple moon. Extremely rarely. Almost never. Once in a way. Once in a while. Occasionally. Every now and then. Once in a while. Occasionally. Sometimes. Once in a while. Misspelling of once in a while. Once more. Again. A further time. Once again. Once more into the breach. Let's get back to work. Once on a time. Once upon a time. Once or twice. A small, indefinite number of times. Once over. Alternative spelling of once over. Once overs. Plural of once over. Once removed. One generation apart. Once upon a time. A long time ago. At some time in the past, the traditional beginning of children's stories, especially fairy tales. Once you go black. Once a person of another race has a sexual relationship with a black person, implying that they will not return to having sexual relationships with members of the former race. Once you go black, you never go back. Once someone has had sexual intercourse with a black person, they will not want to return to having sexual intercourse with non-black people. Once in a generation. Very rare, likely to happen only once in a given generation. Once in a lifetime. Likely to happen only once in one's lifetime. Extremely rare. Once off. Alternative form of one-off. Once-offs. Plural of once-off. Once-over. A quick clean or polish. Once-over lightlies. Plural of once-over lightly. Once-over lightly. Synonym of once-over a quick inspection, survey, etc. Once-overs. Plural of once-over. Once removed. Alternative form of once removed. Once. Alternative form of once at once. Onceness. The state or condition of being once. Singularity. Oncer. A fan of the television series Once Upon a Time. Oncers. Plural of oncer. Onces. Plural of once. Onsasti. A village in Mogos, Alba County, Romania. Onset. Once. Unch. Alternative form of ank. Anti. Any slot in the family entity. Anti is plural of anchidi. Anchid. Acronym of Office of the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology. Etymology. Anshabothia. Any tapeworm of the family Anshabothidae. Anshabothiids. Plural of Anshabothia. Onchocercal. Relating to worms of the genus Onchocerca or to the disease Onchocerciasis. Onchocerciasis. Alternative form of Onchocerciasis. Onchocerciasis. Plural of Onchocerciasis. Onchocerciasis. A disease caused by a worm of the genus Onchocerca, especially as transmitted to humans by flies and often causing blindness, common in tropical Africa. Onchocercid. Any nematode in the family Onchocercidae. Onchocercids. Plural of Onchocercid. Onchocercoma. A nodule containing Onchocerca in river blindness Onchocerciasis. Onchocercomas. Plural of Onchocercoma. Onchocercomata. Plural of Onchocercoma. Onchocercosis. Synonym of Onchocerciasis. Onchocercotic. Of or pertaining to onchocercosis. Onchodermatitis. A form of dermatitis caused by filarial worms of the genus Onchocerca. Onchorm. Alternative form of oncom. Onchosphere. Alternative form of oncosphere. Onchospheres. Plural of onchosphere. Once. Plural of onch. Oncidium. Any of the genus Oncidium of tropical orchidaceous plants. Oncidiums. Plural of Oncidium. Oncella. A small spotted phalid of species Leopardus tigrinus, found in the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. Oncellas. Plural of oncella. Oncivilities. Plural of oncivility. Oncivility. Rare form of Onch. Initialism of Ontario Court of Justice. Onco. Pertaining to tumors. Oncopoptosis. The apoptosis of cancer cells, especially when induced therapeutically. Oncopoptotic. Relating to oncopoptosis. Oncobiology. Biology of cancer. Oncocalyxone. Any of a group of analgesic anthraquinones present in Auxina oncocalyx. Oncocalyxones. Plural of oncocalyxone. Oncosrata. Any extinct nautiloid cephalopod in the family Oncosratidae. Oncosratids. Plural of oncosratid. Oncocyte. A large, granular cell having many mitochondria found in salivary and certain endocrine glands. Oncocytes. Plural of oncocyte. Oncocytic. Of or pertaining to an oncocyte or to oncocytoma. Oncocytoma. A benign tumor composed of oncocytes. Oncocytomas. Plural of oncocytomas. Oncocytomata. Plural of oncocytoma. Oncodermatology. The study and the treatment of skin disorders that are the result of cancer. Oncodevelopmental. Relating to the development of a cancer. Oncodiabetology. The study of the relationship between cancer and diabetes. Oncodomain. A protein domain responsible for a cancer. Oncodomains. Plural of oncodomain. Oncodriver. Any substance that drives cancer cells towards apoptosis. Oncodrivers. Plural of oncodriver. Oncofactor. Any factor that affects the growth of a cancer. Oncofactors, plural of oncofactor. Oncofertility, fertility despite cancer. Oncoftol, typically present only during fetal development, but also found in adults with certain cancers. Oncofetal, alternative form of oncoftol. Iodine. Any agent that causes tumors. Oncogene. Any gene that contributes to the conversion of a normal cell into a cancerous cell when mutated or expressed at high levels. Oncogenes, plural of oncogene. Oncogenesis, plural of oncogenesis. Oncogenesis, the formation and development of tumors. Oncogenetic, relating to oncogenetics. Oncogenetically, by means of oncogenetics. Oncogeneticist, a geneticist whose specialty is oncogenetics. Oncogeneticists, plural of oncogeneticists. Oncogenetics, the study of the genetic origin of cancers. Oncogenic, causing the formation of tumors. Oncogenical, alternative form of oncogenic. Oncogenically, in an oncogenic manner. Oncogenicities, plural of oncogenicity. Oncogenicity, the state or degree of being oncogenic. Oncogenics, the study of the formation of tumors. Oncogenome, a genome of oncogenes. Oncogenome, plural of oncogenome. Oncogenomic, relating to oncogenomics or to an oncogenome. Oncogenomics, the study of the relationship between the genome of an individual and cancer. Oncogenotype, any genotype associated with cancer. Oncogenotypes, plural of oncogenotype. Oncogenes, arising from or oncogens, plural of oncogen. Oncogeriatric, relating to cancer in elderly patients. Oncogeriatrics, the branch of geriatrics dealing with cancer in elderly patients. Oncograph, an instrument for registering the changes observable with an oncometer. Oncographs, plural of oncograph. Oncohematologic, alternative form of oncohematological. Oncohematological, alternative form of oncohematological. Oncohematology, alternative form of oncohematology. Oncohematologic, alternative form of oncohematological. Oncohematological, relating to blood cancer. Oncohematology, the hematology of blood cancers. Oncohistone, a mutated oncogenic histone. Oncohistones, plural of oncohistone. Oncoid, a layered structure formed by cyanobacterial growth and making up part of an oncolyte. Oncoids, plural of oncoid. Oncoimmunology, the immunology of cancer. Oncoimmunotherapy, the use of immunotherapy to treat cancers. Oncoinflammation, inflammation associated with a cancer. Oncoinflammatory, relating to or causing oncoinflammation. Oncokinase, a form of onkinase. Oncokinases, plural of oncokinase. Oncolipid, any lipid that is associated with a cancer. Oncolipids, plural of oncolipid. Oncolyte, a spherical sedimentary structure formed by cyanobacteria. Oncolytes, plural of oncolyte. Oncolid, synonym of oncolyte. Oncolytic, containing oncoids or pertaining to oncolyte. Oncologic, of or pertaining to oncology. Oncological, of or pertaining to oncology. Oncologically, with regard to oncology. Oncologies, plural of oncology. Oncologist, a doctor or scientist who specializes in oncology. Oncologists, plural of oncologists. Oncology, the branch of medicine concerned with tumors, including study of their development, diagnosis, treatment, and prevention. Oncolysate, any material that causes oncolysis. Oncolysates, plural of oncolysate. Oncolyses, plural of oncolysis. Oncolysis, the breakdown or destruction of a tumor. Oncolytic, that breaks up cancer cells. Oncolytic, plural of oncolytic. Hunger, a traditional staple food of West Java and Sundanese cuisine in Indonesia, similar to tempeh, and usually made from the byproducts from the production of other foods. Oncom marker, a biomarker that indicates the presence of cancer. Oncomarkers, plural of oncomarker. Honor, derive, come to, come on. Ongoer, an oncoming vehicle. Ongoers, plural of oncomer. Oncomes, plural of oncom. Oncometabolic, relating to oncometabolism or to oncometabolites. Oncometabolite, any metabolite that is associated with a cancer. Oncometabolites, plural of oncometabolite. Oncometer, an instrument for measuring the variations in size of the internal organs of the body. Oncometers, plural of oncometer. Oncometric, relating to oncometry. Oncomus, plural of oncomouse. Oncoming, approach, onset. Oncomings, plural of oncoming. Oncomere, a form of microRNA involved in a cancer. Oncomericidia, plural of oncomericidia. Oncomericidial, relating to the Oncomericidia. Oncomericidium, the free-swimming, ciliated larval form of a monogenian. Oncomeres, plural of oncomere. Oncomodulation, the modification of the course of a cancer. Oncomodulator, any material that modifies the progress of a cancer. Oncomodulators, plural of oncomodulator. Oncomodulatory, that modifies the progress of a cancer. Oncomodulin, a calcium-binding parvalbumin found in macrophages. Oncomouse, a type of laboratory mouse that has been genetically modified to carry an activated oncogene, increasing its susceptibility to cancer. Oncomutation, a mutation associated with a cancer. Oncomutations, plural of oncomutation. Onkinase, an antitumor ribonuclease proposed for use in chemotherapy. Onconeural, relating to cancer and to the neural system. Onconeuronal, related to cancer and to neurological syndromes. Oncopathogen, any oncogenic pathogen. Oncopathogens, plural of oncopathogen. Oncopathology, the pathology of cancer. Oncopeptide, a peptide that is associated with a particular cancer. Oncopeptides, plural of oncopeptide. Oncopharmacology, the pharmacology of cancer. Oncophysics, the physics of cancer. Oncoplastic, describing plastic surgery that mitigates the physical effects of cancer. Oncoplot, a diagrammatic representation of genetic mutations. Oncoplots, plural of oncoplot. Ontopodid, any harvestman/daddy longlegs in the family Oncopodidae is synonym of the Sandacanidae. Oncopodids, plural of oncopod. Oncopromoting, that promotes cancer. Oncoprotective, that protects against cancer. Oncoprotein, a protein that is coded for by an oncogene. Oncoproteins, plural of oncoprotein. Oncoprotogenome, a protogenome of oncogenes. Oncoprotogenomes, plural of oncoprotogenome. Oncoprotogenomic, relating to oncoprotogenomes. Oncoprotogenomics, the genomics of oncoprotogenomes. Oncoprotom, a protom of oncoproteins. Oncoprotoms, plural of oncoprotom. Oncoprotomic, relating to oncoprotoms or to oncoprotomics. Oncoprotomics, the protomics of oncoprotomes. Oncoagulator, any material, typically a protein, that regulates the onset and development of a cancer. Oncoagulators, plural of oncoagulator. Oncoretroviral, of pertaining to or caused by an oncoretrovirus. Oncoretrovirus, a retrovirus associated with a cancer. Oncoretroviruses, plural of oncoretrovirus. Oncoribosome, a specialized ribosome associated with a cancer. Oncoribosomes, plural of oncoribosome. Oncornaviral, relating to oncornaviruses. Oncornavirus, any of a group of RNA viruses of the subfamily Oncornviridae in the family Retroviridae that cause tumors in various animals and in humans. Oncornaviruses, plural of oncornavirus. Oncosimeter, a device for measuring the specific gravity of a molten metal by recording on a band of paper the sinking or floating effect of a ball of the solid metal immersed in it. Oncosimeters, plural of oncosimeter. Oncosis, ischemic cell death, a process characterized by mitochondrial swelling, cytoplasm vacuolization, and swelling of the nucleus and cytoplasm. Oncosome, a membrane-derived microvesicle that is secreted by cancer cells and transfers oncogenic messages and protein complexes across cell borders. Oncosomes, plural of oncosome. Oncospheral, relating to an oncosphere. Oncosphere, an embryonic form of a tapeworm enclosed in a spherical membrane armed with 6 hooks. Oncospheres, plural of oncosphere. Oncost, additional costs, extra expenses. Oncostain, a substance that stains cancerous tissue in microscopic examination. Oncostains, plural of oncostain. Oncostatic, that halts the spread of a cancer. Oncostatin, any of a group of pleiotropic cytokines. Oncostatins, plural of oncostatin. Oncostation, misspelling of oncostatin. Oncostman, any workman who is paid a daily rate. Oncostmen, plural of oncostmen. Oncosts, plural of oncost. Oncosuppression, the suppression of the formation and development of tumors. Oncosuppressive, that suppresses the formation and development of tumors. Oncosuppressor, an oncosuppressive gene. Oncosuppressors, plural of oncosuppressor. Oncosuppressor, misspelling of oncosuppressor. Oncosurgical, relating to cancer surgery. Oncotarget, the target of a cancer therapy. Oncotargets, plural of oncotarget. Oncotherapeutic, relating to oncotherapy. Oncotherapies, plural of oncotherapy. Oncotherapy, the treatment of tumors, especially cancerous ones. Oncotic, relating to osmotic pressure caused by the presence of colloids. Oncotomies, plural of oncotomy. Oncotomy, the opening of an abscess or the removal of a tumor with a cutting instrument. Oncotripsy, the selective targeting of cancer tissue. Oncotrope, that has an affinity for tumors. Oncotropism, the condition of being oncotropic. Oncotype, any specific type of cancer characterized by a specific test. Oncotypes, plural of oncotype. Oncovaccine, a vaccine for a cancer. Oncovaccines, plural of oncovaccine. Oncovin, Vincristi. Oncoviral, relating to an oncovirus. Oncovirus, a virus that can cause cancer. Oncoviruses, plural of oncovirus. Plural of ons. Alternative form of onset. Angua, a red stone-based dye used as hair product by the Mwila tribe. Erdkupinar, a village in Kilis province, Turkey. Ondite, a surname. Ondansetron, a carbazole derivative trademark Zofran CHN30 that is a serotonin receptor antagonist administered by injection and by mouth to relieve nausea and vomiting, especially during cancer therapy. Ondatra, the muskrat. Ondatras, plural of ondatra. Ond, envy, hatred, malice. Onde, alternative form of unde. Onde, simple past and past participle of ond. Ons, plural of ond. Ons martinat, alternative letter case form of ons martinat. Ons martinat, an early electric keyboard instrument. Ondi, alternative form of Undine water sprite. Ondine's curse, a medical condition marked by malfunction of the nerves that control involuntary body functions, causing breathing to require conscious effort and therefore meaning patients will die if they fall asleep. Ondines, plural of ondine. Onding, breathing, smelling. Ondings, plural of onding. Andiawa, an electronic musical instrument, an Italian version of the claviolin. Andiawas, plural of andiawa. Adeling, an early type of synthesizer. Adelines, plural of andialin. Ondes, a person who played a ons martina. Ondes, plural of ondes. Ondo, a surname from Hungarian. Ondogram, the recording produced by an ondograph. Ondograms, plural of ondogram. Ondograph, an instrument for autographically recording the waveforms of varying currents, especially rapidly varying alternating currents. Ondograph, plural of ondograph. Onna, a Korean form of underfloor heating that uses direct heat transfer from wood smoke to the underside of a thick masonry floor. Ondals, plural of ondal. Ondometer, an instrument designed to measure wavelengths. Ondometers, plural of ondometer. Erdogan, a city in Candia, Mongolia. Ondos, plural of ondo. Ondoscope, an instrument that detects and visualizes the presence of high-frequency radiation. Ondoscopes, plural of ondoscope. Ondient, wavy, having the surface marked by waves or slightly depressed furrows. Ondrasak, a surname. Undulate, misspelling of undulate. Undulatory, misspelling of undulatory. Ondi, alternative form of unday. What? The number represented by the Arabic numeral 1, the numerical value equal to that cardinal number. One after another, in single file. One after the alternative form of one after another. One age with, the same age as. 1.5. 1.5 parts of anything that may be divided, or considered as divided. 1.5 syndrome, a rare weakness in eye movement affecting both eyes, where one eye cannot move laterally at all and the other can move only in outward direction. 1.5s, plural of 1.5. One and all, the entire set of persons or things within a given domain considered both as separate individuals and collectively. One and done, alternative form of one and done. One and dones, plural of one and done. 1 and 9, cheap seats in a theater, costing 1 shilling and 9 pence. 1 and 1, a serving of fish and chips. 1 and 1, plural of 1 and 1. 1 and onlys, plural of 1 and only. 1 and only, unique, one of a kind. 1 and out, a type of elimination playoff series that is a single game series to decide who wins the playoff round. 1 and the same, the self-same, used to emphasize the identity or equivalence of two things. 1 another, used of a reciprocal relationship among a group of two or more people or things. Compare each other. 1 another's, the possessive form of one another. 1 another's, obsolete form of one another's. 1 at a time, during sequentially discrete instances. 1 bad apple can spoil the barrel. 1 bad person or element can have a harmful influence on many others. One bad apple can spoil the whole bunch. Synonym of one bad apple can spoil the barrel. One bad turn deserves another. One act of malice should be paid back by another act of malice. One big happy family. A group of people who get along well together. One brick short of a full load. Not mentally sound, insane. One by one. Individually in succession. One can dish it out, but one can't take it. One is able to express thoughts, criticism, or insults towards others, but cannot accept being on the receiving end of the same treatment. One can run, but one can't hide. There is nothing someone can do to evade something. One can't break a stick in a bundle. Alternative form of sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. One can't break a twig in a bundle. Alternative form of sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. One can't break sticks in a bundle. Alternative form of sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. One can't carry 2 watermelons under one arm. Alternative form of one can't hold 2 watermelons in one hand. One can't hold 2 watermelons in one hand. One should not attempt to take on more than one can handle. One can't live with them. One can't live without them. Alternative form of can't live with them, can't live without them. One cannot break a stick in a bundle. Alternative form of sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. One cannot break a twig in a bundle. Alternative form of sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. One card short of a full deck. Synonym of a few cards shy of a full deck. One card shy of a full deck. Synonym of a few cards shy of a full deck. One could do it in one's sleep. Set of something that can be done very easily or effortlessly. One could hear a pin drop. Extremely quiet, for example, as during a lull in a normally bustling place or scene, or at a sudden dramatic or tense moment. One country, 2 systems. Policy for the reunification of China as one country, but with areas like Hong Kong and Taiwan with separate economic and political systems. One day, at some unspecified time in the future. One Directioner, a member of the English-Irish pop boy band One Direction. One Directioners, plural of one Directioner. One Drop, a style of drumming prevalent in reggae and attributed to Winston Grennan, in which the snare and bass play on the same beat. 1/8, rare spelling of 1/8. Waidia, incorrect, false. One engine in steam, a principle in railway signaling where only one train or locomotive is allowed to run on a section of single-track line, such as a branch line, at any one time. One-eyed jack, alternative form of one-eyed jack. One-eyed jacks, plural of one-eyed jack. One fell swoop, misspelling of one fell swoop. One fat lady, one fell swoop. One stroke, one action or event that achieves or accomplishes many results. 1/5, rare spelling of 1/5. One finger salute, alternative spelling of one finger salute. One finger saluted, simple past and past participle of one finger salute. One finger salutes, plural of one finger salute. One finger saluting, present participle and gerund of one finger salute. One flesh, 2 people united by marriage. 1 foot, a trick with 1 foot free from the bindings, instead it is placed beside the rear binding and boned far away from the board during airtime. 1 foot? Plural of 1 foot. 1 for all for one. Each individual shedded is placed beside the rear binding and boned far away from the board during airtime. 1 foot? Plural of 1 foot. 1 for all for one. Each individual should act for the benefit of the group, and the group should act for the benefit of each individual. 1 for a lot. An extra repetition of an action beyond what is needed. 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to make ready, and 4 to go. A countdown prior to exerting some effort, such as launching a burden or running a race. 1 for the road. A final drink before one leaves. 1/4. Rare spelling of 1/4. 1 fry short of a happy meal. Mad, deranged, insane. 1 good turn deserves another. 1 act of kindness should be paid back by another act of kindness. 1 die. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See 1 guy. 1 hair of a woman can draw more than 100 pair of oxen. Women have great influence on their male partners or husbands and can have anything done for them. 1/2. Alternative form of 1/2. 1 hand can't hold 2 watermelons. Alternative form of 1 can't hold 2 watermelons in 1 hand. 1 heart, 1 soul. A saying that is said in every prayer before the sign of the cross. 1 hit wonder. Alternative form of 1 hit wonder. 1 hit wonders. Plural of 1 hit wonder. 100. The number 100. 101. A great many, numerous. 100 million. The number 100 million. 100%. Alternative form of 100%. 100%. Complete, entire, whole, perfect. 100% American. An American who is white, native-born, and Protestant. 100% Americans. Plural of 100% American. 100,000. The cardinal number 100,000. 1 in a million. Something extremely rare or unlikely. 1 in a far. An event or achievement which is unpleasant for someone, especially for those who consider it impossible or unwelcome, an annoyance. 1 and the same. Misspelling of 1 and the same. 1 joke. Humor satirizing transgender and non-binary gender identities through mocking self-identifications, typically by identifying as something absurd or self-evident. 1 jump ahead. Synonym of 1 step ahead. 1L. A law student in their first year of law school. 1-legged. Misspelling of 1-legged. 1-liner. Alternative spelling of 1-liner. 1-liners. Plural of 1-liner. 1 little duck. 1LS. Plural of 1L. 1 man and a dog. Alternative form of 1 man and his dog. 1 man and his dog. Almost nobody, very few people. 1 man band. Alternative form of 1 man band. 1 man bands. Plural of 1 man band. 1 man's fish is another man's poison. Alternative form of 1 man's meat is another man's poison. 1 man's fish is another man's poison. Alternative form of 1 man's meat is another man's poison. 1 man's loss is another man's gain. Some people's misfortune is other people's fortune. 1 man's meat is another man's poison. People have differing tastes. What pleases one person may displease another. 1 man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. One's view on war and political violence depends on perspective. One man's trash is another man's treasure. What is useless to one person is valuable to another. One may as well hang for a sheep as a lamb. If one is going to commit a sin, it may as well be a major one as a minor one. 1 million. The number 1 million. 1 minute man. Alternative form of 1 minute man. 1 minute men. Plural of 1 minute man. 1 moment. A short period of time, typically anywhere from several seconds to several minutes or more. 1 moment, please. Used to ask a person to wait a moment. 1 more again. 1 more time. Once again. 1 more time. 7 to 9. 1 more time for the sweet souvenir. For old time's sake. 1 nail drives out another. New people, things, or customs eventually supplant older ones. 1 nation. Ellipsis of Pauline Hanson's One Nation, a right-wing populist and national conservative political party in Australia founded by right-wing Queensland politician Pauline Hanson. 1 nation. Ellipsis of One Nation conservatism. 1 nationer. Synonym of One Nation conservative. 1 nationers. Plural of 1 nationer. 1 night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. A single sexual encounter can lead to a lifetime of disease and treatment. 1-9. Rare spelling of 1-9. 1 o'clock. The start of the second hour of the day. 1:00 a.m. 1:00. 1 of a kind. A unique specimen. 1 of a kind. Plural of 1 of a kind. 1 of His Majesty's bad bargains. An incapable sick, etc. or incompetent soldier. 1 of these days. 1 day, some day, especially in warning of a negative consequence. 1 of these odd come shortlys. Some day, soon, 1 of these days. 1 of those days. A typical bad day. 1 of those things. An unfortunate but unavoidable event. 1 off the wrists. An act of masturbation. 1-on-1. Alternative form of 1-on-1. 1 or 2. A small number of. 1 over the 8. Druck. 1 pair. A poker hand that contains 2 cards of 1 rank plus 3 cards which are not of this rank nor the same as each other. 1 pairs. Plural of 1 pair. 1 percenter. Alternative form of 1 percenter. 1 percenters. Plural of 1 percenter. 1 pie. A dish whose essential ingredients are combined in a single pot for cooking. 1 potato, 2 potato. A children's counting game in which the fists are bumped together. 1 pot. Plural of 1 pot. 1 pump chum. A premature ejaculator, person suffering from premature ejaculation. 1 pump chumps. Plural of 1 pump chum. 1 quarter. Rare spelling of 1 quarter. 1/7. Rare spelling of 1/7. 1 shore. The act of a batsman running between the wickets, failing to ground himself or his bat behind the popping crease before turning for another run. The umpire's signal indicating the run does not count. 1 shot. A camera shot that focuses on a single subject. 1 shots. Plural of 1 shot. 1 should be so lucky. It is highly doubtful. indicating that something is not likely to happen to the person specified. One should live so long. Synonym of one should be so lucky it is highly doubtful. One should never meet one's heroes. Alternative form of never meet your heroes. One sigh, a place where things are stored or reserved, as in. One sick, rare spelling of 1-6. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Used imitatively, a cliché used to exaggerate an accomplishment or milestone. One step ahead, maintaining a slight advantage, continuing to lead. One step at a time, slowly and steadily, without rushing. One step forward, 2 steps back. A situation in which progress is more than offset by adverse developments. One strike and you're out. If one fails, one will not be given a second chance. One swallow does not a spring make. Alternative form of one swallow does not a summer make. One swallow does not a summer make. One instance of an event such as the arrival of a single bird does not necessarily indicate a trend. One swallow does not make a spring. Alternative form of one swallow does not a summer make. One swallow does not make a summer. Alternative form of one swallow does not a summer make. One swallow doesn't a spring make. Alternative form of one swallow does not a summer make. One swallow doesn't a summer make. Alternative form of one swallow does not a summer make. One swallow doesn't make a spring. Alternative form of one swallow does not a summer make. One swallow doesn't make a summer. Alternative form of one swallow does not a summer make. One swell foo. Synonym of one fell swoop. 110. Rare spelling of 1/10. One act goes the other way. Edusa. One thing after another. A succession of things that are tedious, problematic, or otherwise unwanted. One thing leads to another. Present tense form of one thing led to another. One thing led to another. From one event, a series of insignificant steps resulted in another event. One-third. Rare spelling of 1/3. 1,000. Used in a common chronometric counting scheme in which each iteration is sequentially numbered and supposed to be approximately 1 second in length. 1,001. A great many, numerous. One throat to choke. A single partner to hold accountable, such as in business or negotiations. One time. Used to introduce a narrative concerning a past event. 1 to begin, 2 to show, 3 to make ready, and 4 to go. Alternative form of 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to make ready, and 4 to go. 1 to talk. A person who hypocritically criticizes others for a fault that he/she also has done. 1 too many. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See 1 too many. One-track mind. Alternative spelling of one-track mind. One-track minds. Plural of one-track mind. One-trick ponies. Plural of one-trick pony. One-trick pony. Alternative form of one-trick pony. One true brace style. A source code formatting preference resembling K and R style, but where functions have their opening braces on the same line separated by a space, and the braces are not omitted for a control statement with only a single statement in its scope. One-turn kill. A method of winning in a first round of the game. One-turn kills. Plural of one-turn kill. One under. A person under a train. A person hit by a train after jumping or falling in front of it. One unders. Plural of one under. One to outdo, to perform something slightly better than a competitor's prior effort. One up. Simple past and past participle of one up. One upping. Present participle and gerund of one up. One ups. Plural of one up. One way. Alternative form of one way. One way or another. By any means possible. One way or other. Alternative form of one way or another. One way are the alternative form of one way or another. One weird trick. A supposed unusual and little-known solution to a problem offered in deceptive and misleading advertising on the internet. One who hesitates is lost. Alternative form of he who hesitates is lost. One will know the reason why. One will demand or expect justification, used in threats. One with another. Taken all together. Taken on the average. One woman's trash is another woman's treasure. Synonym of one man's trash is another man's treasure. One word leads to another set of a conversation which suddenly develops in a way that was not planned or anticipated by any of the people involved, sometimes in a positive context, but especially of an escalating argument. One belonging to one. One's ass is grass. One is doomed used as a threat. One's back is up. One is offended or angry. One's bark is worse than one's bite is grass. One is doomed used as a threat. One's back is up. One is offended or angry. One's bark is worse than one's bite. One acts in a threatening way but is relatively harmless. One's belly thinks one's throat has been cut. Synonym of one's stomach thinks one's throat has been cut. One's blood is up. One is very angry. One's born days. Alternative form of all one's born days. One's cake is dough. Used to express when one's actions have failed to achieve any success or make any progress. One's cotton socks off. Elaborated form of one's socks off. One's damned if one does and one's damned if one doesn't. Alternative form of damned if one does and damned if one doesn't. One's damned if one does and one's damned if one doesn't. Alternative form of damned if one does and damned if one doesn't. One's days are numbered. Some period of time, such as a term of employment or a lifetime, is coming to an end. One's door is open. One is ready to receive and welcome another person. One's egg breaks. Alternative form of one's egg cracks. One's egg cracks. One realizes that one is transgender. One's elevator doesn't go all the way to the top. Used as an indirect way to say that someone is mentally deficient. One's father was born before one. One was born into a privileged position. One inherited one's wealth and status. One's fell. As much as one can take. One's got to do what one's got to do. A person must do what he or she feels is necessary or imperative. One's got to do what one's got to do. Alternative form of one's got to do what one's got to do. One's head off, without restraint, hesitation, or inhibition, endlessly. One's heart bleeds. Expresses that someone has great sympathy or sadness for another's plight or suffering. One's heart in one's mouth, a state of nervousness. One's heart in one's throat, synonym of one's heart in one's mouth. One's hour, crucial moment, especially in which one can finally show his potential or must reckon with something. One's house in order. One's personal situation as it should be, with no problems. One's jig is up. Alternative form of the jig is up for one. One's alas. For the last time. One's lips are sealed. One will not tell anyone else. One is keeping a secret. One's name is mud. One is unpopular, in disgrace or embroiled in scandal. One's reputation is tarnished. One's own boss. Self-employed. One's own master. Synonym of one's own boss, able to make one's own decisions without being overruled. One's race is run. One's life has reached its end. One is dead or soon to die. One's self. Alternative spelling of oneself. One's ship comes in. One makes or comes into possession of a significant amount of money. One's socks off. With a large amount of effort or intensity. One's stomach thinks one's throat has been cut, used as an indirect way to say that someone is hungry. One's teeth water. One salivates or is visibly hungry or figurative eager for something. One's time is one's own, a time when one's work or efforts have not been exchanged as one's labor time in the framework of industrial capitalism. One's turn in the barrel, one's turn for an unpleasant or difficult job. One away, preceded by a verb and followed by an adverbial prepositional phrase to express a successfully completed action in a literal or figurative space where the verb denotes the means or manner of the action, while the prepositional phrase specifies the direction or goal of the action. One's word is law. One's requests or orders must be fulfilled. One act, a one actor. One actor, a play of one act. One actors, plural of one actor. One ahead, a form of billet reading in which the supposedly clairvoyant performer is covertly given information about one of the concealed messages beforehand, and then remains one step ahead while predicting the rest of the messages. 1.5 space, formatted so that there is 1/2 of a blank line between each line of text. One and done, a basketball player who plays college basketball for a single year and then declares for the NBA draft. One and done, plural of one and done. 1 and 1. A double foul shot, where the first shot must succeed in order to get the second shot. 1 and 1, plural of 1 and 1. One-armed bandit, alternative form of one-armed bandit. One-armed bandits, plural of one-armed bandit. One-arm join, synonym of one-arm lunchroom. One-arm joints, plural of one-arm joint. One-arm lunchroom, a diner serving snacks and simple meals. One-arm lunchrooms, plural of one-arm lunchroom. One-arm restaurant, synonym of one-arm lunchroom. One-arm restaurants, plural of one-arm restaurant. One-armed, having only one arm, especially having lost an arm. One-armed bandit, a gaming machine having a long arm-like handle at one side that a player pulls down to make reels spin. The player wins money or tokens when certain combinations of symbols line up on these reels. One-armed bandits, plural of one-armed bandit. One-armed router, a variety of router used to route packets in a VLAN environment. One-armed routers, plural of one-armed router. One banana problem, a problem that should be easily resolved. One banana problems, Plural of one banana problem. One camel town. A very small town in the desert, especially one of a rural nature and/or offering very few or no attractions. One celled. Single-celled. Unicellular. One-child policies. Plural of one-child policy. One-child policy. A policy of population control in China, whereby a married couple is allowed only one child. One code. A set of bits with only a single low 0 bit, with the remaining bits high 1. One codes. Plural of one cold. One day. Lasting one day. One day cricket. A form of cricket played on one day in which each side bats only once. Each side's innings finishes when either their allotted number of overs has been completed or all 10 wickets have been lost. One day international. A one-day match played between teams representing the test nations. One-day internationals. Plural of one-day international. One-day match. A game of cricket played on one day, each side batting once. One-day matches. Plural of one-day match. One dare. Any event lasting one day. One dares. Plural of one dare. One-dimensional. Having length but no width, height, or depth. One-dimensionally. In a one-dimensional way or manner. One dog night. A particularly cold, chilly night. One dog nights. Plural of one dog night. $1 man. Alternative form of $1-a-year man. $1 men. Plural of $1 man. One drop. Alternative spelling of one drop. One drop rule. The notion that one drop of black blood, any African ancestry at all, makes a person black. 1/8. The fraction that represents the real number 0.125. 1/80s. Plural of 180. 180. Alternative form of 180. One-er. Alternative form of owner. One-ers. Plural of one-er. One eye. Having only a single eye, particularly when a greater number is normal. One-eyed jack. Either the jack of spades or jack of hearts, on which the jack is commonly depicted in profile. One-eyed jacks. Plural of one-eyed jack. One-eyed king. The king of diamonds in a deck of playing cards. One-eyed kings. Plural of one-eyed king. One-eyed monster. Television, especially seen as an addiction. One-eyed monsters. Plural of one-eyed monster. One-eyed snake. The penis. One-eyed snakes. Plural of one-eyed snake. One-eyed trouser snake. The penis. One-eyed trouser snakes. Plural of one-eyed trouser snake. 1/5. One of 5 equal parts 1/5, 0.2. One finger salute. The obscene gesture made by holding only the middle finger of a hand erect while the rest of the fingers are in a fist. One finger salutes. Plural of one finger salute. One flowered winter green. The plant Monesis uniflora. One-footed. Having 1 foot. One form. A coactor field. One forms. Plural of one form. 1/4. One of 4 equal parts 1/4, a quarter, 0.25. 1 dallas, alternative form of 1 gallus. 1 gallus, wearing only 1 gallus or suspender strap, hence rustic and simple. 1/2, 1 of 2 equal parts 1/2, a half, 0.5. 1-handed, having only one hand. One-handedly, using only one hand. One-handedness, the quality of having a dominant hand, left-handedness or right-handedness. One-hander, a shot, stroke, or pass performed using only one hand. One-handers, plural of one-hander. One-hit, to kill in a single hit. One-hit kill, a kill requiring only a single hit. One hit killed, simple past and past participle of one-hit kill. One-hit killing, present participle and gerund of one-hit kill. One-hit kills, plural of one-hit kill. One-hit wonder, a recording artist known for only one-hit song, especially after failing at subsequent attempts at success. One-hit wonders, plural of one-hit wonder. One-hits, third person singular simple present indicative of one hit. One-hitter, a cannabis pipe for a single inhalation. One-hitters, plural of one-hitter. One-hitting, present participle and gerund of one hit. One-holer, an outhouse with a single hole. One-holers, plural of one-holer. One horse, drawn or worked by a single horse. One-horse lawyer, a lawyer who has only worked in a small town, lacking the experience and sophistication of more prominent lawyers. One-horse lawyers, plural of one-horse lawyer. One-horse race, a horse race in which a single horse takes such a considerable lead that the other horses are no longer contenders to win. One-horse races, plural of one-horse race. One-horse town, a very small town, especially one of a rural nature and or offering very few or no attractions. One-horse towns, plural of one-horse town. One lie, a set of bits with only a single high one bit, with the remaining bits low 0. One hots, plural of one hot. 100 millionth, the ordinal form of the number 100 million. 100,000th, alternative form of 100,000th. 100-year storm, a storm of such force that it occurs only once every 100 years approximately. 100-year storms, plural of 100-year storm. 100, the ordinal form of the number 100. 100ths, plural of 100th. One-itis, obsession with a particular person who is idealized as the only right one to date or to marry, often without any actual relationship developments. One-legged, having only one leg. One-leggeds, plural of one-legged. One-line skies, plural of one-line sky. One-line sky, the landform of a narrow passage between huge rocks where the sky looks like a single line. One-line whip, a single line whip. One-line whips, plural of one-line whip. One-liner, a short joke, especially one of a single sentence. One-liners, plural of one-liner. One man, involving, done, or operated by only one person. One-man army. A single person who performs a task typically performed by a group. One-man band. A musician who plays several musical instruments at once. One-man band. Plural of one-man band. One-minute man. A man who suffers from premature ejaculation. One-minute men. Plural of one-minute man. One-minute stand. An exceptionally brief sexual encounter. One-minute stands. Plural of one-minute stand. One-minute warning. In the AFL, a warning given with 1 minute to go before the end of a half, after which special rules apply. For example, stoppage of the game clock after very first down. 1-minute warnings. Plural of 1-minute warning. One nation conservatism. A pragmatic paternalistic form of conservatism, conscious of working class issues. One nation conservative. A follower of one nation conservatism. One nation conservatives. Plural of one nation conservative. One nationism. Synonym of one nation conservatism. One night stand. An occasion when, especially in vaudeville, expects to perform at a theater for a single evening. One night stands. Plural of one night stand. One nighter. Synonym of one night stand. Single evenings performance. One nighters. Plural of one nighter. 1-9. 1 of 9 equal parts 1/9, 0.111. One note. Having only one opinion, outlook, tone, etc., especially as expressed repetitively, without variety or range. One. A card included in a deck only once. One of a kind. Unique, singular, sui generis. One of a kinds. Plural of one of a kind. One-off. Occurring once, independent of any pattern, one time. One-offs. Plural of one-off. One-noms. Plural of one-of. One-on-one. Involving direct communication or competition between two people. One-on-one. Plural of one-on-one. One-outer. A hand that wins after receiving the only possible remaining card that could transform it into the best hand. One-outers. Plural of one-outer. One-pager. A document consisting of a single page that summarizes a topic, such as a process, a strategy, a business plan, or issue. One-pagers. Plural of one-pager. One party. Of a state or government, having only a single political party which dominates. One-party system. A political system in which only one political party has the right to form the government, usually based on the existing constitution. 1% milk. Milk containing 1% butterfat. 1%er. A member of the top 1% of a population by wealth, ability, etc. Same as the 99th percentile, especially in a society with high wealth inequality. 1%ers. Plural of 1%er. One person. Synonym of one man. One piece. Composed of a single integral unit or so appearing. One pieces. Plural of one piece. One pocket. A pool game in which points are scored by potting balls into specific designated pockets. One pot. Taking place in a single reaction vessel. One pot syntheses. Plural of one pot synthesis. synthesis. One-pot synthesis, a strategy to improve the efficiency of a chemical reaction whereby a reactant is subjected to successive chemical reactions in a single reactor, avoiding a lengthy separation and purification process. One bomb to kill someone in one shot with a pump-action shotgun. One pumped, simple past and past participle of one pump. One pumping, present participle and gerund of one pump. One pumps, third person singular simple present indicative of one pump. One quarter, 1/4 a quarter, 0.25. One rabbit, to inflict the 1454 famine on. One rabbited, simple past and past participle of one rabbit. One rabbiting, present participle and gerund of one rabbit. One rabbits, third person singular simple present indicative of one rabbit. One reeler, a movie that is one projector reel in length. One reelers, plural of one reeler. One seed juniper, alternative form of one seed juniper. One seed junipers, plural of one seed juniper. 1/7, 1 of 7 equal parts 1/7. One shot, needing only a single attempt to become effective. One-shot learning, an object categorization problem mainly in computer vision involving the classification of objects based on one or only a few examples. One shots, plural of one shot. One shotter, simple past and past participle of one shot. One shotting, present participle and gerund of one shot. One-sided, partial or biased in favor of one faction or demographic group. One-sidedly, in a one-sided or biased manner. One-sidedness, the state of being one-sided, partiality, bias. One-sidedly, misspelling of one-sidedly. 1/6, 1 of 6 equal parts 1/. Six, 0.1666. One-size diaper, a type of cloth diaper which can be adjusted and lengthened to match the baby's growth, thus allowing the diaper to be worn from around birth by a newborn to potty training age. One-size diapers, plural of one-size diaper. One-size nappies, plural of one-size nappy. One-size nappy, synonym of one-size diaper. One size fits all, designed to be worn with comfort by people with a wide range of sizes. One size fits most, synonym of one size fits all, designed to be worn with comfort by people with a wide range of sizes. One-stage prothroom bin time, synonym of prothroom bin time. One-stage prothroom bin times, plural of one-stage prothroom bin time. One star, a low quality. One start, describing a simple spiral that starts at a point at the origin and does not divide the plane. One step, a ballroom dance that was popular at the beginning of the 20th century. One steps, plural of one step. One stop, describing a service operation at which all of a customer's needs may be satisfied without visiting another. One-stop shop, a single place, institution, service, website, technology, etc. that provides everything necessary. One-stop shops, plural of one-stop shop. One-stops, plural of one-stop. One tap, to kill an enemy in one shot. tapped. Simple past and past participle of one tap. One tapping. Present participle and gerund of one tap. One taps. Third person singular simple present indicative of one tap. 110. 1 of 10 equal parts 1/10. 0.1. One thingism. Monism. 1/3. 1 of 3 equals parts 1/3. 1/3. 0.333. 1,000er. Any mountain on Earth that extends more than 1,000 meters 3,281 ft, but less than 2,000 meters 6,562 ft above sea level. 1,000ers. Plural of 1,000er. One's rote. To eat quickly and with minimal chewing, especially if to the point of swallowing food whole. One throated. Simple past and past participle of one throat. One throating. Present participle and gerund of one throat. One throats. Third person singular simple present indicative of one throat. One time. Of or pertaining to a specific period of time in the past, not extending to the present. One-time pad. A form of encryption where each bit or character from the plaintext is encrypted by a modular addition with a bit or character from a secret random key or pad of the same length as the plaintext. One-time pads. Plural of one-time pad. One-timed. Simple past and past participle of one time. One-timer. A shot made from a teammate's pass which is not stopped before shooting. One-timers. Plural of one time. One times. Third person singular simple present indicative of one time. One timing. Present participle and gerund of one time. One to many. Having the property that the same argument may yield multiple values, but different arguments never yield the same value. 1-to-1. Matching each member of one set with exactly one member of another set. 1-to-1. Plural of one touch. Being or relating to a kind of exotic option that pays out if an asset reaches or passes a certain price at any point during the relevant period. One track. Having a single set of lines so that trains can run only in one direction at a time. Single track. One track mind. That's said to be possessed by someone who is obsessed with something or only able to think of one thing. One track minds. Plural of one track mind. One trick. To consistently play a video game using only one of the available characters or skill sets. One trick ponies. Plural of one trick pony. One trick pony. A performing animal, especially a pony that knows only one trick. One trick ponyism. The state of being a one trick pony. One tricked. Simple past and past participle of one trick. One tricking. Present participle and gerund of one trick. One tricks. Third person singular simple present indicative of one trick. One turn kill. Alternative form of one turn kill. One turn kills. Plural of one turn kill. 1-2. A quick one-touch play between two players. 1-2 punch. A combination of two punches, one from each hand, thrown in rapid succession. 1-2 punches. Plural of 1-2 punch. 1-2-3. Quickly. 1-2s. Plural of 1-2. 1-up. Alternative form of 1-up. 1-upmanship. Alternative form of 1-upmanship. 1-upmanships. Plural of 1-upmanship. One up, one down. A traditional house with one room upstairs and one room downstairs. One up, one down. Plural of one up, one down. One up womanship. Alternative form of one up womanship. One up womenships. Plural of one up womanship. One up. Simple past and past participle of one up. One-upmanship. The act or practice of successively outdoing a competitor. One-upmanships. Plural of one-upmanship. One-up. Simple past and past participle of one-up. One-upper. A person who one-ups another. One-upping. Present participle and gerund of one-up. One-ups. Plural of one-up. One-upsmanship. Alternative form of one-upmanship. One-upsmanships. Plural of one-upsmanship. One-upwomanship. One-upmanship among women. One way. Allowing movement, vision, etc. in only one direction, unidirectional. One-way light time. The amount of time required for light or a radio signal to travel between the Earth and a celestial body. One-way light times. Plural of one-way light time. One-way mirror. A mirror reflecting images on one side and transparent on the other, often used by the police during interrogations. One-way mirrors. Plural of one-way mirror. One-way street. A road in which traffic is allowed to proceed in only one direction. One-way streets. Plural of one-way street. One-way ticket. A ticket granting permission to travel to a place but not return. One-way ticket to Palakoville. Something that results in failure or obscurity with no chance at redemption, a dead end. One-way tickets. Plural of one-way ticket. One-way tickets to Palakoville. Plural of one-way ticket to Palakoville. One-way time. The amount of time measured from a checkshot survey or a vertical seismic profile to a receiver at a depth of interest. One-way times. Plural of one-way time. One-way. Simple past and past participle of one-way. One-waying. Present participle and gerund of one-way. One-ways. Third person singular simple present indicative of one-way. One window. Describing a service operation at which all of a customer's needs may be satisfied by a single server without waiting in a second queue. One woman. Synonym of one man. One woman band. A woman who plays multiple instruments at once. One word. Synonym of single word. One worlder. Synonym of one worldist. One worlders. Plural of one worlder. One worldism. The ideology that all of the countries of the world are essentially similar and could interoperate without conflict. One worldist. A proponent of one worldism. One worldists. Plural of one worldists. 1 year old. Having lived or existed for 1 year. 1 year olds. Plural of 1 year old. One-ary. Paris. Quadrifolia, Paris. One. Simple past and past participle of one. One-dimensional. Alternative form of one-dimensional. One Chan. An older sister. One Chans. Plural of one Chan. One Zan. An old older sister. One's aunts, plural of one's san. One told, constituting or being indicative of a single aspect or theme. One-foldness, the paucity of being one-fold. What? A casual festive gathering on Friday night after the first Shabbat meal, usually involving food, singing, dancing, and casual Torah study, fulfilling the mitzvah of enjoying Shabbat. Vanda, a freshwater lake in the northwest European part of Russia, located on the territory of Republic of Karelia, Leningrad Oblast and Vologda Oblast. One jai, a form of amethyst having hair-like inclusions of goethite. Wando, alternative form of wanga. One, plural of wang. One-handed, alternative form of one-handed. One-handedly, alternative form of one-handedly. One-handedness, alternative form of one-handedness. One-ad, oneness, unity. One-ether, unity, agreement. One house, a small village and civil parish west of Stowmarket, mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, OS Grid Ref TM 0259. One Onda, a suburb of Auckland, New Zealand, and a small port on Manukau. Harbor. Wanada, a member of a tribe of Native Americans formerly inhabiting the region near Wanada Lake in New York, now often found in modern New York, Wisconsin, or Canada. Wanada County, one of 44 counties in Idaho, United States. County seat, Malad City. Wanadat, plural of Wanada. One-einer, archaic form of Wanada. One-einers, plural of one-eider. Waneka, a female given name of African American usage, variant of Annika. Wanalai, a trigonal pyramidal yellowish-brown mineral containing calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, iron, manganese, niobium, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and zirconium. Oneer, alternative form of one-euro. One-ear, of or pertaining to dreams. One-erically, in an one-eric fashion. One-erism, dreamlike experiences or qualities, dreaminess. One-erisms, plural of one-erism. One-ero, dream. One-erocracy, prognostication based on the interpretation of dreams. One-erocrat, synonym of one-ear critic and interpreter of dreams. One-erocrat, one skilled in one-erocracy and interpreter of dreams. One-erocrites, plural of one-erocrat. One-ear critic, an interpreter of dreams. One-ear critical, of or relating to the interpretation of dreams. One-ear critically, in terms of dream interpretation. One-ear criticism, dream interpretation. One-erocracy, obsolete form of one-ear critic. One-erocritics, plural of one-erocratic. One-ear critics, plural of one-ear critic. One-erocrats, plural of one-erocrat. One-erodid, any fish of the family one-erodidee. One-erotids, plural of one-erodid. One-erodenia, a violent or disturbed imagination during sleep, as in the case of nightmares and sleepwalking. One-erogen, any drug, herb, etc. that produces or enhances a dreamlike state of consciousness. One-erogens, plural of one-erogen. One-eroi, the gods and personifications of dreams, the sons of Hypnos and Pasithea, or Nyx and Erebus. Waniroi, characterized by a dreamlike or nightmare-like state, often as part of schizophrenia. Wanirological, relating to wanirology. Wanirologies, plural of wanirology. Wanirologist, an interpreter of dreams. Wanirologists, plural of wanirologists. Wanirology, the study of dreams and their interpretation. Waniromancer, one who practices waniromancy. Waniromancers, plural of waniromancer. Waniromancy, obsolete spelling of waniromancy. Waniromancies, plural of waniromancy. Waniromancy, divination by the interpretation of dreams. Waniromantic, of or relating to waniromancy.
Here we go.
Wanirana, a person who explores dream worlds, usually associated with lucid dreaming. Wanironautics, lucid dreaming, the ability to explore dreams. Wanironauts, plural of wanirana. Wanirophobia, the fear of dreams. Wanirophrenia, a hallucinatory, dreamlike state caused by sleep deprivation, drugs, etc. Wanirophrenias, plural of wanirophrenia. Wanirophrenic, relating to wanirophrenia. Waniroscopic, relating to the interpretation of dreams. Waniroscopist, someone who interprets dreams. Waniroscopists, plural of waniroscopists. Waniroscopy, dream interpretation. Wanirosis, a form of light hypnosis. Wanirotherapies, plural of wanirotherapy. Wanirotherapy, any of various forms of psychotherapy relying on visual imagery and symbolism. Wanirotic, of or relating to wanirosis. Whatish, any time close to 1 o'clock. Wanitham, a palsy of oneness or unity. Oneitis, attraction toward a single potential partner to the exclusion of other possible partners. Wanlai, obsolete spelling of only. One-liner, alternative form of one-liner. One-liners, plural of one-liner. One-liners, the state of being one or single. One-line, a singleton, maverick, a single or only child.
Invincible.
One-line, obsolete spelling of only. One-man, the state of being at one or reconciled. Oneness, the state of being one or undivided, unity. Onenessalism, a non-Trinitarian religious movement within the Church's Pentecostalism. Oneness says, plural of one. Oneness. Wanutsa, a city, the county seat of Blount County. Alabama. One other, a cultural complex that existed in the Eastern Plains and Great Lakes area of what is now occupied by the United States from around AD 900 to around 1650 or 1700, considered a major component of Upper Mississippian culture and characterized by globular, shell-tempered pottery that is often coarse in fiber. Honor, an extraordinary individual. Honor, plural of onus. Honorary, fitted for, or carrying a burden. Honorate, to load, to burden or bedeck. Honorated, simple past and past participle of honorate. Honorates, third person singular simple present indicative of honorate. Honorating, present participle and gerund of honorate. Honoration, the act of loading or burdening. Honorations, plural of honoration. A comparative form of honorary, more honorary. Honoriest, superlative form of honorary, most honorary. Honorosity, honorousness. Onerous, imposing or constituting a physical, mental, or figurative load which can be borne only with effort. Burdensome, onerously, in an onerous manner. Onorousness, the state or characteristic of being onerous. Onerousnesses, plural of onerousness. Honors, plural of honor. Honor, pronunciation and spelling of ornery. One, plural of one. Ones and twos, turntables used by DJs. Ones and zeros, binary code, on and off bits. Ones and zeros, alternative spelling of ones and zeros. Ones that go the other way, plural of one that goes the other way. Ones to talk, plural of one to talk. One's complement, the number obtained by subtracting a given n-digit binary number from 2n1, which yields the same result as the logical complement. One's complements, plural of one's complement. One score, 2020. One seed juniper, a shrub or small tree native to mountains in southwestern North America. Juniperus monosperma. One seed junipers, plural of one seed juniper. Oneself, a person's self, general form of himself, herself, themself, or yourself. Oneself, the reflexive case of the pronoun ones. One-si-tu-say, involving very small quantities. What-ship, unity, oneness. One-zat, alternative form of one shot. One-zots, plural of one shot. One-sided, alternative spelling of one-sided. One-sidedness, alternative spelling of one-sidedness. One-si, any of various one-piece attires. One-si-tu-say, individually or in very small groups rather than in larger batches. Onesie, wearing a onesie. Onesies, plural of onesie. Wansa, a solitary person or thing, a group of one. One-songs, plural of one-song. One-spot fringehead, Neoplanus unannotedus, a species of fringehead blenny. One-spot fringeheads, plural of one-spot. Fringehead. Once, obsolete form of onset. Onste, a city in Bacău County, Romania. One, first, or other ordinal derivatives of one, such as 101, or -1. Ones, plural of one is, the second decade of the century, the 1910s, the 2010s, etc. The tens, one time. Alternative form of one time, former, past. What to one? 11. What to one? 11. One-upmanship, alternative spelling of one-upmanship. One-way, Alternative form of one way. An, Old Northern French. Enfant, a falling on or upon, an attack, onset, or assault. Enfallen, past participle of
Here we go.
enfall. Enfalling, present participle and gerund of enfall. Enfalls, plural of enfall. Enfall, simple past of enfall. Envy, acronym of Open NAND Flash Interface. Unveil, that takes place on a sports field. Onflow, a flowing onward. Onflowing, flowing onward. Onflows, plural of onflow. On forward, to forward resend. On forwarded, simple past and past participle of on forward. On forwarding, present participle and gerund of on forward. On forwards, third person singular simple present indicative of on forward. Of abbreviation of on God. Of a Chinese surname from Hokkien. Ayu. A barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Again, of war relating to a linguistic phylum comprising two attested Southern Andamanese languages spoken in the Southern Andaman Islands. Agna, a start-up, beginning, commencement of activity, work, machinery, etc. A setting in motion. Anga, the plant Urtica ferox, a nettle endemic to New Zealand with woody stem and large stinging spines. Angas, plural of Anga. Anyer, a civil parish in Post Town with a town council in Epping Forest District, Essex, England. Aj, one of the Andamanese indigenous peoples of the Andaman Islands. Anji, alternative form of Anj. Angin, of or relating to Walter J. On 1912-2003, American Jesuit priest, professor of English literature, cultural and religious historian and philosopher, who explored how the transition from orality to literacy influenced culture and changed human consciousness. Ongoys, done on a glazed surface. Onwood, a hanger steak. Onwoods, plural of onwood. Onlive, a fade is while the articulators are moving inton to produce a new speech sound. Onlides, plural of onli. Unum, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Ongo, to be ongoing, occurring, happening, to last, proceed or continue. Aunyor, one who continues moving along a path or carrying on a tradition. Aungors, plural of Ongor. Ongos, third person singular simple present indicative of Ongo. Ongoing, continuing, permanent, lasting. Ongoing covet, synonym of long covet. Ongoingly, in an ongoing fashion. Ongoingness, the condition of being ongoing. Continuation, continuity. Ongoings, plural of ongoing. Angel, a city in Pakistan district of the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh. Angels, plural of ongo. Ana, past participle of ongo.
Here we go.
Ngauta, a moribund language of southwest Ethiopia. Advan, a Chinese Filipino surname from Hokkien. Thumbam, a Mayday surname for Manipuri. I, archaic form of ungent. Honest, plural of un. Anan, alternative form of on hand. Onair, that which, or one who, hangs on to, relies on, or is dependent upon another, a dependent. Onairs, plural of on, hanger. Onel, simple past and past participle of onhold. On to hold on to. Onholding, continuous, perpetual, lasting. Onhold, third person singular simple present indicative of onhold. Oni, initialism of Office of Naval Intelligence. Oni, a Japanese evil spirit or demon. Oga, plural of onium. Onemary, a small village and civil parish in South Shropshire, England. OS grid ref so 4579. Onisny, a commune of Nemt County, Romania. Oddish, a village on Lowland Highland Council area, Scotland, historically in Inverness Shire. OS grid ref NN0261. Onigalo, a variety of oddics for cameos, a bluish white band on the dark ground. Onada, a small city, the county seat of Sully County, South Dakota, United States. Onyo, a male given name. Onair, Barack Obama. Onagirazu, a form of sushi having the filling sandwiched between portions of rice instead of formed into a circle. Onagiri, a Japanese rice ball. Onagiris, plural of onagiri. Onagon, an unincorporated community in Cass County, Minnesota, United States. Odh Chan, older brother. Odh Chans, plural of Oni Chan. Onan, a female given name. Oniculactone, a cat attracted found in Bashniakia russica. Oling, present participle and gerund of one. Aniashaleya, the purchasing of objects as a form of mental relaxation. Aniamania, an abnormal impulse to buy things, or a condition characterized by such impulses. Aniamania is suffer from aniamania. Aniamaniacs, plural of aniamania. Ana, a monocotyledonous plant allium cepa, applied to garlic, used as vegetable and spice. Onion bag. The gulnet. Onion bags, plural of onion bag. Onion booties, plural of onion booty. Onion booty, large, attractive female buttocks. Onion bottle, synonym of glass onion. Onion bottles. Plural of onion bottle. Onion bread, a type of bread containing finely minced onions. Onion breads, plural of onion bread. Onion couch, the flowering plant or heneth.
Here we go.
Aladius. Onion dome, an onion-shaped dome, characteristic of August buildings in Mughal and Russian architecture. Onion domes, plural of onion dome. Onion fish, a fish, the grenadier. Onion fishes, plural of onion fish. Onion flies, plural of onion fly. Onion flute, synonym of eunuch flute. Onion flutes, plural of onion flute. Onion fly, Delia antiqua, a cosmopolitan pest of crops, whose larvae or maggots feed on onions, garlic, and other bulbous plants. Onion grass, species of Melica, especially Melica. Onion grasses, plural of onion grass. Onion johnnins, plural of onion johnny. Onion Johnny, a Breton farmer and agricultural laborer on a bicycle who sells distinctive pink onions door to door in Great Britain. Onion maggot, synonym of onion fly. Onion maggots, plural of onion maggot. Onion network, a network that uses onion routing. Onion works, plural of onion network. Onion paper, synonym of onion skin, thin translucent paper. Onion papers, plural of onion paper. Onion ring, a ring-shaped piece of onion formed from a way of cutting through the natural shell structure of the onion. Onion rings, plural of onion ring. Onion roll, a yeast-raised roll that is flavored with onion and is often topped with dried onions or poppy seeds. Onion rolls, plural of onion roll. Onion router, a network node involved in onion routing. Onion routers, plural of onion router. Onion routing, a technique for anonymous communication over a computer network. The message is being repeatedly encrypted and sent through nodes called onion routers, each of which performs only one stage of the decryption. Onion seed, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, a seed produced by an onion plant. Onion seeds, plural of onion seed. Onion service, a server configured to receive inbound connections only through the anonymity network Tor. Onion services, plural of onion service. Onion skin, alternative form of onion skin, kind of translucent paper. Onion skinning, a technique in animation in which consecutive frames are layered translucently to aid the animator. Onion skins, plural of onion skin. Onion smudge, a disease of the onion caused by the fungus Calototrichum cercinans, which causes black concentric rings or smutty spots on the outer scales of the bulb, or rot in the fleshy leaves inside. Onion smut, a disease of the seedlings of the onion caused by the fungus Uricystes sepuli, which causes black elongate blisters on the bulb and leaves of the plant. Onion snow, an early spring snow. Onion snows, plural of onion snow. Onion squash, synonym of red curry squash. Onion straw, a thin strip of onion deep fried in batter. Onion straws, plural of onion straw. Onion thrips, an insect of species Thrips tabaci, a pest on onions. Onion skinned, overly sensitive. Onion why, alternative form of oniony. Onion, flavored or made with onion. Onionette, a small onion. Onionettes, plural of onionette. Onion grass, alternative form of onion grass. Onion grasses, plural of onion grass. Onione, comparative form of oniony, more oniony. Oniony, superlative. The form of oniony, most oniony. Onionine, a sulfur-containing compound isolated from onions, having anti-cancer properties. Onionas, the state or condition of being oniony. Onionize, flavored with or converted into onion, made oniony. Onyalan, those portions of the internet accessible via onion routing. Onyamas, without onions. Onion-like, resembling or characteristic of an onion, for example in shape, flavor, or layered structure. Onions, plural of onion. Onion skin, a thin, strong, light, translucent paper, used especially for making carbon copies. Onion skins, plural of onion skin. Onionway, a sphodless fischellosis, an annual or short-lived perennial herb with a hollow stem and a large tuft of onion-like rounded hollow leaves. Onione, alternative form of oniony resembling the satirical news website The Onion. Oniric, alternative form of one-ear. Honor critic, alternative form of one-ear critic. Plural of oni. Onacid, any of the anicidi, a woodlouse. Anizidia, any of the terrestrial isopod crustaceans of suborder Anizidia, a woodlouse. Anizidian, plural of Anizidian. Onacens, plural of onacid. Oniciform, flattened and broad in form. Oniciform, flattened and broad in form. Oniscoi, a member of the Oniscoidia, a woodlouse. Oniscoids, plural of oniscoid. Onishi, a surname from Japanese. Amishis, plural of Onishi. Onitsha, a city in Anambra State, Nigeria. Located on the eastern bank of the Niger River. Onium, any cation derived by the addition of a proton to the hydride of any element of the nitrogen, chalcogen, or halogen families. Oniums, plural of onium. Ong, abbreviation of osteonecrosis of the jaw. Angiosaponin, any of a group of saponins from the root of Polygala tenuifolia used in Chinese medicine. Angiosaponins, plural of angiosaponin. Hagen, a surname from German. Ongens, plural of onken. Oncolanite, a nepheline basalt mineral. Onges, inferior, unpleasant, unacceptably bad. Online, simple past and past participle of online. Amun, on the land as opposed to the ocean. Ama, the phenomenon of successively younger rock strata extending progressively further across an erosion surface cut in older rocks. Anakt, simple past and past participle of online. Online, present participle and gerund of online. Anux, plural of online. Online, to lay or place something on a surface. Online, present participle and gerund of online. Online, third person singular simple present indicative of online. Online, to lead on or forward. On leading, present participle and gerund of only. Onlides, third person singular simple present indicative of only. On or forward. On leading, present participle and gerund of only. Onlides, third person singular simple present indicative of only. Onal, simple past and past participle of only. Onman, to loan out something that has been borrowed. Onlending, present participle and gerund of onlend. Onlend, Third person singular simple present indicative of onland. Onland. Simple past and past participle of onland. Onless. Only. Only. A place name. Onlys. Plural of only. Only. Obsolete spelling of only. Only. Something that lies very close to the expected position. Onlers.
Invincible.
Plural of onlyer. Onlys. Plural of only. Onlyest. Superlative form of only. Most only, used to mean only but with added intensiveness or emphasis. Online. A system connected generally electrically to a larger network. Online banking. Synonym of e-banking. Online date. A date over the internet. Online dated. Simple past and past participle of online date. Online dates. Plural of online date. Online dating. Dating over the internet, typically using a website or app to find potential connections. Online gambling. Synonym of cyber gambling. Online learning. The training of a neural network using stochastic gradient descent with a minibatch size of 1. Only one input is used for training at a time. Online newspaper. A newspaper that is published and that can be accessed on the internet. Online newspapers. Plural of online newspaper. Online public access catalog. A computerized online publicly accessible catalog of the materials held in a library or library system. Online public access catalogs. Plural of onlog. Online reality game. An online game typically based around a reality show that stars a cast of real people competing in a game show-esque environment. Online reality games. Plural of online reality game. Online service provider. Any company, organization, or group that provides services over the internet, including web hosting, internet access, social media platforms, and cloud storage. Online service providers. Plural of online service provider. Online wallet. Synonym of e-wallet. Online date. Alternative form of online date. Online dating. Simple past and past participle of online date. Online dates. Third person singular simple present indicative of online date. Online dating. Present participle and gerund of online date. Online. Simple past and past participle of online. Onlineness. The state or quality of being online. Online. A person who is online, a user of the internet or similar service. Onliners. Plural of onliner. Online. Third person singular simple present indicative of online. Onlineness. The state of being alone or unique. Online. Present participle and gerund of online. Armor. A village and community in Neath Port Talbot, Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 8410. Onload. To load onto or upon. Onloaded. Simple past and past participle of onload. Onloading. Present participle and gerund of onload. Onloads. Third person singular simple present indicative of onload. Onload. Alternative form of onload. Onload. Simple past and past participle of onload. Onloading. Present participle and gerund of onload. Amums. Third person singular simple present indicative of amum. Amum. The act of looking on something. Observation. Amut. Simple past and past participle of onlook. Onlooker. A spectator, someone looks on or watches without becoming involved or participating. Onlookers. Plural of onlooker. Onlooking. That is looking on, watching, observing. Onlooks. Plural of onlook. Onlucky. Pronunciation, spelling of unlucky. Only. Alone in a category. Only a mother could love. Used to describe someone or something very unlovable or repulsive. Only child. A person who has no siblings. A person raised as the sole child in a household. Only children. Plural of only child. Only daughter. A sole female child. What siblings, or one who has no siblings. Only daughters. Plural of only daughter. Only dead fish go with the flow. Conforming to the influences of others does not allow a person to follow their own goals and desires. Only fools and horses work. A philosophy of life holding that people who do not look for and find an easy way of earning a living are foolish. Only game in town. The only opportunity, activity, or resource available. Only games in town. Plural of only game in town. Only if, not unless, used to introduce a necessary condition. Ohio, said in response to witnessing something violent, cringe-inducing, or absurd. Only just. Recently. Just now. Only move. The only move to maintain the current evaluation of the position. Only moves. Plural of only move. Only Nixon can go to China. Alternative form of only Nixon. Nixon could go to China. Only Nixon could go to China. Only a politician or leader with an impeccable reputation of upholding particular political values could perform an action in seeming defiance of them without jeopardizing his support or credibility. Only son, a sole male child, whether one among multiple siblings or one who has no siblings. Only sons, plural of only son. Only the good die young. Alternative form of the good die young. Only time will tell. Alternative form of time will tell. Only two. Very. All two. Only Mugat. Being the only child of one's parent, especially one's father. Onlabor. Born as the only child in a family, flock, or the like. Onlaborns. Plural of onlyborn. Almayer. Someone who only adheres to the particular thing mentioned, excluding any alternatives. Onliers. Plural of onlier. Only fans. An account on OnlyFans. The condition of being unique, single, or alone. Onlys. Plural of only. Ano. Acronym of outer nuclear membrane. Ano. Plural of ONM. And Myoto, a traditional Japanese esoteric cosmology, a mixture of natural science and occultism, formerly under the control of the imperial government. And Myoto. Alternative form of Myoto. A surname. Ana. The Anagata. A male actor who plays female roles in Japanese kabuki theater. Onagatas, plural of onagata. A simple past and past participle of on. Ane, present participle and gerund of on. A surname from Japanese. A city in Fuki Prefecture, Japan. Centaur, a centaur with the body of an ass instead of a prototypical horse. Onocentaurs, plural of onocentaur. Onoshrediene, any of a group of triterpene hydrocarbons, such as 4As, 8As, 4As, 8As, 8812-ethanyl bis 44788 tetramethyl 12344A568A octahydronaphthalene, found in the Fernlemma-phylum microphyllum. Onoshrediens, plural of onoshrediene. Onoshrine, a white crystalline waxy substance extracted from the root of the leguminous plant Spinirostero onomus spinosa. Onoshrines, plural of onoshrine. Onoclasius, of or relating to the Anaclesi. Onoda, a surname from Japanese. Omodi, a back handspring with a half turn in mid-air, finished with a front walkover. Onodis, plural of onodi. Onai, plural of onos. Onolatries, plural of onolatry. Onolatry, worship of the ass or donkey. Onology, foolish discourse. Onomancies, plural of onomancy. Onomancy, divination by the letters of a name, nomancy. Onomenture, obsolete form of onomancy. Onomantic, of or relating to onomancy. Onomantical, alternative form of onomantic. Onomasiologic, alternative form of onomasiological. Onomasiological, of or pertaining to onomasiology. Onomasiologically, in an onomasiological manner or context. Onomasiologist, a practitioner of onomasiology. Onomasiologists, plural of onomasiologists. Onomasiology, a branch of lexicology concerned with the names of concepts. Onomas, a person who studies onomastics, a person who studies proper names. Onomastic, of or relating to a personal or place name. Onomastica, plural of onomasticum. Onomastically, in an onomastic way. Onomastician, a person who studies onomastics, one who studies or researches names. Onomasticians, plural of onomastician. Onomasticide, the deliberate changing of foreign surnames into local equivalents. Onomasticides, plural of onomasticide. Onomasticon, a book, list, or vocabulary of names, especially of people. Onomasticons, plural of onomasticon. Onomastics, the branch of lexicology devoted to the study of names and naming, especially the origins of names. Plural of onomas. Onomatopoeia, misspelling of onomatopoeia. Onomatony, prognostication by the letters of a name, onomancy. Onomato. Neo, onomatic class, an opponent of onomatodoxy. Onomatic class, plural of onomatic class. Onomatodox, relating to, supporting, or advocating orthodoxy. Onomatodoxy, The doctrine that the name of God is God himself. Onomatoi. In the philosophy of rhizome, any name denoting a state, relation, property, etc. rather than a body. Onomatoids. Plural of onomatoid. Onomatological. Relating to onomatology, the study of the origins of names. Onomatologically. In terms of or by means of onomatology. Onomatologies. Plural of onomatology. Onomatologists. Onomastician. Onomatologists. Plural of onomatologists. Onomatology. The study of the origins of names. Onomastics. Onomatomancy. Synonym of onomancy. Onomatomania. An abnormal obsession with a particular word. Onomatomante. Of or pertaining to onomatomancy.
Here we go.
Onomato. A word formed by onomatopoeia or mindseas. Onomatopia. Rare spelling of onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeias. Plural of onomatopia. Onomatopic. Rare spelling of onomatopoeic. Onomatopes. Plural of onomatope. Onomatophobia. The fear of hearing particular names or words. Onomatophore. A specimen that serves to bear a taxonomic name as a type. Onomatophores. Plural of onomatophore. Onomatopes. Plural of onomatopy. Onomatopoeia. The property of a word that sounds like what it represents. Onomatopoe. Plural of onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeal. Of or pertaining to onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeian. A word formed by onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeians. Plural of onomatopoeian. Onomatopoeia. Yes. Plural of onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeic. Of or relating to onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeical. Alternative form of onomatopoeic. Onomatopoeically. In an onomatopoeic manner. Onomatopoeics. The use of onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeias. Of or pertaining to onomatopoeia. Onomatoposies. Plural of onomatoposie. Onomatoposies. Onomatopoeia. Onomatoposie. The use of onomatopoeia. Onomatopoetic. Synonym of onomatopoeic. Onomatopoetical. Onomatopoeic. Onomatopoetically. In an onomatopoetic manner. Onomatopoetry. A type of poetry based around onomatopoeia. Onomatopoiesis. Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoetic. Alternative form of onomatopoetic. Onomatopoetical. Alternative form of onomatopoetic. Onomatopoetically. Alternative form of onomatopoetically. Onomatopoetics. Plural of onomatopoetic. Onomatopoetic.